best.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Tim X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas liga dan tim Princess, jangan suka sangat. Obse kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
Bomb out, which is good to see from the team. K9 Esports right out at the bottom. Oh, but Phoenix did not know he was going to meet so many players all at the same time. Charge Buster in hand, but Superman will catch him. Oh, that is just illegal, Phoenix. He had so little time to work with, still manages to turn around with the Charge Buster of all things and knocks that player who had so much of time to capitalize on.
Oh, and K9 might have just missed that opportunity to get rid of Geekfam, because now Planks is the next to fall.
Oh
Marky
my
just
god,
shows
again!
up, and it's Phoenix that completely mops the floor with K9. K9 Esports covers the distance. Look at what Blank has. Grenade launcher in his hands. This could be a be all end all. The blast connects onto all of them, and K9 Esports will pick all of them up, put them in a body bag. K9 Esports is on top command tower. Oh, they just see Chessman come back. The grappling gun, it could not have been more perfect for Geekfam. Chessman just revived. They see him parachuting down and they just went straight for him. It's a 2-4-1 exchange for Geekfam. From Oren, he's landing all those nades left, right, and center. Bakery is still alive. Oren peeks on the corner.
Oh!
Nails that one. And it's going to be the end for Geekfam. And anxiety puts a stop to that rampage. A booyah. Running forward, getting sprayed down. Jespo needs to protect himself. He needs to stay alive for as long as possible. But never stop pushing for the swing. Jespo wins that fight. Sensei, can you save the round? It seems like that is not going to happen. Jespo is just way too solid. And Farang will not let Sri Lanka take the dub in round 1. And it's all down to Santa. And Christmas will not arrive today. Not for round 1. Farang takes the booyah.
Moves because he is going to be able to maneuver around, unlike the players of Farang. Aim still surviving, and he flies on right up, but too bad. Turns around, Charge Buster pops it.
Came crashing just as quick.
4 precious points picked up by the players of Orange Esports. And nothing more than that, K9.
Do they know that that goes dead? That is the question. And
Put Geekfam out of commission, so no records being broken in this as the Eastern Wolves gang will fight off no escape for the Booyah in this matchup.
And this is where it gets a bit tough for EWG, having to run uphill. And we see Potter, he actually has the trip mine. He's going to put them on 1-8! Just 1 is enough! And no escape makes quick full of EWG. We talk about when you clump up, all it takes is one play.
Back to up, that is the trend, and Farang wants to stay true to it. Riptide Rhythm takes one down, and the timing is perfect from Too Bad as KH gets dropped and taken out as well. What a play by Farang.
Yeah, Farang wants some revenge against AQ Khmer, who somehow was able to take away the booyah that they earned for themselves in map number 2, but maybe this time they will make sure that... Very stressful situation right now. Actually, it's a 1 versus 1. Who can clutch this out? Spade hiding behind the trees, and Afix has no idea. He's trying to play the healing game, but it was not meant to be. Farang has this in the bag all along. A booyah deserving only of Farang, as it all
gets on him. Great nade popped out, but not at the right angle. His glue wall taken down. Mika Boy gets tagged up. Jiraiya down onto the ground. Jembal sprayed down. Great play by Mika Boy.
Oh,
Mika Boy takes yet another. No! Spark, the savior with the Groza from afar.
terrain for him to work with, so Anxiety, Toby keeping himself safe by proning down, but Oren has just made contact with members of Never Stop. Anxiety and taken out by Mano for the nade, just overshot, and Oren just goes for it. Phoenix gets tagged by Sandler's nade, but Oren is gonna go in for the finisher. It's between him and Zenze. Of course, Oren comes out on top, the superior fragger in that situation. Was never meant to be occupied. There was no one there, and Axis Esports learns it the rude way. ORV sets up the trap, and Axis falls for it. Position, Toby also takes place, and this is just Anxiety being the aggressors as we always
Taken out just yet, got picked up, but put right back down onto the ground thanks to RS7. Lotte with the grenade launcher. Axis Esports, the next team to get taken out of the equation here. As you can see, Anxiety just building up their manpower at the front of that entrance there. Time Turner pulled out as the players of Diversity Gaming dropped by to check out the situation as well.
Diversity Gaming runs into a grenade launcher. Kano was like, get out of my house.
Oh my
you
lord.
do not get to do this. You do not get to come in and interrupt my fight. Can be said, K9 are in the best position to win this one.
Yeah, but actually in the very middle of the circle, look at that one player from the side of Bloody Head. He stays hidden. Will he get taken out of the equation? Kaloy with the way to victory, and it looks like it will be Geek Fam who brings in their team members. Riptide Rhythm. Mark, is he gonna be safe? But Mother Nature saves him. Aye! Victory! Too good, bro!
Orange Esports able to down two members. K9 Esports at the get-go. Blank is the third one to go down, and Orange Esports looking for the complete wipeout. And then they might have just found it. Jabat just needs to get one more kill to get the finisher, and yes, K9 Esports are out. And Orange Esports once more reigns supreme. And remember last week?
First one, can he get the second?
One
He
more.
needs to go in for the pop right now, and he does. Beautiful takedown, just one kill, but can he deliver more? Has got the MSMC in hand, 27 HP, and gets away with his life, but X-Man out of the equation. Gonna get taken down here by the one and only Kanoho, but they pause for just a second so that they can heal themselves.
Has come to a premature end. Top two is Geek Fam. Normie does not let Geek Fam take.
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IGN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esports.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OE Dekos. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan masih belajar. Saya akan bertanding bersama tim Orange Esports.
Hello, I am Jiminio. Hello, I am Jiraya. And we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Fragger, dan dua pemain simpanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IGL adalah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan lain selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Tim Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Tim X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas Liga dan tim Princess, jangan suka sangat. Opsa kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
Bomb out, which is good to see from the team. K9 Esports right out at the bottom. Oh, but Phoenix did not know he was going to meet so many players all at the same time. Charge Buster in hand, but Superman will catch him. Oh, that is just illegal, Phoenix. He had so little time to work with, still manages to turn around with the Charge Buster of all things and knocks that player who had so much of time to capitalize on.
Oh, and K9 might have just missed that opportunity to get rid of Geekfam, because now
GG.
Planks is the next to fall.
Oh
Marky
my
just
God,
shows up,
again!
and it's Phoenix that completely mops the floor with K9. K9 Esports covers the distance. Look at what Blank has. Grenade launcher in his hands. This could be a be or end all. The blast connects onto all of them, and K9 Esports will pick all of them up, put them in a body bag. K9 Esports is on top of the command tower. Oh, they just see Chessman come back. The grappling gun, it could not have been more perfect for Geekfam. Chessman just revived. They see him parachuting down and they just went straight for him. It's a 2-4-1 exchange for Geekfam. From Oren, he's landing all those nades left, right, and center. Bakery still alive. Oren peeks on the corner.
Oh!
But no! Nails that one. And it's going to be the end for Geekfam. And anxiety puts a stop to their rampage. A booyah. Running forward, getting sprayed down. Jespo needs to protect himself. He needs to stay alive for as long as possible. But never stop pushing for the swing. And Jespo wins that fight. Sensei, can you save the round? It seems like that is not going to happen. Jespo is just way too solid. And Farang will not let Sri Lanka take the dub in round 1. And it's all down to Santa. And Christmas will not arrive today. Not for round 1. Farang takes the booyah.
Moves because he is going to be able to maneuver around, unlike the players of Farang. Aim still surviving, and he flies on right up, but too bad. Turns around, Charge Buster pops it.
Came crashing just as quick.
4 precious points picked up by the players of Orange Esports. But nothing more than that, K9.
Do they know that that goes dead? That is the question.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2 Grand Finals. It is day 2 here and boy oh boy are things getting absolutely spicy. My name is Dana Lee, I'm going to be your host for today, and of course joining me are my 2 amazing casters. We've got Husky as well as the Mustachio. AJ, gentlemen, welcome to the stream. We had a fantastic day yesterday, but I suspect today is going to be even better.
Of course, yesterday we had 7 unique teams getting the booyah. Only one team got the repeat, and that team was Anxiety. But unfortunately, at the end of yesterday, Geekfam is still at the top of the leaderboard. But I have a
Did you
feeling.
say unfortunately? Excuse
Unfortunate
me.
based on who you ask.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, if you ask AJ, he would say it's expected.
Yeah,
but for
expected.
me, is based off of what we saw yesterday, it felt like it could have been any team other than Geek Fam. In fact, Geek Fam, they didn't even get a booyah, if I'm not mistaken. Well, they got one.
Yeah.
They got one. But if you just look at it from the surface, it really felt like it could have been Anxiety, it could have been Farang, who is in the top spot. But no, it's still Geek Fam.
Well, the saving grace here is it's really close, right? I mean, a single solid booyah for even Orange Esports, who's nowhere near the top 3, can launch them into the #1 spot. But of course, that's a contingent on the other teams at the top not performing at all in those rounds, which is a huge possibility, right? Because, at the grand finals, we had a lot of storylines pre-built already from the league stage that just didn't connect. For example, Farang, you expect them to do the best at Kalahari.
Right.
What happens yesterday? They barely pick up 10 points at Kalahari from 2 games, and that's absolutely insane.
So
I mean, we had Todak, right, coming into this, and we were like, can Todak recover, right? This lineup, they brought in Exact. It should be an upgrade for Todak. It's one of the prestigious organization that actually got one of the best local teams a year ago, but right now they barely even showed up. 11th place.
Yeah. And, it's a little bit of a disappointing run, but for all you know, they are going to pull an Orange Esports on the final day, right, when push comes to shove. But once again, even that is contingent on the other teams not really performing well, and I highly doubt Toda has got the quality to just bag all 8 rounds, right?
Wow.
I mean, you need half the teams to...
You literally need to get all 8 rounds to be able to make anything out of this. But of course, at the end of the day...
top 3 finishes, you think? For the whole
top
day?
6 makes more
top
sense.
6. As long as they squeeze into top 6, they get the qualifier into the MCP majors, and that's all good, right? But if that does not happen, then lots of questions. I'm very sure lots of meetings right after this for the Toda organization, as well as their players and their coach, most especially. But it's a very surprising result overall for Toda, because they are very good players, and usually their strategy is untouchable on the battlefield.
Yeah, and I mean, the teams, they have had at least a day to sort of look things through, go back to the VOD, see where the teams are dropping, and sort of maybe even decide what are they going to do differently today, right? Because especially for the teams towards the bottom of the bracket, whatever you're doing on day 1, cut that out, right? You've got to absolutely change your play style from there on there. But before we talk about these teams, we are going to move on over very quickly to, I do believe, the teams here. As here we go, the overall standings from yesterday. So this is just a recap for anyone that didn't tune in to day 1 of the grand final. So as you can see up top, we have Geek Fam, but trailing very closely behind, it's Anxiety. Only a 4-point gap between these two teams. And then followed by Axis Esports, who is only 5 points away. So essentially, if you think about it, I think, AJ, you mentioned it yesterday, it's top 5. Where the gap between these teams is so close. I mean, you can even maybe include Pando EWG if they really pull their finger out today.
And I feel like Pando EWG has got the capability of doing so, right? Because they've proven themselves yesterday already. But the weakest point of Pando EWG is at Kalahari. They really need to hustle. They really need to pick up more points at that map, because that is one of their weakest showings so far. But when you look at a team like Anxiety, it's really surprising to see them up top. Because if it wasn't for those 2 booyahs, if it wasn't for Purgatory, I believe Anxiety would really be struggling overall in the leaderboards, right? Because as to what they have been able to do, 50% of their points on the side of Anxiety have only come from Purgatory. And that's a little bit of a warning sign for the team.
So I just want to bring out a very interesting conversation I think we had off broadcast yesterday after the entire 8 games, was that we look at a lot of these teams. Some of them have coaches, they have analysts, right? I think Farang is a very good example of that, which is why they have this breakout performance towards the last 3 days of the group stage. And then you look at Geek Fam. Geek Fam is actually a team only comprising of the players themselves. No coach, no analyst, but they somehow always find themselves in the top spot. And I think that really says a lot about the quality of these individuals in the team, where they're not only doing the playing alone, they're also doing the analysis, the breakdowns, the plannings. And you compare that to teams that actually have a support staff that help them break down a game.
Like Toda.
Like Toda and Farang. I think it really shows the caliber of the players in Geek Fam.
I think we need a fire extinguisher here, because I can't with AJ here just constantly. I'm not going to say it because I feel like this is probably doing a disservice to the team, but I do agree with what Husky says, and we did have a discussion about this off stream, right? But this is also just like, we have to give props to Geek Fam, because not only are the players just acting as players, but they also have to support each other. So whoever's not playing is the one analyzing the game, that's watching the competition, looking at the streams to try and get information to benefit the rest of their team. So it just goes to show like the players, they're not just fantastically gifted at the game, but they're so passionate about it that they're willing to fill in holes to make it work for the entire team.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we give a lot of props here to GeekFam, but what about the other teams, do you feel? Because I think we also need to give props to Anxiety, to Axis. Like, these teams are also really making it up here. So they clearly have something similar going on to GeekFam. It's not an absolute domination so far.
I think a very dangerous team right now is Axis Esports because they've been quite consistent on 3 out of 4 maps, right? The only map where they're not consistent is because Anxiety steals away all of the kills. Like once again
Purgatory,
yesterday,
wasn't it?
yeah, they were absolutely dominant at Purgatory. But if you look at Axis and their performance across all 3 maps, they've been quite solid, right? And if there's any team that has got a strong capability of jumping up to the #1 spot, it's going to be Axis Esports. But that's also, you know, depending on how Anxiety improves because their weak point has been all other 3 maps except Purgatory. So if they can bring in that adjustment as well, Axis might have a little bit of a tough time. But you're mainly looking at the fight at the very top. The biggest question for me is how much more can Orange Esports impress us? How much further can they actually push the boundaries and reach up to the top, right? Because once again, this team was dead last and they just woke up in the competition.
Yep, they absolutely woke up. Very quickly though, here's our schedule for today. It's exactly the same as yesterday. We have no changes. These teams are going to be starting off the day with Bermuda for their first game of the day. Then we'll be jumping into Kalahari, Purgatory, and then finally we're going to wrap up with Alpine before we move on back to Bermuda and rotate all the way to Alpine, which is going to wind up as game 16. So it's going to be 8 excruciatingly tense games here because there's a lot on the line for these teams, and it's also a place to prove themselves because when you have these tournaments, not only is it the teams playing for the prize pool, playing for qualifications, but at the same time there's a chance that teams are scouting players here, right? We could be looking at a couple of roster shuffles after Challenger Series, which is going to really make things exciting once you go into MCP to see what names have moved, what teams have improved, and what teams may have potentially lost star players.
Yeah, and I do have something very interesting is that in the last tournament, teams would have been celebrating by the end of yesterday, right? This is the first time that you cannot actually throw a party to celebrate your victory after day 1 because we have 2 days and we have more matches to go. So the comeback potential is there for a lot of these existing teams, which I think again is a fair tournament format, right? Because previously you have one bad day, you have one bad round and suddenly you lose the whole grand final.
Because it was a one-day grand final, right?
Exactly, right? It's only 6 rounds, so we not only double the rounds, we also double the play day. So it's who can say that GeekFam will still remain at the top by the end of the day? We have so many teams that can catch up.
Yesterday, it was quite a mediocre performance from GeekFam comparing to what they can usually do out there in the battle.
Yes.
Yeah, we say
Very
mediocre,
true.
but they score 108 points in
That's
one game.
mediocre. I mean, if you're talking about GeekFam, if you're talking about the capabilities, on average, GeekFam's the kind of team that picks up about 15 to 20 points per match.
Yes.
Yesterday, in the last 3 games, they picked up about, 10, 12 points per round.
And they had one game where they picked up no points at all.
That's round 2 at Kalahari.
Okay, wait, but we kind of have to blame Watch and Learn for this, right? Because they sort of didn't give GeekFam the best morning, right? I mean, they basically bombed on them, 3 times, I think, before they decided, okay, guys, we've got to bail. Speaking of teams, let's talk very quickly about some of these teams that we do need to watch out for. So I think we've got a lot of good things to say about Orange Esports. Definitely a dark horse coming into that grand final. Same thing can be said here for Pando EWG, but we did have a lot of expectations here for Axis. So let's start very quickly with Orange. What has Orange done so far that has been completely different to what they did during the beginning of the tournament, starting from the group stage? What did they fix, really?
So I think they play together as a team more, and most importantly, it feels like there is a lot more discipline in the roster of Orange Esports. They're making a lot more sound macro moves. Previously, you would just look at Orange, they would make rotation and just get picked off. It seems like they're not winning any fights at all. It felt like Orange was a fragmented team in the first half of the group stage. But right now, Orange, they play together. They kind of figure out the individual roles of the players on the team. And I really want to give a quick shout out to Goku and Dekos. I think these two have really stepped up their game. They're putting out the numbers, and I have a feeling that one of them is piloting the team overall.
I am a conspiracy theorist, and I always come up with the conspiracies. And I think for Orange Esports, the first 4 days in the league stage was mainly the players, putting out a statement to the management of Orange Esports saying, are you going to raise our salaries, yes or no? Do you want to see what can happen if you do not raise the salaries?
AJ,
And
it sounds
once
like
it
we're
was
just-
agreed upon.
I'm sorry. It sounds like it would have been the complete opposite. It's like management coming into the room with the whip. It's like, boys, it's time to get up. You got to make it to grand finals. I mean, we don't know what's happened behind the scenes here with
Yeah.
Orange. I do believe we're going to be looking at the profiles here for Orange Esports. So let's continue on the discussion here because I think there is a lot to be said, right? So, Husky, you said the team was fragmented at the beginning of the season. AJ, your conspiracy theory where the teams are maybe just asking for a little bit more moolah in their pockets to maybe play
Yes,
a little
ma'am.
bit better. But what we have seen from Orange yesterday, what are their gleaming qualities that we're really liking so far that's working so well?
The surprising thing is, if you ask for like a spark of brilliance or gleaming qualities, there's actually nothing that is very, very obvious to the naked eye.
So
but what is-
average.
yeah, that's the thing. They look average on paper, right? They are not making like the craziest of plays. They are not, getting like they're not lobbing nades that gets 2-3 kills at once. But what they have done is consistently remaining in the pack. Like they are always in the background. I talked about Goku and Dekos, but I completely forgot about Torm, which I think is the star player, is the
Yes.
true star player of the team, kind of the clutch master that Orange Esports has brought into this roster and has really shown up from the second half of the group stage up till yesterday. They don't have big moments, that's the thing, but
Yeah.
they're always in the conversation. They're
Yep.
always lurking in the shadows. They're always picking up kills. You close your eyes for a few minutes and then you see Orange Esports in the final circle and you're just like, how did they get there?
Yeah, very happy to see Orange Esports flying at this sort of a level after their, unfortunate performance at the start of the league stage, right? But if there's one thing that Orange Esports really need to focus on today is their plays at Bermuda. Because
Right.
yesterday, that was their weakest showing. But apart from that, this is the best version of Orange Esports we have gotten in a long, long time.
Yes.
It's just that Bermuda that's a problem for me.
Is it just Bermuda or is it maybe Orange? Okay, I'm not sure about how you two feel about them, but sometimes I feel Orange is maybe a bit of a passive team when you come
Right.
into these games. They're not necessarily aggressive. I'm not saying they should play aggressive, but it would be nice to see them maybe rack up a couple of extra kills before coming into the final circle because so far it seems like they're investing everything in playing towards the center of the map and making sure that they are in prime position for these last couple circles.
That's
what
actually
do you think?
That's actually how they got into the grand finals
Yeah.
in the first place, right? They
Correct.
were playing a very passive game. When you
Yeah.
see them, they probably have just like 2-3 kills, and then they'll pick up the last remaining ones
Gatekeep,
Yeah.
right.
in the final circle, right? But I think that's what's been helping Orange Esports
Yeah.
thus far up to this stage where they don't necessarily make the initial moves and there's actually no need for them to make those moves because
Yeah.
somehow the more aggressive teams would run into them and they would be very prepared. I think
Yeah.
we can kind of draw a comparison between them, teams of Sri Lanka, like Never Stop, for example, which is also a very reactive team.
Yeah.
The difference being that Never Stop doesn't really have a plan B when a team runs into them,
Yeah.
but Orange Esports does.
And the points that you brought up as to the strategy that Orange Esports is applying here is basically all of the basic strategy that you need to
Yeah.
apply in a battle royale to pick up save points for yourself, right? And this is just
Exactly.
Orange Esports reverting back to basics and showing that that is a viable play out there because a lot of teams out there, they are trying for, those flashy plays, those crazy
Yeah.
rotations, hot dropping other teams to get a name for themselves, but not Orange Esports. They are hyper-focused and they want those points. But Axis, on the other hand, is a very, very surprisingly consistent team that has been blowing my mind. They have brought in more quality than anxiety, if you ask me, although anxiety is in that second place and Axis is right behind them.
Yeah. And I can completely get behind that, right? We if you look at numbers, it's just a 4-point difference.
Correct.
But most importantly is how Axis Esports have captured our attention. From the beginning, we look at Vegeta and we were like, yeah, this guy was the wonder kid from Freedom Rumble back then. He was the mad lad that is running in, getting those kills for himself.
Yeah.
He throws his life away, but he gets value back. And then
Sounds
we
like
slowly...
Vegeta from the actual anime, you know?
Exactly, right? And then we looked at Neptune and we were like, yo, this guy is pretty darn good.
Yeah.
And yesterday, Shahid stepped up to the
Yeah.
plate.
Oh,
and I
yeah.
think it's really great to see Shahid, especially putting out that performance against Anxiety, the 1 versus 3, because he always felt like a very passive player, right? Stays in the background, plays a survival game, you know, when the team is on the back foot, he doesn't really take fights. But yesterday, he took initiative, and I think that's what makes Axis Esports such a strong team.
And fun fact, right, yesterday, Axis Esports officially became the kings of Kalahari for the Grand Finals. And the best way to take away that throne from the one and only Farang was to beat Farang on the way there. And they have actually picked up the most number of points on that map, surprisingly.
Interesting.
And, yeah, and they've disabled all of the plays that Farang could have brought in, although Farang did move in to their usual spots at Refinery, right?
It didn't matter.
Yeah, it really didn't matter. And the first time round where their engagement changed, I thought that Axis might just push the boundaries and go in for the exact same engagement again, but they didn't get cheeky with it. And that's something that I really respect, because they thought, okay, fine, we've gotten this once already, but we need to guarantee ourselves points. And those save plays are what's going to be saving them. But Pando EWG, yet another consistent team in the competition.
I can't believe I'm saying this, right? Because normally we look at Monito, we look at Manchai. But yesterday it was all Jay-Z. This guy, a true survivor for Pando EWG, and I think the main reason that Pando EWG is still in the running, or at least keeping up with the top 4 or 5 teams, was because of that one miracle round that Jay-Z was able to pull out for himself, right? And he was also the one who ruined Orange Esports' chance at getting a booyah. In fact, I think Orange Esports, unfortunately, is the most unfortunate team from day one. One of the so one of the round it was ruined by Jay-Z alone. The other one was because Anxiety used them as bait to lure K9 in, and the third one was just K9 beating them in a head-on fight.
Bermuda, the strongest map so far from Pando EWG, but if there's somewhere where they want to improve is Purgatory, right? Yesterday we saw them just pick up 5 points from Purgatory over 2 maps where they played, and if this time there's something that Pando can do differently for themselves to continue climbing up the leaderboard, is just bring in the exact same sort of strategies, but except for Purgatory, just purely play those placement points, get into that final circle, and if they can actually focus on doing that and bringing the consistent plays in for the rest of the maps, this is going to be one very dangerous team to look out for in the top 3.
Yeah, where are we actually seeing Pando normally drop in these games? Are they playing more towards the edge of the map? Because if it is, maybe we could see them maybe look at Orange Esports and their positioning for these upcoming games. Maybe they try and play towards the center. I find it pretty interesting because typically in these grand finals, we're always seeing these teams trying to drop in the center of the map because they're trying to get in prime position, to gatekeep, to vulture off of other teams as they're coming in. But a lot of teams so far have been playing towards the outer circle of that map. Why is that?
Pando EWG is a good example. They hardly drop in the center. They always are the one that runs into the circle. And I think it's just a very safe way, right? You guarantee yourself loot. You guarantee, yourself to be in a safe spot. You don't engage in early conflict. And sometimes it can work as a double-edged sword where you get gate capped. But if played correctly, those late rotations can actually save lives, right? Because we have seen teams like, for example, GeekFam, Anxiety, Farang, they like to make early rotations just to get themselves into a good spot, into a good vantage point, but they end up getting pincered by multiple teams. And I think Pando EWG is one of those teams that is smart enough and is also tactical enough to play outside the circle and make it in without scratch.
Yeah, and the problem is, a lot of teams have already gone in and claimed certain compounds for themselves already, especially in the middle part of the circle. And Eastern Wolves gang, there's the one good thing about them is they don't ego challenge anyone. They don't take that purposeful hot drop and try to pick off kills. They try to play their safe game, and it has served them extremely well.
Yeah, now we've got our top players of the day so far. So on the side of Anxiety, it's going to be Konoho. We've got Orange Esports Torm here, and then we've got Vegeta on the side of Axis. Firstly, I'm just going to say Torm looking fantastic with those orange wings there. I think it looks, wonderful for his presentation.
Angelic.
But very angelic. But let's talk about these players a little bit more, right? I mean, we did give a lot of props to Torm. He did quite a bit for Orange Esports yesterday at Husky. You were giving some props here to Vegeta on the side of Axis. But for Anxiety, Konoho, what has Konoho done so far for Anxiety that's really made him a top player?
Do not let his character of being the golden arm of Anxiety fool you, because he is pretty deadly at close quarter combat as well, right? unlike Chessman, who we know him as the long-range sniper, Kanoho can actually play close-quarter fights if you give him the right weapon, right? And he has done multiple clutches, 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3 in tight indoor areas with a shotgun. And I think that's what makes him so good. But when push comes to shove and you need someone to lob those golden nades, he's the one for you. I think he's the Michael Jordan of lobbing grenades.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And one of the main reasons why Kanoho is here as one of the top players is because his assists in the team, in comparison to Tom and Vegeta, he outshines them, right? He's always there tagging up those players. Yes, it's an assist. Yes, someone else finishes them off, but it is Tom dealing that initial damage when it comes to all of those fights. And
I mean, you're not wrong with the
combat.
tagging. Look at his stats. So yes, he's got 45 kills to his name, but the most important thing is how many assists a player gets, and he's got 46. He's got more assists than kills.
And 10 of those assists from those 46 just came from yesterday's grand finals, right? And that's what makes Kanoho an absolutely cracked player out there on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think the craziest thing is that if we didn't look at Orin yesterday, I think Kanoho is going to be next on the list in terms of the average distribution between kills and assists, right? Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, the top 3 players from yesterday, aside from Orin, the other 2 actually don't have as much assists as Kanoho himself.
Correct, yes.
He's probably one of the highest efficiency in terms of getting assists for his teams in the overall player pool that we have.
Not intentionally, he just runs in and he just sprays everyone up, right? And he just leaves the heavy picking to the other players. And usually you see Chessman with the most number of kills. It's mainly because of Kanoho. This is the guy with the shotgun, sets everyone up. One single shot from Chessman's sniper usually doesn't get that drop, but with Kanoho already damaging them initially, you always see him taking those kills, right? Which is a fantastic combo, which obviously gives the spotlight to Chessman in the overall number of kills, but this guy is the one that does the majority of the work.
He does a lot of the heavy lifting, right? Sometimes you got to have that one guy doing the dirty work so that the rest of your team's able to come in and sweep things up. But we are going to be switching over to our next spotlight player, and I do believe it's going to be Torn. Let's sort of start on Torn before his stats pop up. Never mind. Let's take a look very quickly. Now, vastly different stats here for Torn. So he's got 33 kills to his name, 16 assists. So he's not quite the one doing a lot of the dirty work, but he is trying to snap up those kills for his team. 16,000 damage over the course of just yesterday's games alone. What's been Torm's role for Orange Esports?
I think the biggest advantage that Tom gives Orange Esports is his accuracy, right? This guy has got an insane rate of 10% of headshots from all of those engagements that he takes out there on the battlefield, which makes him extremely dangerous when he comes across any of those teams out there, because that one headshot immediately down, so you do not have a chance to respawn at all. But all of the conditions need to be met, right? Because we have seen Orange Esports and we've seen their engagement capability from those long-range fights, not really that hard-hitting. But when it's close range, this guy, absolutely insane.
And the craziest part is that most of these numbers came from the second half of the group stage, right? The first half, kind of a no-show. I'm sure we have some kills and some assists, but it is inconsequential compared to what other players have brought to the table. So if we're looking at Tom right now, we're basically looking at 3-4 play day worth of stats.
3-4 play days.
It sounds really bad, but
it is what it is.
It's true. Yeah, it is true. I mean, it's been a massive comeback here for Orange Esports. So I think if anything, okay, if anyone's watching Orange Esports, all eyes on Tom to see if this guy is going to be able to sort of bring the team back into the fold here. And we're going to be jumping over to Vegeta's stats in just a second here. Husky, I'm going to start with you here for Vegeta. What are players looking out for him?
If we look at the numbers alone, I think it really speaks volumes of what kind of a player he is, right? Only 8 assists. He needs no man to help him. He is his own army. 27 kills, definitely not the most overall in the league, but this is what he has been since he first joined Free Fire, competitive Free Fire, right? Just the tip of the spear, always the fragger. The main fragger rushes in, gets the kill, dies, whatever. And now with the revive system, I think it does benefit players like him a bit more, because you can take more of those risks. But the one good thing about him is that he is just generally fearless. If you want him to start a fight, he is going to start a fight.
I mean, if you're looking at Axis Esports overall, it's always going to be Neptune. You know, he's the biggest damage dealer. He's the one that has got the highest number of kills, hands down. But when you look at Vegeta and his accuracy on the battlefield and how dangerous he is in those engagements, this guy doesn't miss. You can see him bobbing and weaving between all of those time turners as well as glue walls, and every single time he steps on out, he's tagging a player out there on the battlefield. And And to a certain degree, aiming on Free Fire is easy, but at a pro level like this, it's the timing of that accuracy,
Yes.
right? You can't stand out in the open for too long. That's the exact point that makes that guy scary.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think on top of that, even though Neptune has the most numbers, I think a small part of that was because of someone like Vegeta, right? You need these kind of selfless players who are willing to throw their bodies in front
yeah,
and
to
sure,
make the openings.
And
right? I don't
that's
get the
definitely
kills,
Vegeta, yeah.
but I guarantee it for my team, and I think that's very important.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, as we hop on into game number 1, Danley, because I know you won't be able to say anything later.
Well, I mean, I get to
Who's
watch
that
the game.
one team you think is going to be dominating Bermuda?
Bermuda, I think
Yeah.
we're going to have to give it to EWG. I think that...
Ooh.
look, they were amazing during the first game yesterday. I think they're going to do... I think they're exactly the same thing. They're a morning team, so I'm going to go for EWG. I'll pass it over to you guys first. You can give your predictions when the game starts, but I do believe game 1 is ready. It's Bermuda. Let's see who's going to get our first booyah of the day. Husky, AJ, who are you cheering for? It's over to you.
Thank you very much, Danny. And AJ, I think you just lost us our job on the panel because Danny has spot on analysis.
Oh, yeah.
The good thing is we have no hot drop from Watch and Learn against Geek Fam, but
Correct.
we do have hot drop for
Yeah.
Watch and Learn against No Escape.
Yeah.
So some things don't change, but the good thing is that No Escape is a team that generally doesn't receive hot drops very well, and they don't like to do it. And in this case, even if they get picked off, there's still 2 members left alive, but we get a pretty standard circle to kick off the day.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with Danley as well, right? Eastern Wolves gang, very spicy when it comes to their Bermuda plays. But let's see exactly what Geek Fam has got in store for us, because yesterday they were the hardest hitters. Well, Watch and Learn, hot drop once again, No Escapes, not going to get caught out just yet. Era 7 does have the Mag 7 in hand, hops on out of the window and runs straight into 2 players on the side of Watch and Learn. Beautiful plays, and it is going to be No Escape that is toasted. Players are not going to get eliminated all that too quickly, because we do see a couple of players from the side of No Escape managing to get away as well. And Kaz, as quickly as he drops his players out there on the battlefield, he's reviving them.
Yeah, I think this is kind of an expected result, right? Just looking at the radar alone, they're outnumbered, but No Escape, they were prepared for this. So not much was lost. Error and Potter, I don't think they have much on them as well, so you can easily restock them. They got control of Bullseye from the get-go, so this revive, it really felt like the game just started for them. So nothing much of value was given away to Watch and Learn other than 2 points, but knowing No Escape, I think overall in terms of numbers, I would take No Escape over Watch and Learn any time. But a big part of that favoritism also came from how Watch and Learn played yesterday, which is I wouldn't say uncharacteristic, but definitely not favored.
I mean, if you look at the overall leaderboard, you do have the players of No Escape 1 rank above Eternal Watch and Learn. The points difference between them, not a lot at all. I mean, below 10 points. So if the players of Eternal Watch and Learn can eliminate No Escape from this equation here in match number 1 in itself, I think that's going to do them a lot of good, right? But in reverse, if Eternal Watch and Learn can do that to No Escape, it's the perfect condition for them to continue climbing up the leaderboard and aiming for the top 6 in here today. Because Eternal Watch and Learn, although they have had those flashy hot drops, they haven't really been able to execute much of those engagements well. But thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The first match, barely in 5 minutes, and you guys have unlocked the
4,000 concurrent views.
Yeah, Weapon Royale voucher.
Yes.
And I'm just thinking to myself on whether or not that was unlocked, or are we just flashing you guys and showing it to you to tell you exactly what you can claim. I think we actually got that unlocked.
We got
Holy
it.
mama.
We got it yesterday, right? Just to remind you guys that there is actually the code, so you guys can redeem it. But No Escape inevitably still runs into Watch and Learn, and this time is cast around with the weaponry to work with. Demon 76 drops down just to get a revive, but here comes K9. I think we have seen this before. They really do love, you know, poking their fingers into other people's problems, and K9, they sent 2 members in to try and voucher this, but they have blank from afar. Masuke is gonna fall victim to that.
Let's see exactly what K9 Esports has got in store here for us, because No Escape is taking that revenge and executing Eternal Watch and Learn for hot dropping them and dropping their players, forcing those revivals super early. But K9 Esports is in the compound of Bullseye as well. And just like that, they shut down the players of No Escape before they can escape anywhere else. One final survivor will not be able to get away from the watchful eyes of K9 Esports. By the looks of it, they bring out their drone, extra bit of information on the map, but it looks like No Escape might just be able to get away here. Error 7 has been spotted out, and that's a GG. No escape, could not escape.
That was so fast as well from K9, right? They see that they are players fighting each other on, around Bullseye. They instantly send 2 members, but not like what we've seen before. They don't send their teammates straight into the fray. They send them to the outskirts where they can have a good angle to actually act as the vultures. And they got 4 points out of it. 4 points without even being in the fight. Perfect start for K9. Definitely a bit of adjustment to their usual confrontational playstyle, but if K9 wants to even have a chance to make it to top 3 or even win the whole thing, this is what they gotta do.
Let's see if or not Farang can step up on Bermuda. Their performance yesterday was okay at best. And whenever they do hop into Bermuda, you expect them to perform a little bit better to keep up with Geek Fam, right? A total of 27 points picked up yesterday. But we know that they can bring on that firepower. And you mentioned this yesterday as well, Husky, that Farang's a team that kind of turns on, gets activated a little bit later towards the end of the competition. And this is that kind of condition that urges them to bring on their best plays. Bloody Heads, on the other hand, great start to the day of Grand Finals day number 1, but towards the end of the day, it was a little bit of a softer approach from the team. Mars Electric, their usual drop spot, but as they rotate out, this is going to be really tough, right? Because Toda and Geek Fam right in front of them, and this is going to get super difficult. But thankfully, the circle does come chasing them, and it does cover a little bit of that Mars Electric compound as well. So Bloody Heads technically do not need to rotate out.
Yeah, and something that is worth pointing out is that Geek Fam has the perfect condition to start this game, right? Where they are uncontested, they are not involved in any sort of combat, and they just get to do whatever they want. This is a very classic rotation from Geek Fam. If we get this kind of circle, clock tower to factory, 2 huge compound that has a lot of resources for them. And this is one of those few conditions that if met, Geek Fam will have a great game, but K9 Esports runs into Venom 96 and watch and learn. Just like No Escape, they just did not get to play the game.
Yeah, fantastic, man. I mean, K9 Esports just bagging both of the teams that they spotted initially. But Eternal Watch and Learn still sustains their lives out there on the battlefield. They still have got 3 more members alive, as they have managed to evacuate Katulistiwa and look for a revival platform for themselves. We can expect to see them in a little bit. But Bloody Heads, once again, still sticking towards the edge of Mars Electric, wanting to rotate into Pochinok, although it is not needed at all. Mark, great engagement, but no knocks coming through just yet. Spark has got the AC-80, fires right back. Double shots, and Bloody Head is going to be paying high prizes here. Mark has got the Woodpecker. Aim perfect. The rate of fire, not as great. But let's see exactly what he can back. Eastern Wolfsgang might just be able to spoil the party of Toda here if they can execute this backstab, because they are on the way to Pochinok as well.
Yeah, Mantai was scouting this, but for Mopando EWG, they also have ORV that they need to deal with, right? And that's what just happened as Twak gets an initial shot on top of the bridge. And this is one of those few locations where you just get such good vantage point. It's incredibly efficient in terms of long-range combat. And in this case, ORV are just not ready to receive it, and because Mantai was the scout, so he knows exactly where the members of ORV are. So if you are ORV right now, you gotta get rid of this guy.
Okay, bad nade toss here by Cookie. Waste 1. Can he get the other one accurately? Lotte tosses it to the other side and then wastes yet another grenade. ORV is all about tossing out those grenades to nothing. And yesterday was just a day of no showing for ORV. They might have not have played. Picking up 11 points across 8 games is nothing short of horrible. So they need to make up for that. This is redemption time. Eastern Wolfsgang taking the fight straight to them. And ORV has got a defensive compound to work with. So they are at the advantage. But they disengage. They back away, showing their backs to Eastern Wolfsgang. That might be the wrong move, because if Eastern Wolfsgang do rotate in at the right time, and that is the condition that is met here, they will be able to catch them, but good time turner by ORV. And they run straight into Farang. A little bit unfortunate, and the terrible run for ORV might just continue in here.
Yeah, and you can't really blame them, right? They had to move because of EWG, but unfortunately, it was just not meant for them, right? That one tower, EWG had 2 choices, to push them or to fall back. And for ORV, they just don't feel comfortable enough, especially when they expanded a couple of nades to nothing.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very sound decision for them to move away. But the unfortunate thing is that you have teams like Farang who have already, set themselves in a very comfortable position.
Yeah. Ooh. And look at the turn of events. I think Pando EWG is just going to be distracting the players of Toda for just a little bit, leaving ORV just to deal with the players of Farang. But I don't really agree with the strategy of ORV, right? They had the defensive compound. They could have played it against Eastern Wolfsgang, who were getting aggressive, running towards them. But unfortunately, that's just not the case. They hunt for the circle, they reposition out in the open, lose 2 players on the way as well. Could have been slightly more solid than that. Now Farang just teasing those players with all of those shots, forcing them to stay inside of that one small tiny house. None of them can get out just yet. Toda moving on towards the center of the circle alongside the players of Orange Esports as well. Eternal Watch and Learn come flying in like the demons of death, and they will be the next challengers for Toda to eliminate. Eternal Watch and Learn, they've got a lot to prove in here, and they're not wasting any time at all. Look at the approach towards Toda, Yasuke.
And same as Farang, right? They're running into ORV, and they know that ORV had no room, nor time, nor resources to bring the teammates back in ORV. They're going to be forced straight into the hands of EWG. So it's either you die by Farang's hand or you die in EWG's arms. And they chose EWG by force. EWG picking up 2 free kills for themselves, but that also gives info to Farang. It's a very slow game so far, AJ.
Yeah, absolutely.
11.5 minutes in, and only 2 full squads have been wiped out.
And everybody's just waiting for that chaos to erupt in a moment. Eternal Watch and Learn will survive as Toda does not want to engage just yet. Axis Esports, good grenade opener coming through from Kanoho, does not tag anyone up just yet. One more to play. Is that a waste? No, it's not! Beautiful knock onto Vegeta, and that opens up the attack. Here comes the players of Anxiety, rushing on in. Great glue wall will be erected just to pause the players of Anxiety halfway through. Neptune backs away, Max 7 in hand, erects yet another glue wall to pause the players of Anxiety. They're going to be able to pick up their own player, and Axis Esports has an opportunity to turn things around. Barba has got the M1887, beautiful play. 18, 12 more HP, Barba gets dropped. Toby with the backstab, and this is going to be big for Anxiety if they can pull this off, and he pulls up yet another glue wall just to get away. A very weak play from Anxiety, but that was mainly because of Axis Esports. They successfully paused them as they took that aggressive attack.
Anxiety actually didn't move in as a team. I remember seeing when they went for the push, one of their players actually decided to go downstairs. I'm not sure if it's to put himself in an angle to toss nades, but I feel like there's a bit of disconnect for Anxiety, and because of that, they've lost 3 members just in the blink of an eye. But on the other end, K9 Esports are running straight at Orange Esports. Normain does get tagged by a good nade, but Payne is still doing the work. Normain takes out Rosso nonetheless. K9 Esports down to just 1, and of course it's going to be Torm to take out K9 Esports and keep 2 other of his teammates in the game.
Yeah, fantastic grenade toss there. 2 kills coming through for the players of Orange Esports in the name of Tom. And they've got quite the clear area, but open land. So you've got an advantage and a disadvantage outside of the circle. They need to rotate in 30 seconds to play here. And all of those defensive compounds have already been claimed by the other 7 teams that are still alive and kicking. One saving grace, they've got a vehicle to kind of play around with here. If Orange Esports decides to reposition, 1 recon could be sent out just to look for a proper defensive spot for the others to rotate into. But before they can make a move, I believe Axis Esports will have an opportunity to engage with them. Mark, on the other hand, gets dropped by Spade from afar. That AWM just through Spicy and Farang engaging with 2 different teams at the very same time. Dropping the players of EWG, dropping the players of Bloody Head at the very same time. Fantastic plays, fantastic engagements, but no kills coming through just yet. Farang just teasing them before hopping into the next circle.
This is the Farang that we all know and love. They don't mind taking on 2 teams at once because they're so good at it. The relentless assault on Bloody Head. But thankfully for Bloody Head, they still make it past circle, but Farang has already rotated. On the other end, Toda have the center of the safe zone, but they are getting pushed as well. Now, Geek Fam finally joins the fray by taking out members of Orange Esports. This is going to be a super messy final phase.
Yeah, and Orange Esports aren't even right in front of them, right? Geek Fam's all the way across the battlefield and just tagging one after the other. The players of Orange Esports allowing Bloody Head as well as Eastern Wolfsgang to finish them off, but Bloody Head's just a little bit distracted by EWG. Pando EWG, good nade tossed on in, but misses Morgana by a mile. Monito in a lot of trouble. No more grenades to play with, only 3 of those glue walls. And as he repositions, now it's the option for Bloody Heads to stake a revenge fight here. The circle hunts down Bloody Heads, which means they do not have to reposition, but Toda are going to be the luckiest ones of all. They've got a superior defensive compound to work with.
And there's a grenade launcher from Morgana. That's what we saw a couple of seconds ago. And Morgana was able to get a good knock. Watch Chandler finally bombed out. After a very horrendous start, they still make it to 8th place. But EWG, they are going to suffer in the hands of Bloodyhead because of that one grenade launcher. And they actually have no compound that they can control. They somehow squeeze into the same house as Bloodyhead. But what is the next move? You can say the same for Orange Esports, right? Because they feel like Nomads, always out in the open. They were getting hunted down by Geek Fam, and now EWG is also on their tail. Orange Esports are having an incredibly tough time.
Yeah, if you ask me, Orange Esports is already outperforming their plays yesterday at Bermuda, right? Over 2 games, they only picked up 10 points. So far, surviving as one of the 6 teams, already good enough. But Toda shutting down the players of Geek Fam, one after the other. Dekos holding on for his dear life. Bloodyheads, they do have the compound to work around with here, so they are just playing it to their full advantage. But Morgana has already expanded all of those shots from his grenade launcher a little bit earlier on. That could have been super solid of an opportunity to overtake this compound if he had still saved it. We do not know if or not he still has ammunition on the grenade launcher, so we just have to be a little bit more patient. Geek Fam from across, once again, tagging the players of Toda from the back. And yes, they bring on all of those fights, but Toda disengages and moves on to the opposite side.
And they are running straight into Farang, and they are winning against Farang as well. Bloodyhead are helping them out by sniping Farang from that 2nd floor. Marv gets the shot, and I tell you, all this happened because they had that UAV. It actually saw the entirety of the final circle, and Bloodyhead, they are now just farming up kills, but this also opens up opportunity for Geek Fam to take control of the circle. And we haven't really talked much about Geek Fam because they were so silent, but this is the perfect chance for Geek Fam to steal a couple more points away.
Yeah, Geek Fam, the best performers at Bermuda, so no surprise whatsoever to see them here at the final circle. Toda right in front of them. Not the gatekeepers, but they're just still annoying, holding on to the defensive compound. It's now or never. Farang moving in for the sweep as well. Eastern Wolves gang will not be able to sustain, but they take the backstab against Bloodyhead. Tua backs away. Kaloy drops him with the Mag 7. Fantastic response from the players of Bloodyheads. Geek Fam taken out of the equation. Now it's Farang and Toda going up against Bloodyheads. 3 more teams left in here as Bloodyhead drops. Farang will secure Booyah number 1.
And this is the Farang we all remember, we all know, and we all love. And I believe 8 kills at the very end with a Booyah, 20 solid points. Woo. But I gotta say, this is one of the slower but more intense match we had. The blue zone actually has the most kills. If the blue zone can get a Booyah, I think the blue zone will get the most points by the end of game 1. In fact, they got so much kills, they wiped out the entirety of Geek Fam. That's how much kills the blue zone has gotten for themselves. But if you are Farang, you are absolutely happy. They ended yesterday with a Booyah on Alpine, and they start off the day with a Booyah on Bermuda.
I mean, if you are Farang, you are even more happier knowing the fact that you were getting tagged left, right, center. You had to deal with so much of firepower from Mark, who continuously were knocking down your players, and they still managed to sustain all of those numbers into that final circle. Danley, your thoughts on that crazy matchup?
It was so busy towards the southeastern side of that circle, right? I saw Todak sitting nice, like very happy in their own little compound. They did have to deal with Geek Fam at some point, but I think I was surprised that they were able to take down Geek Fam at all, right? You wouldn't expect, of all the teams, Todak to be able to go toe-to-toe, 1v1 up against Geek Fam. But we did see a bit of a mess down towards that southeastern side, right? Unfortunately, my boys weren't able to bring it home this time, but I mean, Farang, it was an impressive performance. They also had to deal with Orange. They had to deal with Bloodyhead as well. It was just so crazy. But they were able to pull it on through. And I mean, this has got to be so good for Farang because they had such a difficult day 1 that for day 2 to start the day with a Booyah, they're going to be so happy with themselves.
Before they got into the final circle, Farang actually had, I think 3 kills. And all 3 of them were on Spade. And he got taken up before we even saw the final phase. And at the same time, like AJ mentioned, right, they were actually pushed, they were forced into Geek Fam.
Correct.
The circle was closing in on everyone.
They barely had a defensive compound.
They barely had a defensive compound, right? And they were constantly trying to revive one another out in the open. And the fact that they survived and they got 5 kills at the very end was very impressive. That could have been... We thought that was a Toda game. We thought that could have been an EWG game.
Could have even been a Geek Fam game.
Geek Fam looked super strong, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, Geek Fam lost to the blue zone, so it I guess that's something that's out of our
I mean, you
control.
can thank Toda for that, right? They refused to give
Yes.
away that defensive compound, and worst off, they refused to engage with Geek Fam, and that was just brilliance from the side of Toda, because they knew, why should I take that fight up against you when I'm focusing on that final circle? I want to pick up my placement points and secure those kills later on. Engaging a little bit too early would put them in a difficult spot, because that leads them away from the center point of the circle. And looking at the number of players that were still alive towards that final circle, you know it's then going to be a game of attrition towards that circle, and it will just be the blue zone doing the majority of the work. And
Yes.
that was the right decision, because the blue zone did do its work on the players of Geek Fam.
I actually want to ask here, so we did see this engagement, I think it's still on the screen here, this highlight. It was Axis versus Anxiety, and we actually saw Anxiety going down in this team fight. I thought they had an advantageous position. They were on the second floor. I think the initiation started because Vegeta got knocked by a grenade.
Yeah.
But what really happened here for Anxiety? Because the team just crumbled.
I want to give you guys a flashback of yesterday. Shahid 1 versus 3. It was also against Anxiety.
Yep.
This time he wasn't the superstar, but I think that the situation is the same. Anxiety got an initial grenade knock. They make the call to go for a push, which is absolutely understandable. And of course, the one of the basic defense of defending a compound is that you put a glue wall on the stairwell and you try to buy time, and that was what Axis did, right? So Anxiety, they wanted to push right through, break the glue wall, and go for the kill. The problem is that they didn't do it with everyone in the same direction. One, I believe, was Kanoho. Someone decided to go down to the first floor, probably to go outside the perimeter to prep himself for a grenade toss or something. And that basically reduced their firepower, and Axis just played their close call combat better than Anxiety.
Yeah, I think you called that out right, because it most definitely was that play because of how Axis was responding to that situation, right? You throw out the glue walls, you immediately pause the players of Anxiety, and the only way for Anxiety to now break the defenses of the players of Axis would be to get a grenade toss into the window, because they were all squeezed into a tight compound already. But that turned out to be the worst possible decision, because by the time the glue wall went down, Anxiety didn't have the numbers to sustain that battle inside of that house. So a little unfortunate with the decision making, but that's just round number 1. This is not the strongest map for Anxiety, so no love lost here. But overall, remember what we said, when you put up Axis versus Anxiety, my bet's always going to be on Axis because of their consistency. But even with that consistency, all they could pull away from this map was just 8 points, Danny.
8 points, and Farang sitting happy, sitting pretty with 20 points to start the day.
This is huge. This is huge for Farang.
Look at Toda.
Their best performance.
Toda yesterday got 6 points from Bermuda from 2 games.
No. The question is, how much points did Toda get yesterday? And how much... They made up for 90% of that in one game alone. But this is...
Actually, I can check this if you give me a second.
28 points overall
Yeah,
yesterday.
so they got more than 50% of that.
Yeah.
But this is very good news for Farang, right? Because the team that is in the lead, is ahead of them, excuse me, in terms of points, they didn't get much in round 1, especially Geek Fan, right? They only got 9 points. One of the more lackluster rounds, but no thanks to the blue zone. So Farang getting 20 big points.
Don't worry about Geek Fan, because we know that points are coming eventually. We know this.
I don't know about that, because this is Grand Finals day. It's not the league stage where Geek Fam usually dominates, right? At the Grand Finals is where we see them not really show up as strong for some weird reason. I don't know if, they pissed someone off and they've been cursed for life to fail at all of the Grand Finals, but that just seems to be the trend so far. Like yesterday, once again, was quite the soft day, even though Geek Fam was in that number 1 spot. It
But
was
only 4
not
points.
it was not the usual aggressive side that truly has those breakout runs, which is actually a huge warning sign.
That was by Geek Fam standards, by the way. I mean, they have set the bar so high that having less than 150 points per day seems like a bad day for Geek Fam. But this start was definitely not what they were looking for. But if you're a Farang supporter and you're on my side thinking that Farang would win, I think this is a great start. I'm really happy.
Yeah, fantastic play from Farang, and the plays that they brought into that final circle, unbelievable plays. Because once again, unlike Toda, they did not have a defensive compound. All they had to do was just look around, erect those glue walls, and continuously revive their players, which is one of the most difficult things to do in a circle like that, because you've got so many of your enemies all around. Everybody was taking pot shots against them, and for them to survive all of that, insane stuff.
Well, let's see if they can do it again because game 2 is ready to go. It's going to be Kalahari. Are we going to maybe see Todak, or at least the rise of Todak, and maybe even their first booyah? It's a lot to ask, but we'll have to see as we jump into this map right now. Husky and AJ, take it away for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Danny. As we hop on into Kalahari, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Yesterday, Farang did not show up to their own homes, and no escape, could not escape the hot dropping Eternal Watch and Learn. 4 kills picked up, Demon and Venom. Beautiful stuff. Both of them wanted the high tier loot zone, and it looks like this team is the one that walks away with all of the loot.
I'm telling you, Watch and Learn probably spent the entirety of yesterday's evening just discussing who to hot drop today.
Yeah.
Obviously, it didn't work against Geek Fam, but you know who they can bully? No Escape.
Yeah.
And we have just unlocked the 7,000 view milestone, so y'all would get the Rave Skater Glue Wall.
You guys are on fire.
AJ loves this one, but unfortunately he can't claim it, so you guys, please claim it.
Yeah, I can't claim it because I'm casting. Oh my god, you guys are so lucky, man. But thank you so much, guys. You guys have been absolutely fantastic on day 2, unlocking the second giveaway before we even break through to game number 3, right? I mean, we just started match number 2 and we've already got that 7K, so I'm very sure we're just a stone's throw away from hitting the 10,000 viewership milestone. So please do not forget, hit that like, continue being active in the comment section, and most importantly, help us share that stream so that we can bring more survivors to enjoy all of these pro plays out there on the battlefield. I say my eyes are on Farang this time around. They've started off hot and they need to continue with that momentum. They need to break through their own lack of performance at Kalahari yesterday. Unacceptable performance, Husky, because they only managed to pick up 4 placement points and 2 kill points from 2 maps at Kalahari, and we were thinking they were the kings of this map.
Yeah, and they are. I still think they are. Obviously, yesterday was a completely different tale. We look at it, and you know, if you are a Farang supporter and you've been following this belief that they are the kings of Kalahari, yesterday would shake that faith a bit. But I think overall, yesterday was kind of that slow start that we are used to seeing from a team like Farang. But so far, they have not got off of that freight train of momentum. And they're going to go for the same play. We've seen this time and time again. Spread out your members. If you look at the radar itself, if you look at the map, Farang member always take those vantage point. The good news is Axis, they're not contesting this. And Farang gets control of a huge part of the center point. And this circle is also helping them out.
And, you know, this is just an expected result as from the side of Farang, but Orange Esports flying straight into a snipeable distance against the players of Farang. That's going to be a problem. Axis Esports, on the other hand, not getting super aggressive. But remember, Bayfront is their drop spot, and where that engagement mainly happened was when they were rotating from Bayfront into the platform, right, into that refinery area. And let's say if at all they do engage with that exact same angle, it's all going to be on the side of Farang this time around, because I think they're looking for a little bit of revenge as well.
Yeah, and I tell you what's good about how Farang has spread out their members. We did see them, you know, reconvene with one another. Is the fact that because of where they are, they actually get to gather intel on the amount of players or the number of teams that is in their vicinity. So from that angle alone, from how they spread out their members just now, they actually saw 4 teams on the map. They saw Axis, they saw Orange, they saw Bloody Hit. And I don't remember the last one. I believe it was Watch and Learn. But the fact that you have all those info on who is around where, or at least the amount of teams around your area, it gives them a very good intel to act upon and, you know, reposition themselves. And this is what's happening right now. Farang again doing those split and making sure that they cover all of the possible angles to not let any team come into Refinery.
K9 Esports thinking hard on whether or not they want to launch themselves into yet another team out of Shrines. Let's see exactly how the rotation is going to come through for them. They're playing this a little slow. Their performance on Kalahari yesterday was nothing to shout about. One of the weaker teams on Kalahari, picking up a total of 11 points across 2 games. So they have to play this much slower. They have to play this a little bit more tactically if they want to continue climbing up that leaderboard. And overall, K9 Esports, they just haven't truly shown up in the competition to live up to their brand's promise.
That has kind of been the case even a month or 2 ago, right? K9, good start, mediocre finish. And it's just this constant up and down of performance that kind of puts them in a very weird spot, right? On one side, if K9 has a good game, they have a really good game.
It's the Wagger!
but now we don't really see that very good game from K9. Do you miss Mr. Wagger?
I absolutely miss Mr. Wagger, bro. What's your favorite pet?
What's my favorite pet? A pet dog.
In the game,
Oh, in the... You didn't ask me in real... I thought you asked me in real... What's my favorite pet?
I know you love huskies.
Yes. Mr. Wagger.
Mr. Wagger's the cutest pet alive, man. Extra glue walls, I'll take that any day. Mr. Wagger, super kind. You know, you bring Mr. Wagger in, if you've got no glue walls, he generates one for you. You know, you can never have too many glue walls on you. You gotta play the defensive game at the end of the day, Battle Royales. You gotta play the game of survival. Orange Esports, they've got the vantage point in here in the danger zone. Neptune not allowing them to take a breather at all. AC-80 for the attack, but Axis not getting too confident with this engagement because they do not have the vantage point. They're respecting Orange Esports, but Farang, they do not respect the position that Orange Esports hold on to at all. They take that backstab and an opportunity now to hop on right into the compound of Orange and shut them down. But too bad, all of those players, in fact, are playing this as passively as they can.
Yeah, this is Farang in a nutshell in Kalahari. You do not need to rush. We do not need to give up our power position, right?
Yeah.
We are the strongest when we get control of those high ground, and that's what Farang has been practicing the entire league stage. And here comes the nade, a bit short. I say a bit short, but it's actually very short. It's not even a lane, it's a flashbang from blank. So nothing was done.
That was more like a decoy.
Yeah, it does force Axis Esports to make a move though. You see this very aggressive posture. They want to push blank away.
Axis Esports now rushing straight in towards the enemy's front lines. Double nades coming through from Flame, as well as his backup in the name of Neptune. Shahid gets tagged up. K9 Esports, they erect all of those glue walls, but very quickly moving behind that small defensive compound as well. But great Riptide rhythm will put Blank down on the ground. But Normain responds with a solid grenade that takes down Flame, and that pauses the attack of Axis
Shahid's going
Esports.
in.
Axis moves on in. Shahid Max 7 engages with 3 players all at the same time. Insane play, but terrible strategy. No execution there. Pain gets knocked down, and Neptune is traded out. It's going to be between Normain and Flame. Normain does not sustain, and K9 Esports bomb out against one of the most consistent teams in the competition. Axis Esports, great 4 points picked up.
Shahid is an absolute madman.
Yeah.
One of his teammates got knocked down, and you see this guy just runs into the entirety of K9, but he had Neptune to back him up. The fact that he made that move on his own accord is incredibly brave, a bit fearless, but it did work out. And Goku gets naded by Demon 76. This is an easy pick-off unless Rosso can get an instant knock with a headshot, but it is almost impossible. In fact, watch and learn. They are kind of going off of a high after knocking out no escape early on, so Orange Esports are forced to retreat.
VSS in hand, Demon 76. Oh my lord! Goku didn't stand a chance there as there was no backup from any of the players from the side of Orange Esports, but the saving grace here is Rosso did manage to peel away. Tom still has an opportunity to bring the rest of his team members back, and Decos, I don't know exactly why is Orange Esports spreading themselves all out on that battlefield, but it's not really the best of plays in my opinion, unless they're just focusing on those revival points, right? Axis has got a strong chance of finishing them off as ORV now starts to engage with Orange Esports. This is the weak strategy of Orange that is being taken advantage of even by a team like ORV that hasn't really shown up in the competition, right? When you peel away, when you spread out there on the battlefield, you don't really have the numbers to engage. Aggressively or even defensively, there's not much of those plays that you can do. The only thing you can do is run, and in such an open map, how are you going to get away? Axis Esports won't be able to tag ORV as they fly right over them and drop into a spot that has got a revival point as well as a buy point. So ORV, they have picked the right spot to take a fight because those revivals will come in quite handy.
Yeah. The only team that is below Toda by the end of yesterday at least, in fact barely breaking 10 points. I think they finished with like 11 or 12.
Yeah,
11 points for ORV. That hasn't really changed much. But and I think it's safe to say that ORV will not be making it, at least not making it to the front page. But one thing that you can do is to spoil the fun, and that's what we like to see from these kind of teams, right? Just hope might not be there, but you know there's still games to be played. I think ORV they're doing whatever they can, and the team that is in front of them is Todak. They actually did get a knock, I believe, but no confirmed kills.
And, you know, sometimes teams just play slightly better when they're just trying to ruin other teams' chances rather than play for points themselves.
Well, there's nothing to lose. I think you generally play better, right?
Yeah, and I feel like ORV could have just played that style a little bit more confidently yesterday, but no, they were super passive. They were getting into angles where they were just trying to play the game of survival, but could not really find any of those rotations into the center circle properly. Masque down on the ground. He was charging up the grenade. I think he charged it up a little bit too long. Demon 76 from the back, and Axis Esports should be able to make quick work of Eternal Watch and Learn, at least half of the team. Demon 76 now, trip mine in hand, doesn't even lay it down on the ground. Gets sprayed down by Shahid. Amazing stuff from the players of Axis. Not pausing, not taking a single breath as they hop on into fight with Eternal Watch and Learn. But Foundation is going to be the spot that the rest of the two players from the side of Eternal Watch and Learn back away to. Eastern Wolves Gang, on the other hand, have to deal with Geek Fam.
Yeah. I have breaking news is that I think Watch and Learn has the most self-knockdown with a nade. There's something about them. But Pando EWG now has to face off against Geek Fam, and those nades are getting lobbed out. Rajab is barely surviving with a slither of health. But if EWG can stop Geek Fam in their tracks, this is going to be a huge contribution to the overall leaderboard, at least keeping Geek Fam away from that first place. And remember, when Geek Fam played the first round yesterday on Kalahari, they got 0 points. They got wiped by Watch and Learn. So now Orange is going in for the push. Not getting anything done just yet, but the rest of the team are putting in the numbers. Mantai from behind was able to down Orange, but the rest of Geek Fam now pow in. Mano 4 goes down. Mantai still alive!
Nice!
Gets away, and now he's coming back for more. Shotgun in hand, beats Raja at his own game. And Fikri,
run boy, run!
With the grappling gun, there's only one Charles left, and there's no more. EWG hunting for his final kill. Geek Fam, not really the kings that they thought they are. The grenades getting tossed out. Fikri is out. Geek Fam are no more.
Geek Fam, oh Geek Fam, that was just a little unfortunate. They engaged with Pando EWG, and you know, we talked about how Geek Fam, they proved themselves on Bermuda yesterday, but Pando EWG, man, that was a solid run at Bermuda as well for themselves. 30 points overall from 2 games, and
Look
now they continue that momentum into this map at Kalahari. Neptune, beautiful play with a Mag 7, steps on out, shuts that player down. 13 kills already for Axis Esports. Talk about a team to watch.
Yeah, and at the same time, Farang also putting up numbers, right? The 2 deadliest teams. Oh, and actually, Axis showed up yesterday as a deadly team. Getting so many numbers in.
Yeah.
Now we have the race between Farang and Axis.
Yeah.
But the good news is, well, at least for Farang, is that Axis just lost one of the members to ORV. So Farang can, breathe a sigh of relief, at least for now. The fact that Geek Fam got 2 poor rounds means that now these teams have a chance to overtake that first place.
Remember, yesterday, the players of Axis Esports, they were the kings of Kalahari. That sort of a mentality needs to stick with them, and they just need to bring that confidence into this fight as well. ORV teasing Axis Esports. Vegeta and Neptune have got no other choice but to back away into a defensive compound and deal with all of these attacks first. But that's just going to sucker ORV in, right? They're going to think that, okay, we've managed to scare away a team. Let's go in for the flush. They've got the numbers advantage, but I don't think they've got that mechanical supremacy over Axis Esports. Neptune peels away, moving in for a potential revival, but that buy point is all the way across. And Neptune, alongside his partner, they need to cross multiple teams to get into that buy point. And even when they get there, they have to deal with anxiety, which only means there's no hope whatsoever for Axis Esports bringing their players back into this matchup.
And this is so, and we saw just now Farang, there's so many grappling gun chargers.
Yeah.
They cover so much ground, and now they're in the circle as well. But they do need a buy point to bring that spade back, I believe. But unfortunately, it was controlled by anxiety. We'll see how that pans out. ORV, they want to push Axis and knock Axis out of this game. And rightfully so, but they're also being pressured, I believe, by EWG on the other end. Mocha is very out in the open. That nade, it's going to go up, and Mocha doesn't get tagged. Meanwhile, Orange Esports out of the equation thanks to anxiety. And Axis Esports, they are still holding on.
Anxiety is still good, but Axis, they've already done the damage already, man. 14 kills in this round at Kalahari. This is just an absolute insane performance coming through from Axis Esports. When you look at their performance at Kalahari yesterday, they took a total of 15 kills from 2 games, Husky. That's what makes this crack, because just in this one game, they've outdone themselves. ORV, the next one's for the picking, for the side of Farang. They do manage to get a knock, but not really focusing in to get that kill as well. And that's just going to help the players of ORV sustain and survive a little bit longer as anxiety gets kicked out in the 5th place. This is a shocking performance from ORV.
And this is a very good game for Pando EWG to get a booyah. It is so hard for people to just come right through, especially especially Farang, excuse me. They have to come through the low ground, and EWG has a whole maze that they can play around. Axis still in the lead. Neptune as a grenade launcher.
I told you they were going to sucker them in.
And now I think that's at least 17 kills that Axis has under the belt. They can bomb out right now and still get the most points.
Oh, yeah.
And I think they're ready to set a record for the most points garnered in one single round. EWG, though, still holding on. Farang now will be under fire.
And this is Axis Esports proving that they are the kings of Kalahari, but they have to get through Farang. And if they do manage to get through Farang in this round, I think that title can most definitely be claimed by Axis. They also have got the vantage point. They've got that bird's eye view. Farang engaging with Eastern Wolves Gang, and Eastern Wolves Gang entertained by Axis Esports. They know that Vegeta's right behind that blue wall, and with the blue zone closing in, the players of Axis Esports are on the verge of getting eliminated already. Eastern Wolves Gang holding on to the high ground advantage, taking shot after shot. Axis will be sacrificed to Jumbo. Great plays as he gets in at that final takedown. The grenade being charged up already. Pando EWG, they should have this round in the bag.
And look at it, they're going in for the final kill. The killing blow from EWG. Farang 2 versus 4. Can they make miracle happen? No, Jembao has a nade out, but there's a time turner blocking that one. Mantai comes around the corner to go for a kill. Jespu on the other hand, trying to hold the fort, but this is not going to be an easy task. Jembao challenged by Mantai, had to go for the reload. Mantai still standing, but Mantai today has been absolutely incredible. He was the one who stopped Geek Fam, and he will be the one to nail them that booyah.
Yeah, and we've talked about this. Pando EWG, one of the most consistent teams in the competition across these maps, and they proved themselves once again at Kalahari. Fantastic plays by these players, and that high ground advantage truly proved to be the winning solution for the side of Pando EWG. Fantastic overall performance, but the highlight, I have to say, Husky, goes back to Axis Esports. I do not know how they were farming those kills.
Yeah, it all started from, I think even at the very start of the round,
Correct,
right?
yeah.
Axis Esports were constantly getting kills. And this is one of those snowball effects that we've seen from way back then.
Yep.
That's what Geek Fam is very known for. Get a kill, loot up,
Correct.
get another kill, loot up, rinse and repeat until you eventually die.
Axis kind of did the same thing last game. We saw this team really snowball, and I think this is just the result of if Axis is given a game that they get to control, that they get to play, this is how good they are. And I mean, there was a lot that went right for Axis, right? I mean, they managed to get those kills onto K9, which of course you're getting kills, you're going to be getting that extra loot. Really good econ game. I got to ask though, what happened with Geek Fam? That was a disaster because it was Geek Fam that engaged EWG.
Mantai happened. And I think Geek Fam also, this is one
of their worst maps, so it's an expected result from Geek Fam.
And it's not just that. I think this is one of those minor criticisms we gave to Geek Fam. I think we had this conversation yesterday where we compared Farang to Geek Fam, right? What separates a team like Farang from Geek Fam is the kind of the macro play, the discipline, right?
Correct.
Geek Fam is the team, if they pull the trigger, they do not stop.
Yeah.
And that fight against EWG was a good example of it. We saw how Raja was trying to heal up, and Orion was like, you know what, I'm going to go in. And they actually had a good idea of who to push. It was into Manchai, but Manchai happened. Clutch one versus two.
Manchai happened.
And that was the end of Geek Fam, right? There was nothing else that they could do. They were running into a shooting gallery, and they just could not confirm the kills.
Yeah, it was a bit of a, gosh, I hate to say this, it was a shocking round really for Geek Fam. I was expecting a little bit more from them, especially for them to try and go into
At least they're consistently
EWG.
bad.
I know, this is 2 rounds in a row where Geek Fam...
Stop. All right.
No, I mean,
okay,
it
hang
was
on.
an expected one, but it's not going to change anything, right? Because Geek Fam hits really hard on the other 3 maps.
You've been saying that for day number 1, and I'm starting to get worried.
I mean...
And I'm not a Geek Fam.
They still had the #1 spot, so... But, you know,
They
the
still
prediction...
had.
The predictions was still, if Axis Esports can
we've got the
improve-
highlight here of what happened here with Geek Fam and EWG. I mean, I thought it was going to be Geek Fam because they were so confident running into this fight. They didn't double back. They didn't hesitate. They really wanted to fully commit. It was just an absolute disaster at the end of the day. I mean, Orion and Mano 4 just got shot down so quick.
Yeah, and look at what happened, right? Orion went in first in a 1 versus 1, couldn't get the kill, and then his teammates trickled in. There was nothing, and in these kind of areas, right, it is very hard for Fikri to provide support because there's just no vantage point for you to fight for. So
And he didn't even have a sniper whatsoever. Yeah, the loots just weren't solid on the side of Geek Fam, right? So that was a surprising early encounter. But the way they went in for that fight was very weak, was very soft.
Yeah.
And we usually do see Orion running in, but he usually runs in after the rest of his players have already assumed those angles to back him up. None of them had any vision on him whatsoever. whatsoever. But Orin was overconfident. He pulls out a time turner thinking that he can sustain his health in there. But one thing he does not expect is he's running into enemy territory, right? He didn't spot the guy at the back who just steps into his time turner, sprays him down. So a little bit of an unfortunate setup there coming through from the players of Geek Fam. And they bomb out. 2 points. But once again, not surprising. Yesterday, 11 points from 2 rounds at Kalahari. This is expected.
Yes, expected. Speaking of expected, though, we've got our points distribution here for these teams. So Axis, now even though Axis did not get the booyah, it doesn't matter, right? 16 kills to their name. That's going to bring them up to first place with 24 points. They've got to be so proud of themselves this round. Pando EWG, I think they've got to be equally proud of themselves because they had a reasonably okay round last round. Now they came in second with 23 points for their second game of day 2.
And I think the best part about Pano EWG is that before the entire group stage, they were just known as EWG, right? So Pano coming in clutch for the grand finals, and if they win the whole thing, I think this would be kind of the biggest acquisition for the organization. I say that because with this round, I think Pano EWG are right up there with the rest of the team. I would say that Geek Fam are probably not even in the conversation, at least for now.
You say for now, I mean... Considering what happened.
Even Husky is quite cautious of counting them out.
I'm not counting Geek Fam out completely, but from numbers alone, from the last 2 rounds at least, we can easily say that Farang, Pando EWG, and Axis Esports have already overtaken Geek Fam temporarily.
Look, Husky, I know we're friends, but I hate to say it. I mean, sometimes I can't really listen to you because your thought process is just not consistent sometimes.
No,
it flip-flops. You know, yesterday, you were all on Team Farang, and then at the end of the day, you turned into a triple F. Fake Farang fan.
No.
I jumped on that bandwagon so fast.
I still think Farang would win. I still think Farang will win, but I can't. But you know, it would be a disservice for me to count out the teams that have potential to overtake Farang.
Yeah.
Right. I'm a believer, but I have to be fair to the other teams. I can't just be like Farang will win. Geek Fam sucks. This team is bad. They are not gonna win.
Look,
Production. We need a fire extinguisher here.
I think it's very unfair.
Production.
What happened? You were supposed to argue with AJ. Okay, I'm supposed to be the moderator. Like what happened?
The roles have been switched. but I do agree with you, Danny, to a certain degree, right? Because yesterday, I guess there was a lot of expectations on Farang. And you know, Husky was right, but there was a lot of other teams stepping up in their own accord as well. And you cannot take away the credit from Eastern Wolfsgang. They've brought in the kind of consistency that the other teams have had quite a tough time bringing in. And now finding that final circle, you know, time and time again, you've got to give this team so much more credit, right? And that's exactly what Husky's doing. And I absolutely agree.
As high up as we raise teams like Geek Fam and Farang, we also kind of criticized Todak a lot, right? And I think Todak got the most beating out of us, at least in his grand finals, because of their performance. So I think it's a very fair distribution of who I support.
Speaking of which, where was Todak? Todak was in 9th place. My goodness, they are back to their bombing out ways.
Oof. I don't like the bombing out word, but that is fine because you know what's going to happen now. We are going to be jumping into our 3rd game of the day. It's going to be Purgatory, and we'll have to see if some of our underdogs are going to be able to bring it back up because some of these teams have struggled this morning. So let's jump into Purgatory right now with Husky and AJ. Let's take it away and see if we can see some comebacks.
Thank you very much, Danley. Now, is this going to be yet another dominating Purgatory run? Because none of those teams out there could go out and show that they were anywhere close to the team of Anxiety. I mean, Anxiety went rampant yesterday. 31 kills overall from 2 matches at Purgatory. They were not only taking the fight up to everyone, but they were just bagging them up in body bags and sending them back home.
One thing about Anxiety that is very impressive yesterday was that out of K9 Esports are out.
K9, what?
But out of all the 8 matches we saw yesterday, there's only 1 match that Anxiety kind of got careless and kind of broke their game plan from the get-go, right? With Chessman going out early on and all of those conditions that we didn't want happen to Anxiety. But for the rest of the matches that they played, even in matches that they didn't really get the booyah, they were able to play their own game. And I think that's what's impressive about Anxiety. Coming into the day, they are a bit quiet for the first 2 rounds.
Now, let's see exactly what they can pull off here because, you know, we talked about this as well, right, Husky? The the team of Anxiety, the only map where they truly performed yesterday was Purgatory.
Yes.
And 50-ish% of their points came from Purgatory. So that was going to be the biggest challenge for this team, because you cannot just come in here and be a superstar for a single map. We've got 4 of those maps on rotation, and it will most definitely go to the side of teams like Axis Esports, who are quite equal on all of those maps. Teams like Geek Fam, who are quite good on most of those maps, right? Like how the other maps are a weakness for Anxiety, the weakness of Geek Fam is only Kalahari.
I think it's a fair point to make, but at the same time, they do have other weaknesses that are a bit more minor that you don't really see as often. And I think Pando EWG did show us a glimpse of that, right? Just how you condition Geek Fam to make that first move and you eliminate them. You know, game 1, it was the blue zone that kind of forced them into a corner. Game 2 was just Geek Fam making that preemptive call that didn't end well for them. So there are ways to kind of manipulate Geek Fam to a certain extent. And in this case, when we look at Purgatory, once more, we're not looking at Geek Fam. I think Anxiety is a good team to focus on. I want to say K9, but K9 are already gone. So we're back to looking at teams like Farang.
Geek Fam, they do step up on Purgatory a little bit. I agree, but what an engagement. Venom out of nowhere, but Kanoho just circles around his glue wall, puts him down to the ground. Bow down to me, sir, he says. As that's one of the reasons why Kanoho is just such a deadly player in close quarters combat, right? You just cannot outmaneuver him. He just dances circles around you and always manages to find that drop. One player taken out already. Kanoho immediately teasing Demon as well. Can he pull this off? It's going to be dependent on how quickly Toby gets to him, and he gets to him pretty quick. That backstab was absolute perfection as yet another player gets shut down. X-Boy is the final guy alive on the side of Eternal Watch and Learn. Clearly, they haven't really learned much in the game of survival.
Yeah, and I want to quickly point out how this was set up from the get-go, right? Watch and Learn wanted to go to Moat House, but Anxiety were already there. And Kanoho was not with his team since the beginning. He was far away getting loot, and you know they were funnel into him.
ORV,
Toda right
really?
now up against ORV. The Ice Grenade forcing Mocha out. Quick glue wall with the fadeaway. Should be able to make it back to his teammates, but Todak, they are ready for the push. They've already taken down Neslu. Neslu, so ORV, they are on the run.
I mean, the only problem that I have with ORV is Neslu being called Neslu, because he should be called Neslo.
Yes.
So that's my only problem. He added that extra O. I'm not too fond of that. Cookie runs away, Chill tags him up. But Mocha on standby, and Mocha goes into spray, but Time Turner in a timely manner from the side of Chill. Dances around the Time Turner. Mocha still gets it, but Affix is there for the backup. Mocha put down onto the ground. Cookie can't even get away. He gets sprayed down onto the ground as well. One final drink on the table called Latte. Can he survive? Can he pump that caffeine back into the veins of his partners? It doesn't seem to be the case because none of those revival points are around, but there is a buy point if he can defect over towards the left-hand side of the map, but that will be a lot of open compound that he has to run across. And Toda has got that area covered. I mean, I thought it was quite the shocking engagement for the side of ORV, teasing the players of Toda in that way, but obviously things turned out the way it was supposed to turn out. Orange Esports potentially might warm out here as Axis takes a fight to them. Look at the barricades of glue walls pulled out. Neptune with one mistake gets sprayed down onto the ground. Decos will not be able to sustain for long, but pulls out a glue wall out of nowhere. Drops Flame as well. Decos sustaining for the players of Orange Esports.
Decos going in for a 1 versus 4. He has gotten 3 for himself. Shai wants to revive Decos. Can you close it out, Decos? 1 versus 4. And whatever happened to Axis in game number 2 does not matter. Orange Esports makes that very, very clear. And that started off with Tom blowing himself up with a grenade. Yeah. And Decos is like, dude, what are you doing? I don't want to do this alone, but I have to do it. And he wins that one. Yep. But they did lose him afterwards, thanks to Farang coming in from the backstab.
No love lost here. Purgatory is the worst map that Axis usually plays, so expected, but what's unexpected is Orange Esports stepping up in this fashion, right? Once again, we have to highlight that this team was dead last at one point at the league stage and made it through to the grand finals with 2 solid days of plays at the very final moments. And thank you very much, survivors, for unlocking the 10,000 views for us. Incubator voucher for all of you, and for us too, if we can whip our phones out and redeem it. But please do take the screenshot of the code and redeem it before 5:30 p.m. today. Once again, these redemptions are only available for all of you survivors playing on the Singapore server.
Farang against Geek Fam, a huge engagement, especially if you are Geek Fam right now, because you've already had 2 mediocre rounds. If you get knocked out by Farang right now, which is one of the closest contenders...
Wait, Orin wasn't fully wiped out?
No, Orin wasn't.
I thought they were.
No,
okay.
Goku was
Thank
left
goodness,
alive.
man.
Yeah.
I thought that was a...
All things considered, I think that they got out pretty well. And Geek Fam disengages, so good move from Geek Fam. I think they kind of need to pump the brakes a little bit. Just remember that, Geek Fam, that you have been telling the tale over and over again, that Geek Fam in the Grand Finals is a team that somehow doesn't really make it towards the end. They get out to a good sprint.
No, not don't make it, right? They're just not as hard-hitting as the league stage. I mean, they are monsters. They are tyrants at the league stage. And at the Grand Finals, they're just one of those top teams,
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So I think that does change things up a bit, right? We see this huge Geek Fam just pulling away, just letting Anxiety do the job at least, because Anxiety now, they join the fray, their strongest map against Farang, which is one of the close contenders for first place.
Let's see. Oh, beautiful shot, Chessman. A little too accurate there. Spade as he ducks away behind the glue wall. Jesbu meets Toby halfway through, tosses a grenade towards him. Toby has got the AC-80 in hand. It's all going to be about the speed of shots by these players on the side of Anxiety to shut down Farang. A couple of those grenades can make the difference, but Toby has got none on him. Has to wait for Jesbu. Jesbu does have the M1887. Close range combat, that double barrel will shut you down instantaneously. Double nades being tossed on in will tag those players up. But this next one will put someone down onto the ground, but it only tags up Toby for just a little bit. Jembo once again charges it up. Kanoho right in front. Beautiful chip away against his HP, but none of the other players from the side of Farang taking full advantage by rushing on in.
Yeah, and the wall goes down and Jesbu gets initial kill. Jembo chips in for the second. And it's Kanoho again, close range combat, the clutch master. Can he do it? Of course, it's Kanoho, and of course he can make it happen. Farang got out to a great start, but it's Kanoho again holding the fort all by himself, bringing down 3 members of Farang.
Remember, this is the map of Anxiety. They have to win this, but the position that they hold on to is just so risky out in the open. And now Eternal Watch and Learn, they've got the bird's eye view over them, but they're just giving way too much of time for those players to heal themselves up. But Thoda take the fight straight up to No Escape, and before we could even jump into that action, No Escape makes it right back to the lobby.
In 9th place, so nothing much that No Escape got out of that. And Thoda off to a pretty good start in this game. 7 kills thus far, and they get to restock themselves. And they're in a pretty safe area, so Thoda uncontested. Can't say the same for Farang though. We'll watch and learn from afar. Demon 76 does tag Barbara and take him out, and that should give some space to the other teams. Toby also ambushed from behind thanks to Orange. And that means that Anxiety, despite holding off Farang, doesn't necessarily have the best way out.
Farang, as you can see, brings all of their players right back in, and Orange Esports, one final shot. Riptide Rhythm misses that glue wall. Toby avoids those shots, but he's not the final player for the side of Anxiety, so this is not a huge loss for the brand. Purgatory's dominance might still be on the side of Anxiety, but look at Farang now, flying straight into the compound of Anxiety. Kanoho as well as his man, Chessman. A little too close for engagement, but Chessman still manages to drop Jesbu with the AWM, turns around, touch him down. Kanoho backing away, and this is the spot
Grenade
of
launcher.
Farang now. One beautiful shot puts down Jesbu, but too bad has been picked up. Chessman secures him from afar. That's the kind of backup that we're talking about that makes Anxiety such a crazy team out there on the battlefield. What an adjustment. 2 players taking on all of them from the side of Farang, and that engagement just left Farang with one final player who did not get aggressive in that fight against Anxiety. But Orange Esports, the next contenders to rip away this spot from the players of Anxiety.
And Farang just brought some of their teammates back as well, so they immediately lost them. The good news is that Spade gets to survive for a bit more. I think Orange Esports, they do see him, but they were not able to land those shots. And once more, we see how Kanoho and Chessman hold the fort. It was a 2 against 3, if I'm not mistaken. Kanoho had the grenade launcher, and Chessman had the perfect angle to stop Farang in the tracks. So Farang...
And if Chessman wasn't there, and if he didn't take that shot, Kanoho would have been toast, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But Spade gets a buy point, so 3rd time's a charm, perhaps, for Farang. And we finally see Geek Fam in the picture. Thoda going straight into Brasilia, and they will be surrounded by the members of Watch and Learn.
Let's hope Spade has got enough of those coins on him to use that vending machine, bring his players right back. Orange Esports just getting a little annoyed because they haven't been able to shut down Anxiety just yet. They got a little distracted earlier on, but now it's a 4v2. But Kanoho already teasing them up with that grenade. Will be able to tag up Rosso X. Good. One more getting delivered right through. Does not tag them up, but it is the ice grenade that forces them to reposition, and Orange Esports scrambling but unable to head on anywhere else. Kanoho wants to shut down the distance. And beautiful grenade launcher. Decos comes out and he drops Decos as well. Tom goes in for the pickup. Chessman is nowhere near to bring in any sort of advantage to the side of Anxiety, but Kanoho is the difference maker. Drops 2 players from the side of Orange Esports at the same time. Bye-bye Goku. Time turner pulled out. Goku sustains. Time turner now. No more. Kanoho does not have those grenades, but that one final shot from the grenade launcher eliminates the whole team of Orange Esports, and Anxiety still one of the best, if not the best on Purgatory.
You say that Chessman not able to provide support, but he actually was. He was right behind Kanoho. We are hearing all those shots, and that was courtesy of Chessman. Of course, Kanoho still takes the spotlight, and the best part is the whole team of Anxiety are back.
They just got bought back, man. Who says money cannot buy happiness? Anxiety will be very happy if they pick up the Booyah in this matchup. Solid play so far. Great engagements, great kills picked up, and all of those kill points will go the distance, but now they hold on to the very edge of this circle. Toda in very close towards the center point, but they cannot push out too far because Eternal Watch and Learn might just be able to take that backstab. Open grounds towards the center point of that circle. Geek Fam still alive and kicking as well. Gonna be one of the greatest predators in this map if they are not careful. But once again, Geek Fam, they do not have a defensive compound here.
Can X-Boys hold them back? And that is the biggest question. They also have to deal with Bloody Hit. And that's what's happening right now. Demon 76 already down thanks to Mark. And unfortunately for Eternal Watcher, they gotta stand and try to keep Geek Fam at bay because behind them it's gonna be Toda. So Man04 just takes that opportunity and gun down X-Boys, and Watch and Learn completely lose control of the compound. Geek Fam brute force their way to take control.
And that's fantastic, man. They had no defensive compound. They saw one available. They took it right away. Yes, there was a team in there, but Geek Fam just didn't care. It's going to be Geek Fam now up against Toda unless the players of Eastern Wolves Gang have got something to say about it. And what I like most about Purgatory is to see my boys Bloody Head still surviving out there on the battlefield, but we don't know how many kills they've got, so the game of survival alone cannot get you up into the top 3. Bloody Heads need to get into all of those solid engagements once again. Nade will tag up Venom 96, Monito courtesy from the guy, but he will not be able to get a knock at all. And look at this, Tua running straight. Riptide Rhythm takes down. Wait, where is that player? Oh, right behind the sofa. He spots the backpack. Tua just waiting for him to stand up. Pulls out a sniper at that range. And look at Venom, bro. He's not moving. He's like, what can you do, buddy? Nothing. And look at the glue wall erected right above him so that none of those players can catch him out. This is just solid play from Venom. He steps out. He takes a shot. Doesn't drop Tua just yet. And this is the kind of standoff that one will not expect in Free Fire. But it is all possible. Tua now with the opportunity to turn things around. Venom still sustaining his life. That is one of the craziest survival skills I've ever seen out there.
No, that is one of the strongest so far I've ever seen in my life. That is one bulletproof sofa.
It is, man. It is, man. I mean, you gotta love the mechanics of the game. Now, Geek Fam squeezing into the next circle. It's gonna be the players of Toda that they strike down. Afik drop down onto the ground already, and at the very same time, the players of Bloody Heads engaging with Anxiety as well. Anxiety and Bloody Heads, they've got the outer compound out in the open. Orin drops Chessman. That's a big knock coming through, and Barba runs in to immediately pick up his brother. Without Chessman in a circle like this with those long-range engagements, the players of Anxiety will not be able to sustain.
Bloody Head also needs to fight their way in, and Geek Fam seemingly have one of the best spots so far. I mean, Watch and Learn are finally out. And with Toby bleeding out and Bloody Head stealing that away, Anxiety might not get the Booyah this time, but they have decent amount of kills. So this is one of those rounds where they can be proud of. Morgana now has the grenade launcher in his hands, and they got to deal with EWG, and Mantai is the last man alive. And unfortunately, Bloody Head, which is coming for the clean-up, Mantai though brings himself right out into the open, tries to go for as much scraps as he can, but he's burning down as well. EWG are out. Todang now has to deal with Geek Fam. Bloody Head still has one guy left.
Toda, Geek Fam, what can they do? As the players of Bloody Head get taken out of the equation, it's going to be Arfix. He has got the double barrel, beautiful close range engagement, but unfortunately for him, the players of Geek Fam back away. Good nade drops him. Arfix does not have the HP to sustain. Fikri just walking in with the AWM close range combat against a charge buster. This is in the hands of Pedro. Pedro should be able to get this, but the numbers on the side of Geek Fam just too many for them to fight against. Pedro, good pickup of his team member, but now Geek Fam, Orin runs in, once again rushes to his death like he has done so many times already. Raja and Mano4 holding onto the circle from outside. Pedro drops him, but Mano4 takes him out. Beautiful engagements, and I have to say, Toda, they look super dangerous, but Geek Fam, they pick up that beautiful victory for themselves because of their positioning.
Yeah, minor heart attack for Geek Fam supporters out there, because Pedro almost wiped the whole team with one charge buster. And he did everything on his own. And sure, I mean, Geek Fam, they are the main characters of Purgatory, but I would say that Todak did a fantastic job towards the very end.
I mean, after not showing up yesterday, they are literally pulling off an Orange Esports.
And let me tell you how much tension is in the air. This is the first time that we saw Geek Fam's winner cam, and they don't look happy at all. No one is popping off. You can feel the
once
tension
again,
building
right,
up.
there's just no monstrous run coming through from Geek Fam anymore. All of the other teams are taking that fight up against them, and Geek Fam seems to struggle to dominate, and that's just so rare.
And we're almost halfway through the day as well.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So they're running out of time to really solidify that lead that they had starting from this morning. So Geek Fam fans, I think they're still sort of on the edge of their seat, maybe hoping that this team awakens after this game. We see the full potential of Geek Fam. I feel kind of bad for Pedro, because if that glue wall did not block the window, we actually could have maybe seen a Todak Booyah just then. But because it was blocked, he couldn't even jump out the window.
I
Or
mean,
shoot at
looking at the
Raja, because Raja was in the center of the circle.
Yeah, and I feel like that engagement was just solid coming through from Pedro, right? And he still manages to knock Raja down from the window. The game of numbers obviously catches him a little bit off guard. The blue, the circle kind of dropping a little bit of damage on him as well. But the most beautiful thing here is Toda barely showed up yesterday. And now this is just two back-to-back rounds where we see them in that final circle, dealing a lot of damage and picking up solid number of placement points for themselves. So it's a good start of day number 2 for Toda. Once again, you know, we might not be able to see them rip away that number 1 spot, but squeezing into the top 6, very viable now.
Yeah, we got to adjust the dial a little bit, right? Todak expectations now is not about winning the championship.
Unfortunately,
I think that is out of the question.
But that top 6.
The top 6, right? If not the direct seed into the major, at least in direct seed into the qualifier finals, right? Something to bring Toda closer to the next major. Because again, yesterday we had to say that this is, or I did bring up that this is kind of one of a career low for their players, especially for Exac, who has been at the top of the world, but right now it feels like he wasn't even involved in the conversation. So if any case, if Toda can somehow squeeze into that first half, I think it would be good enough for them.
Yeah, go on, Danley.
Go on. It's okay.
No, I was just going to ask a question. Like, do you guys remember at which point Axis Esports got taken out?
When they fought Orange.
Yes,
but that goes to 1 versus 4.
Oh, yeah. So they kind of, got wiped out here in this map. So, but because right before getting wiped out, they were holding on to the number 1 spot. So the probability of Farang now beating them is now once again alive.
It's a possibility, yes. Absolutely. Although I do want to talk about one thing. So Anxiety, it looked like it was actually going to be a pretty good Anxiety game, right? Maybe finishing top 3. The team still got eliminated, I want to say, around the middle of the pack. I think Anxiety are in the same position as Geek Fam as well, right? So Anxiety did fantastic yesterday, but so far 3 games, underwhelming. Really underwhelming. I mean, what's happened with Anxiety from today compared to yesterday? Because we're just seeing, it almost seems like 2 different teams.
First 2 games, not surprising. Because once again, where Anxiety truly shined was at Purgatory, right? With them bombing out at Purgatory, that's the warning sign. That's the warning bell. And I've already mentioned this. If they do not really step it up on the other maps, Anxiety is going to have no hope whatsoever ending up this day of Grand Finals in the top 3. And unfortunately, that just seems to be the case right now.
But I do want to say, though, even though Anxiety bombed out seemingly pretty early, they still get a respectable amount of points, right? And that was all because they had to play half of the round with only 2 members left alive. So they don't really have much resources to work with. The fact that Konoho and Chessman held them for that long, so, looking at the circumstances, I think this is a pretty good round for Anxiety. They never really had a compound to work with. They have to run into different teams. So say whatever you may, I think it's agreeable that Anxiety had a poor game 1 and 2, but this one is what I would expect out of the team.
No, I was thinking that, Axis and Farang will be able to run away with the points, right? But then with them both bombing out and with Anxiety picking up 17, I believe Anxiety will be able to just rise back up to the top as one of the top contenders. And Geek Fam, this is that adjustment that we desperately needed for them to pick up that number 1 spot again. Now, picking up that number 1 spot might not be all that out of hand because of the underperforming side of Farang and Axis Esports in this round.
I mean, you're all talking about the top of the bracket. I want to see what Todak is now. Right? After those 2 great games coming up from Todak, I want to see if they've actually managed to climb up to at least that 6th place. I think it is very much possible
Quite
after
far
their
away,
performance.
man. Very far away.
You think it's that far away? I think they would have gotten,
yeah.
what, 40? I want to say maybe a little bit less than 40 points from those 2 rounds that they did well.
They definitely would get a bit closer because teams that are kind of gatekeeping that 7th to 10th spot have not shown up so far. I mean, we leave ORV out of the conversation because ORV was at the last place and still is at the last place. But we have teams like No Escape, we have teams like Watch and Learn, EWG.
I think they would have
maybe
taken
K9.
over.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the teams that have already breached that 100-point mark, right?
Yeah.
And the last time we kind of checked in with Toda, I mean, they started off the day with barely, 20-plus points on their side. And yes, even if they do pick up solid number of 40, that just brings them up to that 60-point range, which
They
is
are getting closer.
getting closer. I mean, which is why we talked about how Toda desperately needs all 8 rounds on their side in order to break through to the top 6 in a solid fashion. And if they don't get all 8 solid rounds, this is going to be a problem for the brand. But they're doing good so far.
2 out of 3
So
rounds.
far, so good.
Yeah.
So far, so good. But we'll have to see if they're going to be able to keep their performance going, right?
Correct.
Like, that's the most important thing for some of these teams. They are so desperate to get that consistency in because some teams, they didn't get that consistency in. But speaking of consistency, we are going to continue to follow our standard show protocol, which means right now it is break time for the players, for us, and also for you. So as usual, if you have to, go to the toilet now, grab your snacks, make sure you're back in about 4 minutes because once we return, we'll be jumping into our next map, Alpine. We'll see you after this.
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IGN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esport.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OE Dekos. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan masih belajar. Saya akan bertanding bersama tim Orange Esport.
Hello, I am Jiminio. Hello, I am Jiraya. And we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Fragger dan 2 pemain simpanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IGL adalah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan lain selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Team X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas liga dan tim Princess. Jangan suka sangat. Obse kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
They don't really bomb out, which is good to see from the team. K9 Esports right out at the bottom. Oh, but Phoenix did not know he was going to meet so many players all at the same time. Charge Buster in hand, but Superman will catch him. Oh, that is just illegal, Phoenix. He had so little time to work with, still manages to turn around with the Charge Buster of all things and knocks that player who had so much of time to capitalize on.
Oh, and K9 just missed the opportunity to get rid of Geekfam.
Oh,
Now
GG.
Planks is the next to fall.
Oh
Marky
my
just
God,
shows up,
again!
and it's Phoenix that completely mops the floor with K9. K9 Esports covers the distance. Look at what Blank has. Grenade launcher in his hands. This could be a be or end all. The blast connects onto all of them, and K9 Esports will pick all of them up, put them in a body bag. K9 Esports is on top of the command tower. Oh, they just see Chessman come back. The grappling gun, it could not have been more perfect for Geekfam. Chessman just revived. They see him parachuting down and they just went straight for him. It's a 2-4-1 exchange for Geekfam. From Oren, he's landing all those nades left, right, and center. Bakery still alive. Oren peeks around the corner.
Oh!
Nails that one. And it's going to be the end for Geekfam. And anxiety puts a stop to their rampage. A booyah. Running forward, getting sprayed down. Jesmu needs to protect himself. He needs to stay alive for as long as possible. But never stop pushing for the swing. And Jesmu wins that fight. Zensei, can you save the round? It seems like that is not going to happen. Jesmu is just way too solid. And Farang will not let Sri Lanka take the dub in round 1. And it's all down to Santa. And Christmas will not arrive today. Not for round 1. Farang takes the booyah.
Moves because he is going to be able to maneuver around, unlike the players of Farang. Aim still survives.
Welcome back to the Free Fire Challenger Series Grand Final Day 2. It's the final day of play day for our top 12 teams that have made it thus far. And so far, things are looking fantastic for some, whereas others, they might be having to double think their strategies coming into the second day, because we have seen some of the teams make some adjustments to their play styles. We have some other teams sort of going on with what's worked in day 1. But we're going into our 4th map. It's Alpine, which I like to consider the X factor, because I don't think these teams are 100% confident on this map as of yet. Yes, they've played it, but let's be real, the map hasn't been out for that long. I think there is still new things to sort of pick up. And I mean, we've seen the indestructible couch on Purgatory. I don't think we've seen anyone else really utilize that couch, right?
Yeah, absolutely right. I mean, it's a very rare occurrence, but it's good to see certain plays like that. But you know, when you move on to Alpine and you focus on exactly who can dominate that map, it's going to go back to Farang, and in the most fitting fashion, right? But the surprising thing is Geekfam just happened to be one of those dominating teams on Alpine as well, which was quite unexpected, because in the first game they didn't really, show up all that too well on Alpine. But on that second map, they just went absolutely berserk. But they still were not able to take the candle away from the players of Farang. And I feel like this match is going to be the opportunity for Farang to jump right back up.
And I think Farang closed out Alpine yesterday.
Yes,
with
they did.
With
Yes,
a booyah
correct.
as well, right? So Farang, again, game 2 and 3 didn't really look good for them, but they did have some great performance through and throughout.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, and we do need to do our map recap for the games that we have witnessed so far. So technically game 9 of the tournament here for Bermuda, it was actually going to be Farang to secure the first booyah of the day. Great news for fans that have been cheering for this team. Then we had EWG taking Kalahari for game number 10. Also great news for this team, because I think a lot of us are still considering them underdogs, right? They are not the creme de la creme, as some people would say, but I think they are well in the running to potentially take that first place if they maintain their fantastic performance thus far. And of course, Geekfam will be getting the 3rd booyah of the day for game 11 on Purgatory. But as we can see, next map is going to be Alpine, and so far, the map has been in favor of Farang and Geekfam, but I think the question here is it even going to be either of these teams to potentially dominate Alpine? Because we've seen a lot of the underdogs really play so well today.
if it's not them, it's going to be Orange Esports.
Do you think it's Orange?
Yeah, I mean,
there's a huge chance it is Orange.
Yeah, it's between these three teams, right? And I really don't mind staking my bet on these three brands because they've brought in the consistency, especially Orange Esports. Mind-blowing consistency. And I
was a
have
little
no
worried
idea
today,
if this
though.
was planned. Why?
I don't know. I was a little worried about Orange today because they didn't play as well as yesterday. I feel like these teams sort
Right.
of have a bit of a squeeze on them, right? So they're not feeling too comfortable. I think that's probably the best way for me to describe how I'm seeing Orange.
Correct.
But
I agree, yes.
But what sort of changed for today for Orange? Is it just a case of maybe teams sort of picking up on where Orange is in these maps?
I think it's just general inconsistency from the team, right? Yesterday was a great day of push, but you know,
Very wow.
exactly, wow, right? Geek Fam, even without hustling out there on the battlefield, maintains that #1 spot. No breakout rounds, but they've got enough consistency to keep themselves at the top. And we talked about how Farang can rise up to the top as well. Now, with Alpine being one of their stronger maps, they can most definitely rip away that #1 spot. The only downside is Geek Fam performs well at Alpine as well. So this is going to be quite the tough fight. But we also anticipated Axis making their way up. Look at them, 134 points, just 4 away from Geek Fam. Now, the more important thing about them not getting that #1 spot is the fact that they've been able to consistently keep up with the rest at the top of the leaderboard.
That was out of one breakout round on Kalahari just now, right? And the gap between Geek Fam and Anxiety is just 6 points.
Yes.
So we have this very tight-knitted fight. I would say Pando EWG can also catch up if they have one good round. And
one solid booyah, man.
One solid booyah will do it. I mean,
and they are
Geek
right back in there.
Orange Esports, they are not too far away, realistically, right?
Yeah.
They need more than just one round, but
I kind of feel like they're slipping away though if they really don't put their finger out there.
So,
For
I
Orange
mean,
Esports.
remember we were talking about earlier on as to how viable it is for Todat to catch up to the top 6. Look at the points here, guys. 66 points to catch up with Orange Esports at about 112. You're talking about an extra 60 points in comparison to Orange Esports by the end of the day. It's asking for a lot because to a certain degree...
And the extra points you need to offset what Orange score. So it's
Correct.
not just the 60
Yeah,
points.
it's not just 60. It's 60
also
more
whatever.
than what Orange can
Yeah.
take. Yeah, and teams like Bloody Head are doing so much better in terms of bringing the consistency to get into that final circle, right? So it is a challenge, very surprisingly. I mean, as surprising as it was to see Orange Esports sit dead last during the league stage, I mean, we are truly shocked to see Toda sitting down in the 10th spot.
yeah, I think, you know, even if Orange doesn't go on and win the whole thing, the fact that they are here and they are contending with the top dogs,
I'm a fan
it's
already.
impressive enough.
Yes.
Yeah, I
yes,
think for the
absolutely.
org itself, for the team itself, off of that horrendous group stage run, this is a very commendable result for
Correct.
them, right? I think that people look at Orange, maybe not, they won't consider them as the eventual winners. I think that's kind of a unspoken fact. So top 6, I think is good enough. I just want to see how far can Orange push it.
I mean, it's not just that. I think maybe even K9 Esports has a chance to maybe scrape by top 6 if they can catch up to Orange, right? We've also got that bottom race. It's not just the race to first, but it's also the race to top 6. But the issue we've also seen with K9 is that this team hasn't had the consistency.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, by the end of the group stage, Bloody Hit and K9, they just perform way better than Orange, right? So now Orange has overtaken them. I think that is also a big statement from the org itself. But going into Game 4, I do agree with AJ. I still am looking at Geek Fam and Farang. But most importantly, I feel like Orange Esports will have a better time in this map because that's the map that kind of got them closer to qualification at the end of the group stage.
And, you know, this was the kind of Cinderella run we were talking about that might be possible for Orange Esports once they showed us that a breakout round towards the end of the league stage was possible. We talked about the possibility of them making it into the grand finals and potentially even winning it. And looking at the points here, like we said, one solid booyah pushes them right back into that #1 spot. And that would literally blow my mind. And we've got so many rounds for them to achieve that. And with this kind of consistency, it's so doable.
Yeah, and it's also
you say so many rounds, but I feel like we're
5 is
really
a
running
lot.
out of time.
Yeah,
It's a lot, but I mean, it's a lot to ask for in such a short period of time.
Absolutely.
But it's Orange Esports. I mean, this is the team, this is the brand that has got that promise, right? And which is why we were so disappointed seeing their performance during the league stage. So they do have what it takes to get up to the top. It's just that they need to be extra consistent. And we haven't really seen a great day from them. Like you said, Danny, yesterday was a very hot day for Orange Esports. Today, on the other hand, they seem to be hitting a little bit softer. So that needs to change.
Yeah, and we have a lot of storylines, right? And I just want to quickly put this out because I I'm not a big fan of soccer, but for those who watch football, there's always this term says that states like it's coming home, right?
Yes.
And Geek Fam, the last time they won anything was a year ago. If they win this one, it would be a good statement for the org itself, because
Yeah.
1 year more than a year later, they are once again that close to winning a championship.
All right, so it looks like the game is ready. So let's jump into Alpine. It's game 4 for day 2 of Grand Final Day. Let's see who's going to get our next booyah. Husky and AJ, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danny. As we kick off Alpine, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, the hyper-focus is going to be on Geek Fam and Farang. Let's see if they can pick this up. Axis Esports with a great engagement at the very get-go. Bloody Head gets Morgana dropped down onto the ground. Mark pulls out his time turner, but Neptune makes use of Mark's time turner, steps away, avoids that engagement. Mark goes in for the pickup. Neptune teases him, has got the Mag 10, one of the best SMGs to use in this close combats, and Neptune has a little bit of backup as well in the name of Shahid, and things just go south for Bloody Head. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to make it out of this, but thankfully, those two other players from the side of Bloody Head are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, Bloody Head has done this before, so it is a sacrifice that they are willing to make. But you can see Axis Esports.
Revival point right there, bro.
Perfect, right?
Yeah.
For Axis, this is just no mercy.
Yeah.
They were completely ready to make this move, and they just went through with the plan. And this is what I like about Axis. You make a call, you commit to it, and you get something out of it. Though for Bloody Head, again, not much of value was lost. You can bring those teammates back very easily. But for Axis, remember, they are 2 points away from catching up to Farang, and they've already gotten that.
And some of you guys are wondering, right, wait a minute, we unlocked all of the giveaways. Where are the codes? Do not worry. We will be showing them to you guys on the screen back to back. So be ready to take a flurry of screenshots in a little bit. Once again, you have to redeem them before 5:30 p.m. today, and it's only available for all of you survivors playing on the Singapore server. This is that very first code for the Weapon Royale voucher. 5 of these you will be able to redeem. Take that screenshot right now. And as we talk about, going in there to redeem, Bloody Heads on the way to redeem themselves once again. They've managed to bring one player right back in here for the play, but Morgana hasn't been revived. They haven't really gone in to fully utilize that revival platform, but in a couple of seconds, Morgana gets another chance.
Yep. And while we wait for Morgana to be brought back, do remember to also claim the glue wall, the Wraith Skater design.
Oh yeah.
This does remind me of AJ's logo. A bit. Right, yesterday I think Bloody Head pulled out your face. I think if we plaster that on this glue wall, it's an auto-win game.
Let's see if that
Danny's going to roast me afterwards, but I'll think about it after this game. I have 15 more minutes to buffer that.
Incubator voucher for you guys. You're not going to be able to hatch an egg from this, but you most definitely will be able to get great prizes within the game. So this is that code. Grab it for yourselves. Eternal Watch and Learn potentially might be running straight into death here as Eastern Wolves Gang await them on the other side of the bridge. No trolls under the bridge this time around. It's just an open combat. Manchai has got that LMG in hand to make the world of difference for the side of Pando EWG, but the backup from the rest of the Eastern Wolves Gang just not there just yet. And Toda, they have to back away. Open grounds on the defense, just not possible. Orange Esports should be able to catch them from the back. Spark abuses his only glue wall left in the matchup. He gets sprayed down by Goku. Amazing engagement with the Woodpecker, and the rest of the players of Toda, they are scrambling. And if Toda does not turn tail and start to re-attack these players of Orange Esports, things will go south. But a good engagement for Afix as he drops Rosso X. Toda still can fight this.
Yeah, they definitely can. And Orange Esports forced Toda out of the circle, but because of that fair trade, Toda now have a fighting chance. You can see Pedro, he's covering so much ground. His teammates are not around him though, so Pedro needs to keep himself alive as much as possible for as long as he humanly can, and for the rest of his members to kind of get into position. And Orange Esports, they are relentless. They really want to knock Todak out, but they have to be careful though. Todak have very tight angles that they can work with for those CQCs, and it's all up to Torm to really eliminate those long-range supports, take out Chill from the equation, and allow the rest of the team to flush out Pedro. This nade will do it though, tagging him and bringing him dead low, and he does not have any room to heal up, at least for now. But Orange Esports are playing it safe.
I love the setup here by Toda because they leave Pedro just to hold the lines here, and they send out Chill to play the game of survival. They've managed to rotate away already, but Chill could not run away far enough. That AK-47 has the range, and Toda get taken out in the 12th spot, and it looks like the horrible run for the brand in the competition will go ahead to continue. Earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we thought that Toda might be able to squeeze their way right back into the competition. competition, right? But it just doesn't seem to be the way this time round. ORV, this is not a surprising engagement. Axis Esports going to be able to pick up 4 easy kill points off of them if history can tell us anything. Mocha, final drink left on the plate, and Flame gets sprayed down. Amazing stuff, but it's all about that caffeine, baby. And Mocha gets yet another knock for himself as well. Secures that kill, circles around, needs to focus on picking up his own team members to play the game of numbers, sorry. And ORV, they now have an opportunity. That danger zone might just outdo their strategy here, but Shahid focusing on picking up his own players as well. Axis Esports playing the exact same strategy, and I believe ORV's time is up.
A full reset for both teams, and Axis Esports kind of get the drop onto ORV. Vegeta goes in, Neptune does get knocked down, but you have Latte who also was not able to win this fight. Neslu sand packing and trying to run away, but he's forced to fight alongside Mocha, who gets sprayed down, and ORV, despite the best efforts, were not able to stop Axis Esports.
And if Axis did not go and double back down to pick up their players, ORV would have had that in the bag already, right? And this just shows how important it is for you to focus on picking up your own team members. And that's something that Diversity Gaming can most definitely learn from if they're still watching this competition, trying to figure out what are the strats that actually works at a level like this. Because Diversity Gaming, remember Husky, whenever they got into an engagement, all they focus on is reviving their players instead of picking them up and sustaining those numbers on the battlefield, which turned out to be the worst decision for them throughout the competition.
Yeah. And I think we saw that example most from Farang. I think Farang is a very good example of focusing on your own team, and that's kind of what got them into the final phase of the circle in, I believe, game number 1, right? Because of that tenacity from the team. Well, Bloody Hate, they are trying to hunt down Watch and Learn, and this is a very good opportunity for Bloody Hate to get some pick-offs, but Watch and Learn, well, at least for Maske, he has a bite to get out of jail. So Bloody Hate won't get anything out of this, and Watch and Learn gets to continue their rotation. Though, one day Monito will kind of pop his head up and get a couple of kills.
Random trying to back away. Shanks gets spotted out. A couple of shots will not connect. And Bloody Heads are all right, but the circle not gonna stay still for all that too long. 49 more seconds to play around with. Orange Esports running into the danger zone. And Orin is a cracked player, but today his decision making just seems to be a little bit off here, Husky. Running to his death time and time again.
Yeah, and so far, I mean, there's nothing much that's happening. Though we did talk about Geek Fam. Their drop spot is always at Forest Red, but we see that Farang are trying to challenge them. No escape on the other hand. We have this face-off against Watch and Learn. And Bloody Hate decided to make a detour, at least temporarily, but they are very spread out.
Let's see if or not that sort of a formation can save them a little bit of engagements out there on the battlefield. No escape, one player lost in here already earlier. They did manage to bring Eris 7 back, but they just can't keep focusing on reviving those players. And now Pinsett between Eternal Watch and Learn as well as Bloody Heads. No escape, literally has nowhere to escape to.
And Watch and Learn so far is holding on fine and no escape. In the meantime, actually taking that opportunity to eliminate Bloody Hate, which I think is a very good move. But Orange Esports, they're about to run into Sunrise. And this is where we know that Anxiety loves to hold. We've seen this on Alpine since the very first time that players play on this map. And Anxiety have a very good control of this area. And Orange Esports, one good thing is that they have improved macro-wise, but they still want to rush into fights. That one knock, though, it's going to be traded back. Rosso and Toby both taking the fall for it, and Kanoho instantly comes to the rescue. And you get Orange Esports. Dagos is trying to find an angle from afar as the rest of Orange Esports barrels through Anxiety. Kanoho again in this CQC just does not miss, and Orange Esports' attempt to rush them down was stopped.
Yeah, too good, man. Tom now sprayed down onto the ground. Orange Esports gets wrapped up in a body bag. Unfortunately, this was the map where they picked up solid number of points yesterday. It's not going to be the case in here today. Geek Fam, on the other hand, looking to be the kings of Alpine to snatch that away from Farang. And both of these teams go head-to-head. Who's going to be able to claim Alpine as their throne? It's going to be Farang's too bad. Circling around, has got the SMG in hand. The rate of fire perfect, but he doesn't have those angles as those glue walls get erected. Jesbu now with the Mag 7 turns the corner, finds absolutely no one, but the other corner has got Raja waiting for him at the back. Pulls out a glue wall, pushes all of those players inside of the tight corner, and Geek Fam gets shut down. And this map belongs to Farang, at least for the time being.
Well, they've taken out Geek Fam, so that's a good start for Farang. Again, 2 points away from overtaking Geek Fam, and they have done so. Shanks, though, gets a huge nade on top of him, and iPad is just too good on those lobs. And Bloodyhead has not been able to catch a break thanks to no escape. And Error 7, I don't think Mark knows where he is.
Yeah.
So Error has a very good chance to go in for that backstab. And I do love this patience from the team.
This is potentially Bloodyhead's worst map of all. They really have got not much of a strategy to play on Alpine. They haven't figured it out. And from the positions they hold out there on the battlefield, you can see that being very clear. No tight formation, no strategy to lead themselves into a better compound. Morgana trying to buy his players back, but money cannot buy you victories, Morgana. Let's see if or not they will be able to survive with this. Shanks is brought back first. And whilst all of that is happening, it seems like No Escape cannot catch that other player from the side of Bloodyhead, so that's a lucky strike for them. Anxiety now engaging with K9 Esports. This should be 4 easy points to pick up for the players of Anxiety, looking at the way K9 Esports have handled some of those engagements so far.
Yeah, and I feel like we've seen this before. Toby, long range,
Nice
again,
one.
tags, lights out Normain. 2 of the K9
Superman,
members
what?
are around this shack. It's a very hard spot to play around, especially when you have members of Anxiety playing from so many angles. And Pain needs to land a crucial shot. He needs to take out these long-range firepower from Anxiety, but it's not easy though because of all of this cover. So you can see Anxiety, they are fanning out their members. Barbar and Kanoho on that eastern side are ready to rush down the members of K9, and Superman goes down. But Normain was waiting with a grenade launcher, and that is going to catch Anxiety off guard. Now is this the best chance for K9 Esports to wipe out Anxiety and thin out the numbers. But look at that, backup is already in for Anxiety. The time turner will buy some time. Revive is coming through as well from them. K9 Esports, you gotta make up for lost time, but the members of Anxiety are back up, and now it is gonna be the rush from Anxiety. They are ready for the counter attack. Normain with another nade tossed out. This one's gonna land on the Barbar, but they still have not taken down those glue walls.
Chessman, big nade coming through. Chessman does not get sprayed down just yet. Normain still manages to shut down Barbar. Toby taken out of the equation, and K9 Esports taking the fight straight up to the players of Anxiety.
Chessman.
Kanoho needs to be picked up because his grenade launcher can be the difference maker, but that final grenade out of Normain's grenade launcher finishes off Anxiety. And unfortunately for them, the terribly performing K9 Esports will use them as a great platform to step up on.
Very, very close though. K9 Esports were taking it slow and methodical, but it was one grenade launcher that really made the difference for them, right? We say we needed a miracle from them. They needed to take out those long-range support, but they were also able to hold on in close range. Bloodyhead dies in the hands of Axis Esports. We're down to 6 teams, AJ.
Bloodyhead, Alpine really needs to be something they focus on, man. Yesterday they bombed out. Today they seem to be bombing out as well. And if nothing is done, I mean, obviously in this competition they can't really change much, but for the competitions of the future, Alpine definitely needs to be something they try to figure out in terms of exactly how to rotate in towards that final circle. They haven't even found a proper compound to drop into confidently just yet. Axis, great engagements. Vegeta has got the AC-80, but none of it connecting because of those glue walls. He tries to flank from that left-hand side, but better decision being made here to instead find the circle and not get over-aggressive against the players of Eastern Wolfsgang. Neptune has got the Groza in hand, great for those long-range engagements, but also will double back down to help his team member right back up. Monito has got a trip mine here, so Eternal Watch and Learn will have a little bit of a problem as they try to get off that second floor, but Jay-Z doesn't wait for that to happen. He just snipes that guy to the next round.
The 2 teams that are closest to taking first place now are Axis and Farang.
Yeah.
Both teams are in the run. No thanks to Geek Fam and Anxiety not being in here anymore, but Axis are again continuing to pump up those numbers in terms of kills.
Yeah.
Farang not having the same exact results to match Axis. So it's so far so good, but no escape. They're trying to end the run for Axis. Good news for Farang though, they've taken control of a majority of that safe zone.
Yesterday, Farang scored a total of 39 points on Alpine, and it doesn't seem to be any different today. They are going for as many as they can, engagement after engagement, dropping players, and also finding that final circle. But Axis Esports gonna be a huge contender in that final circle alongside the players of K9 Esports as well. Normain and his grenade launcher will be a difference maker. No escape. They brought their players right back into the mix. Grenade after grenade, they toss on out, but they're not going to be able to find anyone just yet as K9 Esports gets taken out of the equation, all thanks to Potter. That grenade launcher isn't going to be too much of an issue towards that final moments of this game.
This is the best possible position that Farang can be in. The circle only is surrounding them. Sure, there's not much cover, but the other 3 teams will have to fight it out to even have a chance to get the Booyah.
Yeah.
Axis, No Escape, and EWG. And of course, Axis, they just lost Shahid thanks to No Escape. It's going to make life even harder. And the worst part of all is that Farang has a clear shot on the members of Axis.
Farang and Axis. How far can they push this? Farang looking to claim the title of Kings of Alpine. And they are so close to getting that done. Even the circle favors them.
They got to move right
Circle
now.
always favors the king. Monito. Good grenade, can put down 2 players. Great lob in, tags one guy up, Monito. AC-80 not gonna be too spicy. Vegeta gets taken out of the equation. Tua, once again, the Groza does go ahead to strike. One of the best guns in the game. Farang, Riptide Rhythm. Farang manages to get yet another one connected beautifully. Do we have another Riptide Rhythm coming through? Flame is not able to pick his own player up. Neptune does have the Charge Buster and No Escape takes that backstab. Dropping the players of Axis Esports back and forth. Jespu takes Flame out as well, and Axis Esports bomb out. This map is to be claimed by Farang for sure now.
And Farang stealing away so many kills. The circle is not making it easy. Jespu, here he comes. The Riptide Rhythm doesn't really break the glue wall, but Jespu surely is going to go in for the finishing blow. And Farang have seen this coming from a long mile away. The 3rd Booyah in the Grand Finals for Farang, and this is going to put them in first place.
And it also secures the title, Kings of Alpine. Farang, what a way to rise back up to the top in the most astounding fashion. Solid number of kills, solid number of placement points bagged by the team. As many as you can when you grab that Booyah, right? Fantastic plays overall, but it was the positioning and also a little bit of luck coming through as well, right? Towards that final circle, not having to travel a lot. Circle comes hunting for them. They just lock down those angles and wait for those players to come running at them, Danny.
I just realized my microphone was on my head. I was so stunned by that game that I lost my train of thought. But seriously though, Farang are on fire today. So this is the second time they managed to get a Booyah on Alpine, which that's already a testament to the team, right? It goes to show that they have a mastery of that map. They are so confident. And at the same time, they got rid of Geek Fam, which is probably their biggest contender, because I do believe Geek Fam was the first team to get the Booyah on Alpine.
And they did pick up a lot of points from Alpine as well, but Farang was in the lead. So, you know, it was just between the two, right? We wanted to see exactly
like a race. It's like a race between Geek Fam and Farang to actually get the points for Alpine. Like, no one comes close so far.
What better way than to take Geek Fam out of the equation yourself and then run to that final circle?
It's the same thing as game number 1 on Bermuda, where, the difference being that Farang had the circle, right? Game 1 they didn't have the circle, but what was a constant was that for Farang was taking out members, stragglers from from different conflicts, right? That's what got them the Booyah in game 1. And in this case, they have a better spot to be in. They have the circle in their favor, so it was easy to take out EWG. It was easy to wipe out Axis to secure that lead.
I mean, and you got to love the mechanical composition of the players of Farang as well. The connection between that Riptide Rhythm and the shots that follow the drop of that glue wall, that's that one rhythm that not a lot of teams have been able to master, because the timing is going to be super crucial, right? Because as soon as one glue wall goes down, your opponents are just going to erect yet another one up. So you really need to have strong communication, and Farang has got no issues with communication at all. And that's going to be one of the winning reasons for the side of Farang, because when you do have great chemistry, when you've got superior communication out there on the battlefield, none of those other teams are going to be able to touch you.
And now we're looking at a reset, right? We've just finished up Alpine. We're going to go back onto Bermuda, and we're also back to our final 4 games. You've got no do-overs after this. You don't have another play day. So especially for these teams that are struggling to get points, and if there's a team I'm looking at, it's Anxiety. This is a team that has absolutely struggled today. They did great yesterday. I don't know what's happened to this team. It's almost as if their name is sort of manifested into the team themselves, right? They're really anxious coming into day 2. I want to see more from Anxiety. I think Geek Fam are doing okay, but of course, I think as usual, you're expecting a lot more from Geek Fam, especially today.
Yeah, I feel like if Geek Fam isn't leading the leaderboard by 100 points, they are not doing well. But that's kind of the standard that a lot of us have set for them, right?
Even they were leading by 4, I think, today when
were leading
when we
by
started.
2. Well, by 4 when we started,
It was
by
4 at the start,
2 just
and then
now.
2 just now. Yeah.
And now they're not in the first place, but they still have 4 more rounds to go. I think there's plenty of room for Geek Fam to catch up. But, you know, for Farang, I think it is time to remind everyone that they have been on their world stage before, right? The moment Farang was picked up, they went on to FFWS alongside Todak. And we did discuss a bit on this stark difference between Todak and Farang. And I think Farang now putting on this world-class performance is something that we should have expected from them long ago, but they didn't really, drill it into our mind because of that group stage performance.
Yeah, it takes a while, right, in terms of finding the perfect level of chemistry between the team members and making sure they can get all of their rotations sorted out. It's not super easy in a game like Free Fire, but it looks like Farang has finally found that rhythm. Now, my biggest question is, have they managed to outdo their own Alpine performance? Because we saw game number 1, they picked up 19 points. Game 2 on Alpine, 20 points. And this time they pick up 22 points. Talk about stepping it up consistently for Farang.
I mean, it's just going up and up, right?
Yeah.
This is pretty insane, right? Because with this one round alone, Geek Fam is bumped down to 4th place.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And Farang, they are in 1st place, but actually, I think they're 2 points ahead of Axis Esports. It's just rough maths.
Okay, hang on. I think Anxiety might still be under Geek Fam. So I think Geek Fam will be in 3rd place.
Right.
I think. I do
Around
believe AJ's
there, right?
doing the maths here.
Quite
It's
honestly,
roughly
it
there.
really doesn't matter,
Yeah,
right? Because of
at least
how
for now.
close it is. It's going to continuously switch around,
Look,
round
hang
after
on.
round.
I think it
Yeah.
does matter for Anxiety just because that how the team is just struggling to get points. So-
Unfortunately, I don't really have a lot of hopes for Anxiety. And, no disrespect to the team, I really love the boys, but they haven't shown the kind of consistency that's needed to win championships. They are going to most definitely qualify through to the MCP Majors, no doubt whatsoever. They get that invitation. I'm very sure of that. But to finish off in that number 1 spot, you got to have way more consistency than what they've been able to bring on so far. You cannot just shine at Purgatory and expect to win the competition. It's not going to happen.
And not to add on to that, right? I might sound like the guy that is not fun at parties, but in fact, for the FFCS right now, we do have a handful of teams that are not even here because they've directly qualified for this next major, right? We're talking about teams like Blacklist, we're talking about teams like Hard to Get. And the interesting part is that Hard to Get actually played in the previous tournament where Anxiety was involved in, and Anxiety won that one. Again, coming into this with a high. So Anxiety has shown quality that they can beat the best team in the Philippines. But maybe in this tournament, that doesn't ring true enough.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Malaysians have always had an edge over the Philippines in the game of Free Fire, and that storyline will just go ahead to continue. In the competition that you did mention previously, the Snapdragon Pro Series, unfortunately, we didn't have the numbers in terms of Malaysian teams, right? It was mainly Filipino dominated, and Anxiety managed to climb up to the top easily.
Credits to the PH region, they are catching up pretty fast. I think that's very commendable, right? Because the first MCP major, Philippines got kind of dumpstered by the Malaysian teams. But right now to see them, contending, I think Anxiety is the good torchbearer of the region. They might not be top 3 material, at least for now, but they sure as heck can be that competitive.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, they're kind of getting fantastic practice in this tournament, right? You're playing with the best teams in Malaysia, so of course, hopefully some of that glitter is going to rub off onto the team, and the next time we see them, they're going to be even better than the last time.
Yes.
So let's not talk about next time because we're not quite done as of yet because we have gone for a reset. So we're going to jump into Bermuda in just a second. If we are ready to go, we will jump in right now, but I'm going to have to hear some predictions here because we didn't throw predictions yet. I want to hear your thoughts. Who do you think is going to get the next Booyah?
Geek Fam!
Farang! We're talking about Farang.
Geek
Go
Fam.
for boring predictions. All right.
What boring? Geek Fam bombed out
That's
earlier.
so typical.
That's not typical. Geek Fam is actually having a terrible day today in comparison to their breakout rounds. They need to step up, and I feel Bermuda is that one place where they can shine quite easily. On the other maps, they struggle a little bit to shine now with all of the other teams stepping up. But Bermuda is the strongest chance.
Well, let's jump into Bermuda because the map is ready. The teams are jumping into it right now. So, AJ, Husky, take it away.
Thank you very much, Danny. As we hop on in, this is a battle not between the teams, but between Husky and I. Is it going to be Farang or is it going to be Geek Fam? Geek Fam immediately bombing out. Oren bleeding out. Phoenix very low on HP. It's the hot drop coming through from Eternal Watch and Learn, once again teasing the players of Geek Fam at Clock Tower. And just like Diversity Gaming did, I believe the players of Eternal Watch and Learn will be able to chase away Geek Fam from their homes in here, because if they do not back away, things might just go south. And my prediction usually does come true, but Eternal Watch and Learn really annoying me right now by engaging with Geek Fam so early on.
I'm just glad that after more than a year, I'm not the one that's cursing teams anymore. Because, last year...
Hey, be careful, bro. You might just see Farang bombing out in the next one, right?
I highly doubt so. Farang completely saved, like, who is threatening them? ORV? ORV's in last place. Farang's not going to lose to that. Though the situation doesn't get any better for Geek Fam, right? If it's not already bad enough after Alpine, This is not a good start. They've already lost 2 members. Not much resources to work with. Watch them taking this slow. They don't want to just run into Geek Fam and lose out all their members. And I do have a complaint, AJ.
Tell me.
I want to complain about Danny, right? Like she
What,
says,
what a great timing,
Yeah,
bro, because
she's-
she can't defend herself.
yeah, she says I'm not a Farang fan and I support Farang. She calls it boring. You know, this is the she is the issue, not
Oi!
me. Well,
Beauty.
I say that, and Fikri has taken out Demon 76.
Nice
and
one.
this is exactly what Watchland doesn't want to happen. They're gonna let Geek Fan walk away from this.
Yeah, here's the problem though. Geek Fam, they don't have no medkits on them. But by winning that gunfight, they forced Eternal Watch and Learn to evacuate from Clock Tower. What a play by Geek Fam, right? You want to take the fight up against them, you got to be confident to go all the way. And if you're not, you're probably going to get them on your tails a little bit later on, as they will look for that revenge. As you can see, Geek Fam already tagging up X-Boys from afar. But that's not going to catch him off guard. He manages to get away. Geek Fam, on the other hand, they go ahead to survive. Eternal Watch and Learn halfway through reviving their players already. And Geek Fam should be focusing on the exact same thing in a few moments. And they actually got lucky that Anxiety didn't get overexcited, hunting down exactly who was in that compound beside them, making all of that noise.
And do remember to rewind the broadcast if you missed out on the redemption code. All our viewers' milestone, we hit all 3 of them.
If there's anything Free Fire survivors and viewers do, is that they're very good at redeeming the codes.
Exactly.
That's the first thing they look for when they hop into the broadcast.
That's the thing, right? They hop into the broadcast, they're not asking which team's going to win. They're like, where's the code? Well, there
Here's
it is.
the code.
Here it
Here's
is.
all 3 codes, and all thanks to you guys, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much for all of those likes. Thank you so much for the shares. We cannot do this without you guys, and we absolutely appreciate all of your support and love. Keep them coming through, though, because Toda not getting a lot of love. In fact, they're getting those bullets back to back from the players of Bloody Head. But that's exactly what happens when you tickle the players of Bloody Head at Mars Electric, right? Toda has to know a little bit better. They back away towards Pochinok, but I believe this might just be a little bit too late.
Mark, making sure that he's close enough to not miss.
Whoopsie.
Well, Spark goes down and Toda are already on the run. Pedro will be sacrificed to the Wolves. Good thing is Todak are still in the game. We can say the same for Geek Fam though. They have just brought the rest of the team back. Same as Watch and Learn. So Geek Fam can definitely count their blessings as they get a second chance in this match number 13. Or is it the 5th map of the day? Bloody Head hunting down Pedro shouldn't be too hard of a task to achieve. 3 kills thus far guaranteed for the Filipino squad.
If not, Bloody Heads will be able to strike again. Yes, Pedro gets taken down. Toda, are they having some sort of internal rife with their management? Because these boys just seem absolutely upset and just not motivated at all to get the job done out there on the battlefield. As one final player left surviving on the side of Toda goes in here for the revival. Bloody Heads nearing, edging in, inch by inch they step on up. Anxiety drops, no escape, taken out in the 12th spot, and time runs out. Shanks arrives just in the nick of time. Oh, Time Turner survives. Chill gets taken down. Toda out in the 11th spot. If only they had 2 more seconds, Toda would have been right back in this matchup. But Bloody Head, they knew exactly what was happening and they wanted to prevent that. They've managed to eliminate one of the greatest hitters from the side of Malaysia.
Yeah, they really just... I mean, Chill was just so close to getting his team back. If he got his team back, it doesn't matter if he goes down. But good news is that Bloody Head gets the 4 points. Bad news is that Farang now knows where they are. And again, Farang making a very quick rotation, completely ignoring the members of Bloody Head. They just want to make it into the safe zone and put themselves in a more offensive position. Geek Fam, on the other end, has been able to move to Factory, gear themselves up. Now they're ready to kind of take control of more parts of the map. In fact, right opposite where they are right now, it's going to be Orange and Watch and Learn. I think Geek Fam, they are ready to take those shots. Demon 76 will be on the receiving end of those initial bullets. We'll see if Geek Fam can make anything out of this.
Eternal Watch and Learn. Very brave to hot drop Geek Fam. And like we said, Geek Fam's already looking for a little bit of revenge. Although they would have not been able to track the players of Eternal Watch and Learn super accurately, they will be able to get roughly some sort of information. There is a delay on the broadcast, but they know the rough positions of all of these players, especially the rotations. If there's anyone who's out there who understands the other teams really, really well, that is Geek Fam. And that's the main reason as to why they've been able to conquer the league stage so well. But at the grand finals, the story is just a little bit different. Geek Fam is not really hitting that hard, and they need to go back to their hard-hitting ways, or else losing this championship might just be the case. Orange Esports evading the players of Axis, rushing straight towards Demon. Eternal Watch and Learn have got nowhere to run. They've been absolutely surrounded by so many of these teams, and I believe this is where the end of the road is for Eternal Watch and Learn.
Well, at least for one of their members. The rest of Eternal Watch and Learn are still in the game. Barba did get eliminated. Didn't get to catch what happened then, but Anxiety, you know, kind of hitting a speed bump. Surprisingly, Geek Fam are still holding on pretty well as Anxiety now takes that launch pad to put themselves closer into the safe zone, but they do have to do with Watch and Learn. And this is exactly what Watch and Learn didn't want to happen, because this pincer maneuver from Chessman just broke their formation into two pieces. X-Boy is out.
Unfortunate. As look at the strategy from Axis here. Just using the canal as the perfect cover to get across this compound here that has got so many of those players who will be able to catch them off guard. Eternal Watch and Learn, like we talked about, they are getting pincered. Oh, but Chessman out of nowhere gets knocked out by Jabbat. Orange Esports pushing on in. Toby buys Barba back, but they also need to find a way to bring Chessman back up onto his feet. Kanoho shuts down Venom. Eternal Watch and Learn not doing all that too great, and now Anxiety needs to buy back their Supreme Sniper, and Toby doesn't waste any time doing that.
Yeah, it's just a bit of luck for Anxiety. The fact that they were able to get control of that buy point. That was what Watch and Learn wanted to go for, but of course, they were forced to relinquish control over to AXT, and ORV on the other hand, just going for a ride. And they were spotted out by Farang, and the problem is for ORV is that they don't really have a place to go to though. In fact, they are stranded out in the open. Not really sure what the game plan was, but K9 sees the opportunity, and ORV are in grave danger.
K9 Esports, oh my goodness, ORV out in the open. Talk about a sitting duck. But Mocha has a great gun, AC-80, 2 shots back-to-back. Woxie gets tagged with 1. But, Mocha, a little disappointing. Oh, but he does catch off Marky. Oh, turns around to Pain. Mocha has got a great opportunity here, forcing the players of K9 Esports to expand all of their glue walls so early on. Mocha, can he get it done? Normain now gonna get caught out, but he is forced to use all of his glue walls, expand all of them, and by the time they are done rotating over to a defensive compound, ORV would have successfully forced them to use all of those glue walls. Mocha now trying to flank around from the left-hand side. At the very same time, Geek Fan taking on the players of Axis Esports. Axis has got a small compound to work around with, but Mano4 and his AWM, his Unforgiven Flame, gets dropped down into the ground, but Axis can easily pick him up. But Geek Fan not looking to give them a lot of time at all, rushes in for the kill.
Geek Fam has done this a lot of times, but we have also seen them fail a lot of times, and this time it's up to Axis to hold on. They are all holding crucial corners of this compound. Can Shahid make it happen though? That is going to be the question. He is still in hiding, but Mano4 has already broken through the defense. Phoenix also coming through with his own Charge Buster.
Bye-bye,
Axis
Axis.
Esports could not do anything to stop Geek Fam. 6 points so far.
And Axis Esports obviously aiming for the #1 spot on the overall leaderboard, but Geek Fam, they want to show exactly who's boss. And once again, if there's anywhere they can show who's boss, it is at Bermuda. For all of you guys who have just joined us on the broadcast, say thanks to all of the other survivors who have already dropped that like and share, because they've unlocked all 3 of the giveaways for the 4, 7, and the 10K milestone. This is for the 4K. Grab that screenshot. We will be flashing the other codes shortly as well. Make sure you get it redeemed by 5:30 p.m. Only available for all of you guys on the Singapore server. Eastern Wolves Gang rotating in, but Geek Fam should have their days numbered here as they try to get in towards the next circle. Geek Fam has got that vantage point to play with here, Husky.
Yeah, they definitely do. And with Axis Esports out of the equation for now, there's a chance for Geek Fam to catch back up to first place. And the only team that stands between them and their rightful throne is going to be Farang, at least for now. But for you guys out there, do remember to claim all of these viewer milestones. We have a great glue wall. We have vouchers. If you miss out the code, you can always rewind the broadcast.
Neslu.
Neslu's back is exposed, and Anxiety should be able to pick up a free point.
I'm so curious, bro. Why does he have an extra O behind his name? What is a Neslu? I know Neslo. What is a Neslu? Do you have more Milo inside of that? I want to know. Mocha turns around. Toby, double barrel. ORV back to the lobby to have a few drinks.
8 kills so far for Anxiety. They're catching up pretty quickly, but their contenders are still in the running, are still in the lobby. So Anxiety still not able to make up for the difference. between those points in the leaderboard. And just now, I think we did a bit of quick math, and you know, it's safe to say that GeekFam are slightly ahead of Anxiety.
Yeah.
But this is one of those games where it might change if Anxiety can make it far enough. For Farang though, they now need to fight through EWG.
GeekFam, good compound. They've reassumed their position at Clock Tower. But the players of Bloody Head approaching from the back, and Orange Esports might just be the biggest party poopers for GeekFam to stop them from grabbing the booyah in this matchup. But Fikri has got his eye on them, specifically his crosshair, but does not have any angles to work with just yet. As those players try to reposition, Mark drops Man 04. Big shots coming through, but Bloody Head, they really need to learn trigger discipline here. They've already engaged with no finisher coming through, and now it's a little bit slow in terms of a push. Morgana has got the space to work with. That grenade launcher is going to be the biggest difference maker through that window if he can get it. Yes, he does manage to go in for the pop, but Morgana gets challenged by Orin. Fantastic angle held on, and they are punished. And this is what happens when you try to engage with GeekFam without those angles. Mark drops Orin from afar. Man 04 trades out Shanks with the grenade launcher, but Morgana brings on the grenade launcher from out of nowhere, and GeekFam just surviving with Phoenix now. They should have brought in Raja.
Yeah, and right now Phoenix is going to bring the rest of his team back up, and this is good news for GeekFam. Morgana, he did a lot of the heavy lifting, but now is not being able to be concluded.
What a play, what a play, what a play.
Their teammates back up. Time Turner is around Bloody Head. They have Morgana once more on his feet, and Morgana finally eliminated. And GeekFam, they have 2 more members left. They were not able to finish off Bloody Head, but Bloody Head has done significant damage to GeekFam.
Unfortunately, there was such a soft engagement from the players of Bloody Heads because they had an opportunity to eliminate the whole squad of GeekFam. But a very early lack of trigger discipline from the side of Bloody Head. They open it up with a snipe, and Orin immediately knows exactly which position to spot them out from, holds a tight angle, and sprays down that player. Morgana had that grenade launcher to make the biggest of difference, but still couldn't make the difference as he takes himself out of the equation. One of the down points of using the grenade launcher in those close quarters combat. And Bloody Head, they end their own opportunity. Eastern Wolves Gang running away from Anxiety as quickly as they can. They want to assume those defensive positions in this compound, and they've done exactly that. Now Anxiety are stuck in the open.
We'll see how Anxiety pushes in though. They are covering a lot of ground. And on that mini screen down there again, GeekFam hunting down the last member of Bloody Head. Mark goes out. GeekFam stays in the game with 10 kills so far. And Anxiety looks to do the same to Pano EWG. Kanoho is already in the building. They have the entire perimeter covered. And EWG seems like they're forced to fight this. And look at Farang. They're taking that opportunity to go into the circle. They have a really good chance of stopping GeekFam in their tracks right now.
GeekFam, 2 players left alive and kicking. No, none of those vending machines available in or around Rimnam village at the moment for them to purchase their players back. No revival points as well. So GeekFam just has to hunker down and play those survival points best as possible. They've got the most number of kills in this lobby, but it absolutely means nothing. Jabbar has been teased. They dropped that player. No kill coming through just yet. Kanoho grenade launcher pulls it out. Does not pop it off just yet. Kanoho wastes his time. Knocks himself down. Unfortunately for the players of Anxiety, they couldn't bag that 1 kill. But Eastern Wolves Gang, they haven't taken them out just yet. Kanoho still have got the numbers to sustain.
Look at Farang. This is not really the best spot for Farang to be in though, but they have no choice. They have been spotted out by Orange Esports, but Orange Esports is getting shot at by K9 Esports. So things are sort of working out for Farang, but they don't really have the kills to back it up. And in the meantime, Orange Esports got taken out thanks to GeekFam as well. So what is the game plan for Farang? They have to get rid of GeekFam before they even have a chance to contest for that booyah. And GeekFam, they have 10 kills under their belt. So even if GeekFam goes out right now, they still have a very good chance to catch back up. But EWG comes in to spoil the party. Fikri will pick Phoenix back up, and GeekFam will have to move.
Without Orin, this fight just got so much more difficult, right? Without Man 04, that engagement capability of GeekFam severely diminished. Barba, good knockdown onto Marky. Jembal gets taken out of the equation. He has got the grenade launcher in hand, so it's absolutely imperative that the players of Farang pick him right back up to play these final engagements. And K9 Esports from across can't do much against GeekFam. GeekFam turning around. Fikri dealing with 2 teams at the very same time. Has got backup in the name of Phoenix. Woodpecker, double setup coming through from GeekFam, and so much of pressure being played. Spade gets caught out in the open, and GeekFam continues to spray them down, but unfortunately taken out in the 5th spot. And Farang now solid for the win, but Anxiety can ruin their chances with that grenade launcher, Aske.
15 kills for Anxiety. This is the best run they had so far. But Spade and Jespu now they chip in. EWG is out. Anxiety have lost 2 members. Farang, they do not have the kills to back it up, but Anxiety just needs this booyah, and it's not impossible. Toby does have the double barrel shotgun as well. Jembao has that grenade launcher in hand. Toby now has to hold out against 2 members of Farang on his own, and Jembao, he's just taking it slow. They know that they have the numbers, and Farang knows that patience is key. That frag grenade does not connect. Toby out in the open.
What?
Slips through, but he doesn't have the help.
Oh.
And Farang shuts the door. 3rd booyah of the day, and 4 in total for this team.
Fantastic play by the players of Farang earlier on match number 1. We did see them step up. They were the ones that picked up the most number of points on Bermuda. Why? Because they hit that booyah and they do it yet again. Farang with the fantastic plays. And towards the very end, Anxiety, although they had exactly what was required to turn the tides against Farang, the player with the grenade launcher got taken out of the equation a little bit too early. And it looks like, Danny, our boy Husky is right.
What did I tell you?
Hey, at the end of yesterday,
Fake Farang fan?
don't make me make production.
Fake
Bring
Farang
up that
fan?
clip. You know very well that you
Fake
jumped
Farang
off.
fan? Excuse me?
You jumped off that bandwagon so fast at the end of yesterday.
Can't hear this. What? I think Farang just won that 4th booyah.
You know, Farang has already proven to us that it's not about the number of booyahs.
Yes.
You know, because you can grab the record-breaking 8 booyahs and still not finish up in that number 1 spot. So that's exactly what they have to worry about. Because Geek Fam's hot on their tails. I mean, Geek Fam didn't bomb out early, even though Eternal Watch and Lin once again hot drops them.
Anxiety had a good run.
Oh yeah, amazing run for them,
They
right?
had a
Picking up
good
multiple
run
kills.
until Chessman got knocked out, right? Like losing Chessman, especially being one of the last 2 teams alive, I think that really hurt Anxiety because this is a conversation that we did bring up yesterday. The fact that Chessman plays such a pivotal role for Anxiety when it comes to the damage department. So as soon as I saw Chessman go down, I just thought, oh, this is going to be a really tough one. And Anxiety, they just couldn't pull it through. Of course, Farang had the numbers, right? 4 versus 2, much easier to come into a final 1v1 situation compared to, you know, being down in terms of players. But let's break down this game here very quickly. So Anxiety, they made a comeback, but I mean, Farang didn't have to do that much in this game, right? They played quite passive compared to the other games that they played earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, you see Farang, so I think around this timing, right, there is a point where we saw Farang make that rotation. No team would have done what Farang did. Farang went straight down, they followed the stream, and they basically planted themselves in the middle of the circle. And they were able to catch out Orange Esports, they were able to catch out Geek Fam, and look at this bird's eye view, right? Farang, they were getting shot at, but all the other teams were getting distracted by one another, and Farang somehow slipped right into the end. And though we say Anxiety didn't get the booyah, but they did get 16 kills.
Oh yeah,
and that's
absolutely.
a lot of points for the team.
Yeah, and in terms of the aggression out of Anxiety, there was just no response for that from the other side. And it was just a field of picking, and the players of Anxiety managed to pick off all of those kill points for themselves. But the game of numbers caught up with them towards the very end. Farang still taking that fight up against them. And, you know, the most beautiful part about Farang is they knew they were anticipating a grenade launcher attack from Anxiety. So they split off with a buddy system, right? Sending 2 players to the left, 2 players to the right, and that was the perfect setup. And as anticipated, Anxiety launches themselves into that number 1 spot with 25 massive points through those 16 kills. Farang with a 6 with 18 points on the 2nd place.
Yeah, I mean, it's still good for Farang, right? I mean, they got most of their points from the booyah, but they're going to be able to keep their lead. Geek Fam's going to be hot on their tails, though, only 1 point behind. So I think at this point, are we still looking at basically, I want to say, a rat race between Farang and Geek Fam for 1st place? Because even though Anxiety got 25 points, I don't know if this team is going to be able to keep up in terms of these remaining 3 maps that we've got today.
Farang needs 18 points more than Geek Fam to overtake them. So this clearly wasn't that match, right? They could have placed better, they could have gotten the booyah, but once again, Geek Fam proving that booyahs are not the be-all and end-all of the
kills.
game.
Absolutely.
But they did have consistency overall.
But they did have the previous round where Geek Fam bombed out with like 2 points, right? So it's fair to say that right now, Farang are in a more comfortable spot because Geek Fam, they got 1 good round, 1 poor round, same as Axis. Anxiety would kind of be the one that is trying to catch up to both Geek Fam and Axis, but for Farang, you can breathe a sigh of relief temporarily going into the next game.
And
I mean, how would you play this differently, though? Because, of course, it's down to Farang to chase Geek Fam, because it's really hard to effectively shut down a team unless you're the one to do it. You can't rely on everyone else and hope that they're the ones to be doing the hot drops, to be doing the movements to weaken Geek Fam.
I think Farang's doing the right thing. I think they're playing the right strategy. It's the game of survival. You know, you cannot take the risk and engage a little bit too early and then bomb out. We've seen Farang do that one too many times already. And it is the sound strategy to get into the final circle confidently and then start engaging with all of those teams. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. And it looks like it is the best way to catch up with Geek Fam.
Yeah.
You know, teams like Anxiety, on the other hand, this is a very risky route that they're taking, right? They've got the mechanical capabilities, but when you engage and accidentally engage with the wrong team out there, that's it. Your round is absolutely gone. So they got very, very lucky at Bermuda this time round, but that luck was, you know, towards the side of them getting really good engagements as well, right? So putting the mechanical work to play there, but they are very lucky that they didn't really get punished by any of those teams. Even Eastern Wolfsgang had that backstab, but, you know, lucky once again because Eastern Wolfsgang only had one guy taking the backstab.
And all of this happened because Watch and Learn didn't finish the job, right? Geek Fam could have had an abysmal round if Watch and Learn just committed to it. And committed with properly, right? Again, they sent one guy in, that guy went, I mean, it's a 1 versus 2, what do you expect? And Watch and Learn, they pulled the plug, and suddenly Geek Fam got into third spot. That could have been so much more different.
I mean, I had this really crazy idea. I was going to say, if you're Farang, do you just give Watch and Learn a call and be like, hey guys, can you pull in a favor for us and not drop Geek Fam?
No, that is a disadvantage for Farang.
That's a horrible idea
because Eternal Watch and Learn will just feed the players of Geek Fam and their kill
but we
points.
almost, I mean, we've seen one time where Watch and Learn was able to eliminate
You answered
Geek Fam. It was
your
very
question
close.
one time.
They almost had it just then, but they decided not to finish the job.
Yeah, one time they got lucky.
I'm not gonna hire someone who half arses the work, you know. I'm not doing that. Like if
I remember one time he got the job done. Let's hire that guy again.
Yeah, like, I remember one time he got the job done, one time they got wiped, and the third time they were like, yeah, we'll just do half of it. That's not convincing. That's not a good resume.
Yeah,
Just like goes in half, does half the job, just leaves like, excuse me, wait.
Right, I want my salary, you know.
Yeah, but I do love Eternal Watch and Learn for what they're doing out there on the battlefield.
Yes.
They know they don't have a chance, right?
Yeah.
But they still want to make a name for themselves. So what better way to make that name than to hot drop one of the hottest teams? They're taking the place of Bloody Head right out of the rulebook, bro.
Well, you know what? Good news. Our next map is ready, and it's a hot map, as we've constantly been using that word. We're jumping into Kalahari. It is our next game. Husky, AJ, take it away. The question is it going to be a Farang game, and can they overtake Geek Fam?
I do not think either side can overtake the players of Axis Esports, who have already managed to master Kalahari. And Farang, with them making their way slowly back into the game here, they might be able to claim that throne at Kalahari back. But overall, Axis has outshined every single other team at this map so far. Let's see if things change. Eternal Watch and Learn. Are we even surprised that they have dropped into the high-tier loot zone this time around? But it is surprising that nobody else is here.
I'm telling, I saw something, right? Geek Fam, they usually like Santa Catarina, but they got a bonus out of that. They also got control of Stone Ridge, which is, I wouldn't say uncharacteristic, but it's something that you don't really see from Geek Fam, right?
Yeah, they don't split up.
It's a very split up formation. And the fact that no team drop at Stone Ridge is a good advantage for them, but oh, Toda feels the pain. And Farang gets first blood, aim goes out.
Usually, the players of Geek Fam, they take the hot drop into Stone Ridge. They rotate out to Santa Catarina, and that's usually their second spot because of that vending machine as well as that revival platform, right? So if things do go south, they can manage to revive their players off at Santa Catarina. But like you said, Orin just being sent out there to just loot up that area first, because they're not going to be disturbed at all. Command post, as usual, will be commanded by the players of Bloody Head. But Eternal Watch and Learn, now going in for the engagement against one player on the side of No Escape. RS7 is going to get caught off guard here. Maske, alongside his brother, it's a 2v1, but Demon76 runs the other way. So I guess RS7 will survive for a little bit longer. But for all of you guys who want to survive with a Royal voucher in your hands, please do go ahead to grab the screenshot and redeem it before 5:30 p.m.
And I wonder if there is going to be a response from No Escape. It seems like that is the plan, right? You have Aaron7 just standing in front, and the rest of the team shoots at Watch and Learn from afar. But there's not much angles to work with. Era, yeah, he has that trip mine. He also has a weapon to work with. He's gonna try and turn the corner and challenge Maske head on. So far, Watch and Learn not able to at least break No Escape. And they somehow are holding on well, but iPants has already been knocked down. So No Escape have lost that initial, one of their crucial members that can provide support fire from long range. Well, I think Watch and Learn doing a pretty good job just keeping No Escape at bay. And Maske, with this sharp turn, this dry swing, takes out Error.
No escape, tries to run away, but as Eternal Watch and Learn tries to hunt them down, let me tell you guys about a hilarious story, right? So yesterday, I was going out to throw rubbish, and as I opened my gate,
Not sure if
there's this orange cat sitting down right in front of my gate.
Right.
It doesn't run away. He just sits down and stares at me. And I've got 3 dogs at home, right? So my dogs are going crazy back at home. This orange cat just treats me like its owner, runs up to me, tries to cuddle up with me. And today, my fiance just sent me a photo. The orange cat brought a friend. And there are 2 cats now in my house. My goodness, I'm going to go back home. And I hope I don't have to adopt 2 cats.
It's good news.
It's bad news, bro. It's bad. I cannot afford 2 cats, man. I can't.
They can take care of themselves, don't worry. Cats are the lowest maintenance pets. You
Fair
think the
enough.
cat
They
cares
take care
about-
of themselves.
You think cats care about what you think?
They don't. That's the problem.
It's their house now.
When you take care of a dog, you are like God, right? When you take care of a cat, the cat thinks that you are the servant.
Exactly.
They think they are gods. And that's unacceptable. I'm the king of my house.
I'm pretty sure when the moment that cat saw you, he has already claimed half of your house.
He claimed me.
Yes.
That's the worst thing.
Now he got your fiance hostage. You gotta do something about that.
Guy brings a black cat along. So my God, I gotta go and sort that out. But it's okay. Halfway through ORV, hopefully they don't find a cat running around out there on the battlefield. But they run straight into the danger zone, thinking that it's their home.
Well,
They like to play with
I
fire.
don't think we've seen any teams get knocked out by the danger zone.
Unfortunately, no. I would love to see that.
I had that experience.
I think Arena, I mean, they've been bringing in a lot of adjustments. I think they just need to bump up the firepower out of the danger zone. Because the danger zone doesn't look very dangerous these days.
It's just the color.
Yeah, it's just like a...
You know, you walk into the room and then the lights are red.
Yeah.
But it's not really any threat.
It's like
It's the mental
on a bright sunny day, a couple of, rainy clouds just pass over, block out the sun, but don't really rain on you, right? Just passes over. That's a GG. Garena,
We should
you
make it
gotta
a
do
rule.
something.
If you stay in the danger zone for more than 30 seconds, your health gets cut by half.
Yeah, that is something that should be done. But the players of Farang now getting super lucky. Shai gets sprayed down onto the ground. No kill coming through because a good glue wall is erected. Time turner pulled out as well. Farang forcing the players of Axis to use all of their resources a little bit early here. Shai does have a little bit of space to recover. But overall, Axis Esports not going to be challenged too much with that engagement. But Farang, they want to shut them down. Because remember, Axis Esports, they staked their claim already on this map. And Farang wants to rip it right back. They want to be the kings of Kalahari. But unfortunately, with nothing much to show for it at the moment.
But it's good to see Farang sticking to their game plan, right? And again, it's good to see that there are no teams that is actively challenging Farang at this area. Barring that one time yesterday when Axis Esports, someone just brute forced their way and was able to take out Farang. But aside from that, one round is good enough for Axis. They're not trying to roll the dice too many times. A relatively slow round, only 3 players out from the lobby. With 6.5 minutes in, still 12 teams remain. And this is one of those situations where I think Farang can really make use of. But it also comes down to where the circle is. And so far, it has been benefiting them.
3 rounds so far, and Axis Esports have managed to take away 60 points from Kalahari. That's 20 points on average every single time they step into this map. And that's going to be insane if they can pull that off again.
Axis is here.
Because they make themselves a strong contender for that #1 spot. But Axis now, rotating straight in towards command post, looking for that circle. The players from the side of Farang firing down at them. But Bloody Heads will be that little bit of distraction that Axis Esports desperately needs. But as Axis Esports moves into command post, Geek Fam, they will take that flanking position right behind them, which puts Axis in a really, really sticky situation here. Danger Zone once again hunts down another team out there on the battlefield. Eastern Wolves Gang going to be tickled by that.
And look at Farang. They have already made their move. They have that plan B, right? If the circle closes in on us, depending on where it is, we're going to move right now. So they're not bothered about gatekeeping. They just want that position for themselves. I think it's a very good start for them. Axis, on the other hand, challenging Bloody Head. They got to get through command post to even have a chance to make it into the safe zone. And Bloody Head, they are very spread out. They have someone controlling the perimeter, but at the same time, you're up against the full force of Axis Esports. So Bloody Head needs to hold the fort as long as they can.
And either way, they both have to take these engagements with a lot of cover, right? Because Farang will still be keeping that bird's eye view, trying to take those snipes from afar. So it just makes the battle so much more difficult. But Eternal Watch and Learn, engaging with K9 Esports. If there's one team that they can spray down, it should be K9. But Normain turns the tide, drops 2 players back to back. Glue wall erected, and Maske does have a little bit of an
opportunity to provide that backup as Eternal Watch and Learn bring their players right back up. K9 Esports sustains their lives just for a little bit in the name of Normain as he tries to get away. But Eternal Watch and Learn, they don't slow down. They're hunting him down. And I believe this is the end for K9 Esports. Although Normain is a fantastic player, the game of numbers should catch up now.
Yeah, they know where Normain is. It is not an easy place to flood into though, because you're running straight into a tight area. But with Normain now out in the open, this should be the end of him. There's not just no time for Normain to kind of heal back up to full. They get the pincer, they get the wraparound, Demon 76 with the closure. K9 Esports out once more.
Eternal Watch and Learn, great at picking up points in the early parts of the game, but you know, they just can't go all the way. They just don't have the capability of finishing off teams.
Oh, there's a
Axis
grenade launcher.
Esports backs away as they need to slow things down. Picking Shayad up is the priority here for the players of Axis. Shayad needs to recover. It's a 4v3, all thanks to their setup. Double glue wall will be pulled up, but look at Flame using his partner as a little bit of an elevation, steps on his shoulder, tries to take the shot up from above, and as he pops his head up, Mark shuts him down. AC80 success here for Mark, and he will be able to flank around and punish the players of Axis Esports. The numbers now equal. It's a 3v3.
Yeah,
Or make that a 3v2.
Yeah, Vegeta actually steps on the trip mine. The good thing is that no one can challenge Mark because he is at a location that Axis Esports have no business of contesting. And Mark feels the confidence to kind of to rotate closer and further away, excuse me, from the command post to get a better angle on the members of Axis Esports. In fact, Bloody Head themselves are splitting up in this command post area. And they do have that grenade launcher in the hands of Shanks, I believe. So Axis have to be really careful, but because of this lateral split, Axis can cut through command post if they wish.
Axis Esports just needs to play this tactically. Command post is not really a good compound to step on into because of how well the players of Bloody Heads have grown overall. Eastern Wolves Gang see a nade flying straight towards them. They reposition. Geek Fam, they don't have a lot of time to play with. Gets flashed halfway through. Orin cannot take that rush. Repositions Eastern Wolves Gang. Good response, and now the circle hunts them down. Should be able to gatekeep the players of Geek Fam, but 5 grenades in the hands of Orin might just be the difference maker. He charges it up a little bit too long. It explodes halfway there towards that glue wall, not really dealing much of damage, but that's just a waste of a play because none of those players of the Eastern Wolves Gang are there. So this, I have to say, was one of the best plays out of Eastern Wolves Gang, right? Beautiful flash, immediate reposition, and Geek Fam are now fighting a watchtower and a glue wall with no one behind it.
It's very hard to get through as well. I mean, EWG, they can really stop Geek Fam in their tracks. And remember, this is game 14. So after this, we only have 2 more rounds. Yep. Any bad rounds right now will strip away a chance at the championship title. Yep. Anxiety holding a very good angle against ORV. As Geek Fam continues to try and break through the defense of EWG off screen. Anxiety getting that clipping Toby midair as he tries to use the grapple gun. Barbara does get traded back though, but it's courtesy of Farang. So Anxiety also has their own fight to take care about. And because of that, their manpower is diverted. And ORV takes advantage of that to get 2 more kills.
Beautiful plays from ORV as they shut down those players of Anxiety off screen. Bloody Heads taking the fight straight towards the players of Axis Esports, and it looks like Axis won't really be able to continue their run in here to make that 60 into 80 of the total picked up at Kalahari because of what Bloody Heads is doing to them. But you gotta pay the price, man. You step into the open compound at command post, Bloody Heads will get offended with that move.
This is going to be crucial for Geek Fam. Can they break through this defense of EWG? Someone is playing from long range as well. And that guy's Jay-Z. Look at that. He's on top of the Mammoth Skeleton. But Geek Fam, here they come. A 1-for-1 trade. Twa for Mano 4. Monito gets a snipe onto Orin. And Phoenix, can you save Geek Fam's game? And if they get knocked out right now, it's only just 1 point for the team. And that is not what Geek Fam wants. Mammoth is not where they stand. And Mammoth is where Geek Fam falls. EWG forces the team away, but the bad news is that Phoenix has absolutely nothing to work with.
Yesterday, Geek Fam picked up a total of 11 points from Kalahari. Today, they have managed to pick up 2 points. And with the way things are going, it looks like they're not going to outperform their unfortunate performance from the side of Kalahari yesterday. Toda, on the other hand, this team still seems to be struggling in the competition. Very surprisingly, Pedro turns the corner. Beautiful plays. I used to
absolutely love the plays of Pedro, one of the top players in the competition, in the league overall. And these engagements show exactly why Pedro is one of those dangerous players. So I really do not understand exactly where is Toda lacking, exactly what's going wrong for the team. As Eternal Watch and Learn swarms this compound, they take Toda out. Unfortunate for Pedro, even after that stellar performance.
Yep. This is the second time he is caught in this kind of scenario, right?
Yeah.
And just couldn't hold on. A chessman dies to the blue zone, so anxiety are no more. And Farang still in the game, up against Bloody Head. That ice grenade is gonna make life a bit hard for Bloody Head as they have to rotate away. And Jembao follows up with a frag. And this one does hit home a bit harder. Farang have already thinned down the numbers of Bloody Head. They do also have no escape to worry about, but Farang has found themselves in a more comfortable position. And then Jembao with another nade. Morgana going down, Shanks and Mark on top of the hill. And it's kind of the first time in a long time that we see Farang not playing from a vantage point. But anything we know about Farang is that they are a very formidable team on Kalahari. Despite all the performance that we have seen previously, in Phoenix somehow still holding on. And I'm not really sure how long more he can hide. No escape though, they are out.
Farang is the team that stands to lose the most if they do bomb out, because currently they hold on to that #1 spot.
And Geekfam already out.
Geekfam is out, and looks like nobody's going to be hunting down for that #1 spot. Remember, even Axis Esports got taken out a little prematurely. And this is all for Farang to run away with now. The question is Anxiety still alive out there on the battlefield?
No, Chessman is already out.
That's a GG. So Farang should be able to solidify their lead, run away from all of those other teams. This is that opportunity. The best ones to catch up with them will be the Eastern Wolves gang. But the Eastern Wolves gang are about 20+ points away from Farang. So even though they are going to be able to put on good numbers, Farang are the ones who are going to be dominating that overall leaderboard later on, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. So let's see what they can do! But Lord God Almighty, Eastern Wolves gang quickly shut them down. And now it is all up to EWG. We talked about how they need about 20 points to catch up with Farang, who are in the #1 spot. If they can nail this booyah with more than 13 kills on their side, they will do exactly that. Farang couldn't pick up a lot of kills for themselves earlier on, and that's the blessing Eastern Wolves gang need.
Yeah. A breath of life for EWG, but it's not as consequential as we thought it would be, right? Because Farang has already pulled ahead so far, so by kind of a mile. So knocking them out just now, it does make life easier for Pano EWG, but it doesn't necessarily put them in the driver's seat. So Monito getting that kill onto the Demon 76 would make it a bit more workable. Monito also gets traded back.
Nice.
As Jay-Z snipes out Bloody Head. And EWG looking to close this out with a big statement. It's a 4 versus 4, but Tua has already started it off by taking out Maske. And the thing is, Watch and Learn needs to come out from that low ground. Mantai again!
What a play!
Being the superhero that the team is looking for. And Mantai single-handedly has won the round for the team. Venom 96 has to pick. You give the point to Jay-Z, or you give the point to the blue zone. And he chose a Spartan ending for himself. And there's nothing much that Watch and Learn can do. EWG with another booyah.
And Eastern Wolfgang, they needed more than 20 points to catch up with the players of Farang. And it looks like they're halfway there already. Bando EWG. Superb play by Manchai. Once again, this guy is an absolute formidable player out there on the battlefield. And it was quite surprising, though, to see Eternal Watch and Learn in that final circle after quite a questionable run in the grand final so far.
This is EWG's third booyah.
Yeah.
They have the second most booyah overall, the first one being Farang.
Yeah.
So nonetheless, I mean, it's great for the team.
We picked the right teams to watch.
We did.
Yeah.
Actually, fun fact, do you know that Watch and Learn also got their booyah on Kalahari? So it seems like these two teams actually have been dominating this map in particular. So I looked at this game and I was like, hang on a minute, I had to look through my book and I just realized these guys, they're so good at Kalahari.
Consistency is key, right? But, you know, what sets Eastern Wolves gang apart from Eternal Watch and Learn is, you know, just like Anxiety, you can't really hit hard on one map and then just be soft and not turn up for all of those other maps, right? You want to win a championship, you got to go all the way.
Yeah, a trend I also noticed with EWG as well is that they always tend to hug that cliff side when it comes to those final circles.
Correct.
And I love that positioning because you get the high vantage point, you can see where everyone's coming in from. So it's much easier to try and figure out where everyone is, and at least you can position yourselves, right? Because you know where everyone's coming from. So firstly, props to EWG for a fantastic round. They are in prime position to actually be one of our top 3 finishing teams. We're not done yet. We've still got 2 more maps to go. But the thing is, after this strong finish, is this going to be enough to keep this team in the running?
I think EWG would have definitely caught up in anxiety already, and that's a big run.
Absolutely.
Yeah, big run towards the top of the leaderboard, right? And if they can catch up in anxiety, then the top 3, not really a question for EWG anymore. And all they need to do is just bring in that consistency, which thankfully EWG is capable of.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think EWG got their first booyah of the day on Kalahari as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep,
so
it was Kalahari.
back-to-back booyahs on this map. But good news is that Farang did have a better showing. It's very unfortunate that they couldn't really make it to the end because they didn't really get to play the high ground as much as they wanted to, right? EWG getting the luxury of that circle. But overall, the fact that, you know, Anxiety, Axis, and Geek Fam got knocked out that early on does put Farang's mind at ease.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Axis Esports, they had a strong chance, but one biggest mistake that they made was rushing into the compound of Bloody Heads. I mean, everybody knows that command post belongs to the Bloody Heads, and they have managed to master not the whole map of Kalahari, but that compound.
That's good enough.
That one compound, right? And you can even be Axis Esports, who's so consistent, so capable of taking these kills, but you step into the compound of Bloody Heads, you got to be ready for, you know, all of those solid engagements. Initially, it was good, but they were just tossing out those grenades, which were absolutely unnecessary. But to a certain degree, I understand why they're being so passive in that engagement. Farang and their annoying bird's eye view were just so difficult to face off against, because you have to take the fight up against Bloody Heads while still maintaining your position inside of the compound, which is close to impossible.
Yeah, now let's take a look at the point standings. Panda
27?
EWG, 27 points after that round. And of course, Watch and Learn come in second place. They also ended with 15 kills to their name. So it's very top heavy in terms of kills for this round. But these two teams are going to be bathing in points. Watch and Learn, I'm not sure how influential these points are going to be. I don't think there's really much of a chance for them to really catch up for top 6. But this does still push them up that leaderboard for extra prize money. But the most important thing here is EWG. And I think we're going to include Farang here, right? Because Geek Fam, 6 points after this round, thanks to EWG, which I want to say props to EWG for their play against Geek Fam, right?
Oh, yes.
I love the play where they threw the flash and they ran, right? And Geek Fam unknowingly committed to that watchtower, not knowing that nobody was there. They were using grenades to flush out EWG, who had already left. And the fact that Geek Fam decided to continue chasing without those grenades, which if they still had, Geek Fam could have actually eliminated EWG earlier on.
Yeah.
And this is where I want to talk about consistency, right? I mean, Farang got 13 points, but what remains the same was that they were consistent through and throughout, whether booyah or not. Geek Fam had 1 good round, 2 mediocre rounds. Axis Esports, 1 good round, 1 mediocre round, and this one was down the gutter, right? 0 points for them. But for Farang, they get 2 booyahs in a row, and even though there was not many kills, they were still able to get their placement points. And this one, with 13 points, I think it was also really respectable given the circumstances. So overall, I still think that Farang right now are in a very comfortable spot. There are 2 rounds left, and if they bomb out in the last 2 rounds, they won't be able to win the whole thing, but at least there's a buffer for them.
I would love to see the overall standings, right? I want to see where everyone is, what the gap is, how close we are to seeing the champion, because for all we know, we could be looking at maybe a 10-point gap, a 15-point gap, and I think especially with 2 more games to go, that's massive.
It's going to go down to the last match, no doubt.
Yes. We are going to go for a quick break. These teams, they've got a little bit of time to sort of figure out what to do for our final 2 maps. And same thing with you guys as well. Make sure you go to the toilet, grab your snacks, come back in 3 minutes, because we're going to jump into our second last game of the day. We'll see you after this.
Hai, nama saya Razlan. IGN saya OE Jebat dari pasukan Orange Esport.
Hai, nama saya Alif Daniel. In-game name saya ialah OE Dekos. Saya berumur 17 tahun dan masih belajar. Saya akan bertanding bersama tim Orange Esport.
Hello, I am Jminio. Hello, I am Jiraya. and we are from Team Princess.
Saya Jiminio sebagai IGL Team Princess, Tony dan Jiraya sebagai Russia, Mika Boy sebagai Frege dan dua pemain simpanan iaitu Abekari dan Nonem. Peranan saya sebagai IGL adalah meletakkan role masing-masing mengikut skill individu yang saya lihat dari segi gameplay mereka.
Peranan saya dalam tim ni adalah sebagai leader pasukan dan support dalam in-game.
Peranan saya dalam permainan ialah sebagai IGL atau support Russia. Saya yang selalu membuat keputusan untuk membuat rotation.
Semua ahli pasukan saya suka buat lawak dan tak cepat koyak.
Fakta yang menarik bagi tim Princess ialah tim ni baru sahaja ditubuhkan seminggu sebelum FFCS bermula. Seterusnya, player yang dikumpulkan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk tim Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan lain selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Team X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan tim Malaysia boleh.
Tahniah kepada tim yang lepas Liga dan tim Princess, jangan suka sangat. Obse kita orang punya.
Orange Esport boleh.
Orange Esport boleh.
Up and down, we are together.
Out, which is good to see from the team. K9 Esports right out at the bottom. Oh, but Phoenix did not know he was going to meet so many players all at the same time. Charge Buster in hand, but Superman will catch him. Oh, that is just illegal, Phoenix. He had so little time to work with, still manages to turn around with the Charge Buster of all things and knocks that player who had so much of time to capitalize on.
Oh, and K9 Mana just missed that opportunity to get rid of Geekfam, because now Planks is the next to form.
Oh
Marky
my
just
god,
shows
again!
Up, and it's Phoenix that completely mops the floor with K9. K9 Esports covers the distance. Look at what Blank has. Grenade launcher in his hands. This could be a be or end all. The blast connects onto all of them, and K9 Esports will pick all of them up, put them in a body bag. K9 Esports is on top command tower. Oh, they just see Chessman come back. The grappling gun, it could not have been more perfect for Geekfam. Chessman just revived. They see him parachuting down and they just went straight for him. It's a 2-4-1 exchange for Geekfam.
Welcome back to the Free Fire Challengers Series Season 2 Grand Final. We are down to our final 2 games of the day. And most importantly, we're all waiting for that overall standing because we want to know who's sitting in first place, who's in second, third, and also, most importantly, who's currently top 6 and how far the gap is between 6 and 7. There's a lot going on.
How far is Todak away from top 6? That's what I want to find out.
Quite far.
Pretty far.
And, you know, today hasn't really been a breakout day, right? To expect them to, you know, catch up. We needed them to perform in all 8 rounds, but clearly that wasn't the case in here. But what's good is we don't have like one solid, determined champion through the grand final stage just yet. I believe it's going to go down all the way to that final game, and that's just the best way to get this done, right? It just keeps the excitement at an all-time high. 16 rounds, and still no one that's going to be crowned champion just yet. That kind of just shows exactly what kind of quality we've got here at this league.
Yeah,
previously... I wonder if the teams have somebody just sort of keeping track of the points, right? Like,
of
they
course.
have a friend or girlfriend or whatnot, trying to figure out, okay, this is where we are currently, this is how far we are from this place.
Yeah.
Or if everyone just plays as if they're in last place and just be like, oh, let's just do our best and see what happens.
I mean, that's...
Yeah,
sorry, go on.
at one point, so when we see like Farang's win a camp, right, it's like kind of like in a room right now,
Yeah.
but at one point during the group stage, it was kind of like in a living room
Correct.
where they had the entire broadcast open on delay in front of the players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think these teams are definitely keeping track of their points. And it's very evident because I think, going into the last 2 rounds, I expect to see Farang to be a bit more passive just to preserve their positions. No more drastic moves coming up for both of them.
Yeah.
But I think that's the exact play they've been bringing in here so far, right? Being passive all the way towards that final circle. And that's the main reason as to how I am quite confident that these players are watching the game, keeping an eye on the score, knowing exactly what it's going to take to be in that #1 spot, right? It's not those aggressive kills. If your Anxiety, once again, Anxiety, one of those teams that are keeping an eye on that overall leaderboard because they know just surviving alone, they're not going to be able to cut it. They need to take those early engagements, and everyone is doing what they need to do, except Toda.
Except, gosh, AJ.
You have to understand that I'm extremely disappointed with Toda because I love this team. And, they've been so promising in the past. I've become a huge fan of them over time. But in this competition...
Hold your thoughts. Here's the overall standings.
nothing.
We finally got it.
Farang!
And Farang. Pando EWG. So we know
ma'am.
this team got 2 booyahs today, but I did not expect them to actually break it into top 2. Something that's also quite shocking. Geek Fam has dropped to 4th place. I didn't think it would be that bad.
Yeah, I'm not shocked to see Pando EWG in that 2nd spot. They most definitely deserve it. And we were talking about how one solid booyah can launch them into that #1 spot. And the only thing that have deterred them from doing that is the consistent performance out of Farang, hitting those 3 booyahs in today, right? So fantastic plays by both of these teams holding on that #1 and #2 spot. But Anxiety, even though we do not see them getting into that final circle a lot, the one thing that they have been able to do is to sandwich themselves through all of those kill points. Currently leading the whole table with the most number of slays out there on the battlefield. 92 kills overall. And that's saying a lot because usually it's Geek Fam that holds on to the title of the biggest slayers out there on the battlefield. And that is one big reason as to why we don't see Geek Fam in that #1 spot. 163 to 189 is quite a far way to catch up, especially if you look at the performance of Farang at Alpine. They are very dominant at Alpine, and I think we know who are the favorites to win the competition already, but it is going to still be up to Pando EWG as well as Anxiety to ruin their chances. But even Anxiety are 20 points away.
It's quite a big gap, but there's one advantage, okay? That advantage being the next
Purgatory.
map, Purgatory.
Yes.
And we've seen Anxiety get booyahs on Purgatory. So this is their time to shine. If there's a map that they're going to make magic happen, it's got to be this opportunity. And if they miss this, then I think they're basically going to be stuck either in 3rd. They might even be overtaken by Geek Fam, right? We really don't know what's going to happen with these teams coming into our 2nd last map. So there's a lot riding on here for Anxiety. Same thing with Geek Fam. And heck, you can even say Farang, right? Because
there is a problem here for Farang. They suck at Purgatory. That's the problem, And they may do extremely well at Alpine, but they do not show up on Purgatory. And like you said, Purgatory is the home of Anxiety. They've already managed to pick up decent number of points the first time round we stepped in there today. Yesterday was a massive breakout at Purgatory for them. And that's exactly what they need to focus on right now to launch themselves back up into the #1 spot and hope and pray that Farang actually bombs out in this round early like they usually do at Purgatory. If that actually happens, if those conditions are met, we're going to have fun on that final round.
and that's what I expect out of Farang, right? To play a bit more conservative. Do not need to make any drastic moves. Preserve that placement points, right? We've seen them make those adjustments even at the start of the day where they're not going in for a lot of kills. In fact, I don't think there's any rounds where Farang had more than 10 kills. It was like 6, 8, but they lock in that booyah, right? So overall, I think it's great for Farang. I mean, AJ says that they're bad at Purgatory. It's hard for me to dispute that.
Terrible. Horrible.
It's very hard for me to dispute that. But I don't know if the camera can catch this, right? I have something written here. I don't think it can, but it says, let's go Farang. So I think Farang would win.
If we go to the caster cams,
can we? Yeah.
There we go.
I'm gonna lean in.
I think it's too small.
I tried.
My man Husky here,
Husky's face is too small.
He's well known in the world of Free Fire for cursing teams.
No.
Whenever he predicts a team is about to win, they usually fail. Now today, he has proven that the curse might be half broken. But we will find out whether or not that is the truth as we hop on into this match. Danny, We'll catch up with you in a little bit as we lead this into the second last game of the day. Once again, it is time for action at Purgatory, Husky.
Can't wait for Farang to win again. Well, we started off with Toda against Eternal Watch and Learn. I think it is.
Oh, Lord.
If
Oh
reality has not
my.
kicked in just yet, it is time for us to go through the 7 stages of grief for both Todak and Watch and Learn. It's time to accept the fact that for Watch and Learn, they just had a slightly better performance overall compared to Todak. And despite all the shenanigans that Watch and Learn pulled off, but we also have Axis Esports in the mix. Axis are not willing to go down just yet. They want to pick up all of these points, and there's a lot up for grabs.
And Axis should be the biggest winners here because Toda as well as Eternal Watch and Learn, they have already been battered, bruised, more than damaged. Step on in and take those kills, gonna be easy. Neptune steps on in, has got the shotgun.
Perfect.
Shahid sprays down, aims as well with the Vector. It's all to the side of Axis Esports. Now Spark, the next guy to get taken down from the side of Toda. One final player left in the ranks of Toda. But look at Eternal Watch and Learn, using this opportunity to blitz out of there. They're out of Brasilia. They're gone.
Perfect start for Axis Esports. They do have some catching up to do, right? Especially when they got 0 points on Kalahari. But with this kind of opening, they do put themselves within arm's reach once more. And again, for you guys out there, we only have 2 more rounds left in this grand finals, and that means that if you guys have not claimed any of these viewer milestone prizes just yet, it's time for you to do so. We've hit all 3 of them. So we have vouchers, and we have that glue wall, which I absolutely adore. So do key in that redemption code, and it's only eligible for those on the Singapore server, so do keep in mind.
Don't watch and learn. Unfortunate in terms of their engagement, but I like it. I like that they know where they stand in the overall composition of these 12 squads out there on the battlefield, and I know that they are doing whatever that it takes to make sure we remember them. And I think we do enough of those engagements to most definitely remember Eternal Watch and Learn for a long, long time. Although, unfortunately, not for the right reasons.
If it makes them feel any better, and I'm not saying this out of pity or anything, there is some improvement from a Watch and Learn.
Yeah.
Right? They have some returning members from the first time we saw them.
Yeah.
And honestly, the first time we saw them, it was kind of what we did not expect from them, right? They had this breakout day, but they almost finished dead last in the group stage.
Yeah.
A year ago. Now they're in the grand finals, and sure, they're not putting up the fight that we thought that they would. They're doing all these hot drops, they're challenging the biggest teams and losing out. But at least we see the growth of this team. And in fact, you know, they are in 9th place, and they have the substantial lead over teams like No Escape and Todak, and especially Todak. And I think a lot of this is definitely on Todak not stepping up to the plate. But Watch and Learn has given us some things to believe in.
We need to switch on over to GeekFam's point of view because they're running straight into K9 Esports. K9 Esports not holding back, running straight towards them, and we get that engagement finally. Normain has got the AC-80, high rate of fire. You get that shot back to back, you get that extra bit of damage as well. But unfortunately for him, the players of GeekFam, they are really hard to fetch and catch as they dart back and forth through all of those glue walls. One team or one player holding on to that high ground hasn't really made his move just yet here, Husky.
K9 is reading this movement completely correct. They know that GeekFam loves to go for those lines. Look at where Marky is. He is behind enemy lines. And now it's also up to the rest of the team to hold off GeekFam. GeekFam also sending in their own flank as well. Who is going to make that first move come true? Phoenix will start it off on a good note. K9 Esports commits to this, but GeekFam have breached through that backline of K9 Esports. So K9 needs to make quick work of them. Man04 keeping the team alive, keeping the dream alive for his team. And he is just way too good with Phoenix supporting him, and K9 Esports will not stand. GeekFam off to a great start.
Fantastic play by Man04. In a situation where he knows he's got 2 more players to engage with, he anticipates a pincer maneuver from them, and he backs away. Instead of committing to one angle, he just waits to see exactly where they appear from, shuts down the first player, but the game of numbers obviously catch up with him. But that's what makes the players of GeekFam so dangerous. Even though Man04 is caught off guard, he gets that backup from Phoenix, right? And Phoenix was the biggest difference maker for the side of GeekFam in that spot. You mentioned Marky. He was already going for that left-hand flank, but Phoenix had the exact same idea. And at this point, I'm starting to move over to your side because I think Phoenix is showing up more than Raja finally.
Yeah, and I think it is kind of the dynamic switch for Geek Fam, right? So Raja did play, I believe, the first 4 rounds, and it's not to say that he didn't put up a good performance, but sometimes when you need the extra firepower, you definitely would look at Phoenix to make that happen. But on the other end, ORV just getting a free shot onto Goku. Unfortunately, his back is exposed, not really paying attention to where the members of ORV are situated, so a free point for the team.
ORV, Orange Esports out in the open, but Mocha cannot secure those shots with the AC-80. That's a very rare occurrence for anyone who holds onto that gun. And Farang are chipping in as well as Exact brings Ames right back into the mix. Mocha continues to torture the players of Orange Esports. Tom now shut down. Mocha looks for yet another knock. Can't really find one just yet. And Jabat leads them away from his other player on the side of Orange Esports. Because will survive, and it's all thanks to Jabat.
He's gonna give his life away. Sometimes you just have to sacrifice yourself for the betterment of the team, and I think for Orange Esports, this is going to be one of those situations. Let's see how much damage Jabat can do to the members of ORV. Well, he's able to down Neslu, but that's Neslaw, but that's pretty much it. ORV will still get the 3rd point for themselves, and I think much was lost. I did see Farang on the other end tagging the members of Anxiety, but no confirmed kills just yet. But Farang did take point on that one of the fishing huts, I believe, towards the western side of the map. So we'll see if Farang can hold on there for a long time. Depends on where the circle goes, so that's something that we're going to check in on. But for Axis Esports, it's going to be round 2. Watch and Learn are around their vicinity, and we'll see if Watch and Learn can get rid of Axis.
Good place, but things are getting a little dicey here. Danger zone right above this engagement, but Axis Esports has got a little bit of backup in the name of Shahid, and not backup in terms of firepower, but backup in terms of bringing them right back into the mix if they fail against Eternal Watch and Learn. It shouldn't be the situation though, but you never know, because Eternal Watch and Learn, they've somehow found a little bit of momentum and firepower as they continuously step up their gameplay. From ruining chances, they have finally started focusing on their own performance. I mean, high time for that to happen, right?
One of the things about Watch and Learn is that they are just not as clean when it comes to all these compound pushes. So that's something that Axis Esports can kind of exploit to turn the tides around. So far, Watch and Learn, they're just taking a lot of time trying to kind of do some recce, and yeah, they took too long. Vegeta waste no time getting an initial knockdown, and unfortunately for the rest of Watch and Learn, it is not going to get any better. Losing Demon 76. And they are still trying to scour the area, and while all of that was happening, Bloody Head have shown up to the compound, and Watch and Learn right now have more than just Axis to worry about.
Yeah, let's see exactly what they can pull off here with this play. In terms of Bloody Heads and their positioning, they should be able to catch the players of Eternal Watch and Learn off guard first. Riptide Rhythm will take down the glue wall of Venom 96, and he gets his HP dropped as 2 players attack him at the very same time. The angle held on by Mark, superb, but as you can see, he gets tagged up. The players of Eternal Watch and Learn, they know exactly what's breaking down. Venom, it's not going to get caught out by the grenade just yet. Morgana has got 3, but this is absolute a waste to try to catch Venom off guard with it. Just a single kill point coming through, but it required 2 grenade cup. You do not need a grenade to shut him down, Morgana. Nobody's going to revive him.
He is dead in the water already, unless Axis steals it away, but highly doubt that's going to be the case. Watch and Learn just trying to get away as far as they can. And X-Boys, this time, even the indestructible couch is not going to protect you from those ice grenades, but it's going to take a while.
Let's see exactly what X-Boys wants to do here.
Oh, well, never mind.
Morgana's grenade connects with X-Boys. Now, that's a good use of a grenade.
Oh, yes.
Not like the one he wasted on Venom 96 earlier on.
Oh, he netted them 2 kills, so it's... They'll probably get it from X-Boys box. Bo, no escape on the other hand. I'm going to run into Geek Fam. And Geek Fam again, another chance to just farm up those points. That grenade connection from Geek Fam is impeccable. Orin does get shut down. Kaz up against Victory. A trade comes through. Phoenix again needing to hold the fort to provide support alongside Man 04, but no escape. Have gotten some finishes done. Victory still on the ground, still bleeding out the blue zone, taking down the members of both Geek Fam and No Escape. But obviously No Escape has to kind of go through that bridge. And Geek Fam losing 2 members from the get-go. No Escape not being able to go for the finisher, but at least they were able to cripple the members of Geek Fam.
Players chipping away at Axis as well. That doesn't look good for the team, but Geek Fam, with just 2 more members on their
Axis is
side
here.
surviving. Mano4 gonna get shut down. Phoenix, if there's no trigger discipline on him, Axis Esports gonna bag him up quick. iPens gets knocked down onto the ground. No idea how that exactly happened, but RS7 is their final hope if No Escape wants to survive this. 5 medkits for him to play around with, so No Escape might just stand a chance. But look at Geek Fam. They circle around the perimeter because they just do not want to engage with the players of Axis Esports, who are holding on to the center of this map here under the bridge. No Escape flies in straight towards them. Neptune, that aim needs to be sharp. Trigger discipline. Axis Esports doesn't want to get over aggressive.
Yeah, I missed the chance to knock out Geek Fam though. That was the only surviving member, if I'm not mistaken. Geek Fam gets a free pass to revive the team. Farang have already made it into the safe zone, and again, doing what they do best, keeping the other teams at bay. But this is very crucial for Farang. They cannot make any mistakes. They need to stay alive for as long as possible, especially on a map where a lot of us have doubted them. A lot of us have looked at the numbers and say that this is the map that Farang is going to drop and slip away from that first place. But if Farang can hold on and just get into the last phase, they will have a really good chance of securing that championship title.
I mean, it is a horrible run on this map so far for Farang, but with the position that they hold on to, they might just be able to take this all the way. What a nade by Monito. Quickly builds up the glue wall the moment he gets that knock, and another nade can just undo the players of Orange
Grenade
Esports.
launcher.
Monito, beautiful! And he gets the kill, and yet another knock, and he saves Manchai at the very same time as well. Monito doing so much for the team. The guy has 6 more grenades left on him. Morgana, take some notes, buddy. That's exactly how you secure all of those kills and keep your inventory for the next battle as well, because those grenades are huge game changers in these battles here, Husky.
I do like what Farang is doing, right? This is what we expected. Play it safe, play it passive. Do not need to take any fights. Go for those vulture opportunities. On the other hand, no bloody hit. They're fighting their Filipino comrades. It's anxiety on the other side of the glue wall. The time term is going to expire. Kanoho gets pump shotted at by Kaloy, but he is still standing, and he does have Toby to help him out. And Kaloy just could not get the finisher off, and then they're just playing a ring around the roses. Hide and seek with the members of Anxiety. And Axis Esports, they are watching this unfold from behind.
Let's see exactly what they can do. Axis, they don't really have the angles to work around with, and Bloody Head's just being so annoying, moving around so much. But Kanoho catches off Kaloy. That M1887 is absolutely deadly. Close range combat. Shanks and Mark step on out. Mark does have got the max 7, sprays down Toby. Kanoho with the backup, 39 more HP left in here, and all of a sudden the players of Bloody Heads might just be able to turn this around. Kanoho shut down. Bloody Head sustains. What a play by the Filipinos, and Anxiety have got no hope now, all thanks to the players of Bloody Heads. But ORV stepping up as well. They shut down Spark with a headshot, and the struggle continues here for the squad of Toda.
One of the more inconsequential teams that you know, in terms of affecting the leaderboard. So it's fine for them. Well, Ames, you have to be incredibly careful.
Nothing. He's got nothing.
Yeah, he's high and dry. Well, Orange was shut down by Farang, and EWG walks straight into Spade, and look at that, the long range. JC does get a good support coming up with a grenade launcher, but look at that. Too Bad immediately taking point in front. Too Bad does go down thanks to Monito. Farang with 2 members on the ground. What is going to be the response though? Too Bad is probably going to bleed out, and Farang losing the initial member who is holding that front line. But I think they just got to him in time. Too Bad back up the name! Monito connects onto 2 more, and Farang, they're in grave danger. They gotta survive. Monito finally gets tagged by the nade. A good response from the members of Farang, but Geekfam has just shown up. Farang, you gotta hold on right now. JC, the last man alive. That grenade ends it all. Farang with 5 points.
Farang needed to take out Eastern Wolves Gang mainly because they were aiming for that #1 spot. And in the map where Farang just has not shown up, when it mattered the most, they managed to make it all the way into this final circle. They haven't hopped on into it just yet, but the gods of RNG delivered it right to them on a silver platter. They are on the edge of the circle. Not a lot of rotations to make through, but Geek Fam gonna pose a huge problem here. It's gonna be the Charge Buster in the hands of Farang, but Oren quickly peels away from that engagement. Phoenix pushing that line down with the Mag 7. Jesbu has got that Charge Buster all being charged up. Grenade needs to be tossed out, but unfortunately, Too Bad gets caught out. That is a perfect backstab from Oren, and that was not planned. Oren just saw the guy, sprayed him down onto the ground. Victory shuts down Mocha out of nowhere. ORV stepping on in, sprayed down onto the ground as well, and the players of Geek Fam trying to ruin the chances of Farah.
Can Jembao do this though? He's the last man alive, and Jembao trying to keep the hopes of Farang in this tournament, or at least in this round, but Geek Fam has eliminated them.
13 kills so far.
Huge criticism for Too Bad. I'm not really sure what the plan was. Saw the time turner, saw the glue wall, still pushes into the Geek Fam. And this is Geek Fam's best chance to equalize the score. They're not far away from Farang.
Yeah.
And because of that play, they definitely are within reach, touching distance.
Oh, are we making a difference? Latte, beautiful grenade launcher play. Takes the prone, 2 more HP left, and he gets taken out of the equation. And Mano 4
Oh my
just
goodness.
absolutely deadly here with the charge buster. Busts through the players of ORE, no challenge whatsoever. But now they meet no escape, and caught a little bit off guard here. We're not ready for yet another battle. Potter pulls up the time turner, won't be safe, but he's got the Groza in hand. Vegeta takes a fight straight up to Orin, has the charge buster, but nothing against the M1887. Once again, close range combat, that double barrel rips a new hole through you. Potter, the final player. Geek Fam secures a solid booyah with 18 kills.
30 points for Geek Fam. And last we checked in on that overall leaderboard, Geek Fam, they needed 26 points to tie up with Farang.
Yeah.
And now they got 30. Obviously, it doesn't offset the points that Farang
points,
has, but it does put them one round away from winning the whole thing.
And Farang also preventing Eastern Wolves gang from, overtaking them. So once again, this goes back to the main storyline that we were building, that it is going to go down to the wire. It's going to go down to that one final game at Alpine. And I think Farang has one heck of a chance there.
Farang had a big chance to make a difference.
Yeah.
But they just couldn't do it.
I mean, passive plays, man. The fact that they even made it to the final circle, I say well done.
Yeah.
Because Farang bombs out on this map all the time, right? But them just playing it safe, getting into the final circle, shows exactly how serious they are for desperately wanting to rip this away from the players of Geek Fam, who have very conveniently, constantly found that #1 spot, even without putting in that hard work that Farang has been throwing in. How many booyahs already? And they still have to deal with Geek Fam.
Oh, yes.
GG.
It never ends. It never ends, does it? You think you've made it to the final stretch, you think you're safe, and then all of a sudden Geek Fam decides, we're going to show up. We're just going to finally show up and prove that we are the best team here. But firstly, congratulations to Geek Fam. That was a phenomenal round for them. They needed those points. They've closed that gap. It's now, I want to say, they're neck and neck really for Farang. It is so close. Yeah. But firstly, I have to say as well, Anxiety got to be shattered. This was supposed to be their map. They get eliminated, I believe, in 10th place by Bloody Head of all teams.
Yeah.
I mean, the team has to be emotionally destroyed by now.
Yeah.
So close yet so far.
Absolutely. And this is the risk that you run by just truly trying to steal away points on a single map, right? That's unacceptable. If you're aiming for the #1 spot, you got to find that strategy to get to that final circle in every single one of those maps. And Anxiety have failed to secure all of those rotations solid for all of the other games. And this was the price that you have to pay at the end of the day. And unfortunately, although I love Anxiety, I don't think their chances of getting that #1 spot is going to be any possible anymore unless they've got a insane breakout run at Alpine, which doesn't seem to be the case, right? And Alpine not really the strongest map. When you look at Anxiety, yesterday they picked up a total of 13 points. Today they've only managed to pull away 4 points at Alpine, so not really looking good for the team. But Farang, on the other hand, they love Alpine.
Yeah, definitely, I think Farang has a good chance, but I think now it's very, very safe to say that the championship round comes down to, not Alpine, comes down to Farang against Geek Fam. I think it's very secure for us to assume that that's going to be the case. X is no longer in the conversation. At least they can't cover it in one round. EWG also not really in the running anymore. And what do you know? A team that has been to the world stage in the most recent time, and a team that's looking to claim that throne a year later since their first.
I don't think EWG are completely out of it, but they have to pull off what Geek Fam did this round if they're going to have any chance. But
yeah, they're not out of it, for sure.
I don't think this map is also completely in favor of Farang, because Geek Fam has also pulled off a booyah on Alpine in the past. So it's really going to come down to these two teams. I know all three of us are going to have our eyes on them. Maybe EWG in the corner of our eyes. The championship title, it is so close for all three of these teams. But let's take a look at the round standings to see how many points everyone did get during that round. I want to see what kind of a gap we're looking at, because it was 26 points that Geek Fam needed to overtake first place. And we got 30 points here for Geek Fam. Farang got 11. So I think Farang is still in the lead here, but barely.
Stone throws away.
Yeah.
From losing out to Geek Fam. I mean, Axis Esports got a commendable 17 points, but remember they did have one round where they got 0. Right, so to offset that difference, it's going to take them a monstrous round, and I don't think there's enough points for them to back.
Yeah, I love all the teams, but I want to focus on ORV here. What a round for them, right? I mean, inconsistent as hell, but, you know, it's good to see ORV making some strides at the grand finals as
Better
well.
late than
14
never, they
points,
say.
absolutely right. Just show up for a couple of those rounds. Show us that you're still alive, willing to fight. Bloodyhead doing a lot, but, you know, riddled with inconsistencies. Unfortunately, this is just not going to be their competition, their tournament. But overall, if you look at their run historically through all of our competitions, this is a fantastic performance from the team once again. But Farang with 11 points, that just equals the players of Geek Fam managing to pick 19. So you mentioned they needed, what, 20?
They needed 26.
Yeah, I mean, so what, you've got 7 points away now. That's not too far at all. Geek Fam, 193, and the players of Farang, 200 points. Beautiful play so far. And Eastern Wolves gang, once again, the statement is the exact same. One solid booyah can get them to the #1 spot, but
You're
have
also
to,
kind of banking on Farang bombing out in this round, which is very unlikely.
on Alpine, very tough.
Yeah.
Here's a crazy idea. What if someone just decides to hot draw one of the top 3 teams?
You are talking about Eternal Watch and Learn, sir.
Watch and learn? Okay, we're going to give them a call, you know. Hey guys, who are you going to drop on today?
Who do you guys hate the most?
I'm pretty sure
Send
it's
Eternal
Geek
Watch
Fam.
and Learn there.
So far, we've seen that they don't like Geek Fam. I think that goes with the
I mean, someone
saying.
must have pissed off someone at Eternal Watch and Learn, because they've got like the bloodlust to just shut down the opportunities of Geek Fam. And I feel like they've been doing a fantastic job at affecting the performance of Geek Fam in here so far, right? And this one final matchup, if Eternal Watch and Learn does manage to pull that off, I think Farang will send a bouquet of flowers over to the gaming house of Eternal Watch and Learn. No, and that's not a joke. They literally will.
There is a chance.
They literally will.
But we saw how Geek Fam in these rounds, right? When they get rolling, I feel like if we somehow get a scenario where Farang and Geek Fam make it to the end of the make it to the last stage of the round, Geek Fam might just pull through with more kills than Farang, because Farang again has not been getting a lot of kills today.
Yeah.
Yeah,
One
that's
more
the
point
worry.
Apologies, Danny. One
That's
more
okay.
point of conversation as well is who's going to be getting that invitation, right? That free path in towards that group stage of the MCP Majors. And it looks like Bloodyhead already making quite a good headway in here. 20 points over Orange Esports. Orange Esports really needs to hustle in this final matchup if they want to get that invite.
And I want to quickly, segue a bit. We talk about how teams need to make it to top 6, right?
Yeah.
Actually, it's a bit more lenient than that. It's a bit easier to get into the qualifiers and finals for the upcoming major. Top 9. So it's not out of reach for Todak just yet. But they need a monstrous round.
All right.
They need Watch and Learn to completely do bad. Do
Husky, but
horribly in the last
There's not
round.
enough points for everyone to have their dream runs. You know, it's like this team needs 20 points. This team needs 20 points.
Surprisingly, you know, when you look at maps like Purgatory, the kills are dominated by one team in the past, of course, in the previous matches. That's Anxiety. But when you look at Alpine, the kills are actually quite spread out. So it's very possible. But the problem is, if you are a team like Orange Esports, you cannot afford those points being spread out. You need to become super aggressive from the early stages.
We
It's
only
risky.
have 48 players and only so many people you can revive. I mean,
Reviver!
what's
Revive!
the max number of kills you could get in a round if you manage to maximize the kills and the revives? It's a lot to ask for. We'll do the math another time because the game is starting. Match 16 and our final game of the day, final game of this grand final. Let's see who's going to be our champion. We're going to jump into Alpine right now. Husky and AJ, take it away for the grand finale.
Very nervous. Well, good news for Farang and Geek Fam is that they have at least locked in season, the major,
Correct,
the upcoming major, right? So that's good news for them. But what stands between them and the championship title is one more round. The last 17.5 minutes in Free Fire, at least for FFCS. And right off the bat, we are seeing Geek Fam dropping to Forest Red, but there's an uninvited guest. Toda
Oh
right on top
my
of them.
Lord, Toda, baby, they have come in here to spoil the party for the players of Geek Fam as Vickery turns around the corner. Farmers in hand, Ames gets tagged up, quickly runs
How is he still
away.
alive?
In a lot of trouble now, Ames, but he still sustains his HP out there on the battlefield. And Spark drops Man 04. That's the opener that Geek Fam does not want, and Toda making great headway in here. But Orange and Phoenix, they turn things around. They drop the one and only Ames. Perfect play, perfect response, but Toda, they need to do more than that if they want to disrupt Geek Fam.
Yeah, you gotta knock out Geek Fam entirely, but again, that opening, it looks really good for Toda, but it just does not end well. You have to remember Geek Fam performs the best when you try to challenge them head on.
Oh my.
And Todak's plan to knock out Geek Fam resulted in Geek Fam getting 3 points at the start of the round. A complete disaster.
What a way to help Geek Fam out. Good job, Toda. Like, my goodness. Like,
Yeah, I thought the
executed.
plan was to make it to top 9, not to not make it to top 9. Someone didn't get the memo.
Most definitely didn't get the memo. I got the wrong memo. I got the memo that said the top 6 was getting into the MCPs, but I'm glad to hear the top 9 is now going to make it through there because
The
extra
qualifier
3
finals,
spots.
right?
Yeah,
At least
absolutely
you get
right.
to play the qualifier finals.
Yeah, okay, all right. If you add the qualifier finals in there, then that's fair enough. Rave Skater in here, once again, unlocked super early on, all thanks to all of you guys. Make sure you grab that screenshot. But the players of Bloody Head are going to be a little busy here. They're not going to be grabbing no screenshot. They're just going to try to run away from Rivermouth because they're getting hunted down by Axis Esports. And look at Vegeta trying to circle around, cutting off the path of Morgana as he tries to get away. But the saving grace here is Bloody Head, as usual, for the game of survival, have spread themselves out when they take that initial drop. And therefore, no full squad wipe.
Yeah, it's good news for them. Well, good news for Todak as well. At least someone got away.
Yeah.
So they can still be in the running. Well, again, to make it to top 9, I feel like it's even that is a tough task, right? We're looking at more than 20 points offset. And that is just to tie up with Watch and Learn. Because if Watch and Learn gets knocked out first, but right now, Geek Fam out to a fantastic opening. And if we are constantly doing the math right now, Geek Fam are just 4 points away from Farang. At least from tying up with Farang. Of course, Farang starting off as Snowfall, at the very outskirts of the map. A very passive gameplay, and this is where we see the main difference between Farang and Geek Fam, right? Geek Fam got 3 points to kick off the round. They got a high tier loot zone, and they are being even more aggressive compared to they previously were, getting those kills in and getting into the final circle. Whereas for Farang, they want to play the safe way. They want to take that placement points, and that could be their undoing.
Geek Fam are close to Farang. Once again, 7 points separates them. But this is Farang's map. But unfortunately for Farang, Geek Fam performs quite well at Alpine as well. And this is an opportunity for the players of Geek Fam to run away with this. Geek Fam picked up the first booyah at Alpine yesterday. Farang picked up the second booyah. And these two teams fighting for the #1 spot at the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. Axis Esports approaching ORV earlier on. Fantastic performance by ORV, but can they keep it up? They had the grenade launcher to launch them into the top 3, but this time I don't think they've got it on the side.
Well, Axis is going to go on the run. Let's try to close the gap, but there is ice grenades from the members of ORV, so this is going to expand a lot of those glue walls from the members of Axis Esports, but they are just going to brute force their way, just like how they did a lot of times, even against the likes of Farang. The Flashbang is going to blind flame completely, and the
nice
Riptide
one.
comes through. 2 members of Axis Esports exposed, but they do have the time turner to buy a bit of time. And you can see Vegeta, he's skirting around the corner, trying to look for a flank angle, but that is not possible. ORV has covered that perfectly, and Mokana is going to be challenged. Shahid wins that one. Axis Esports slowly barreling through the ranks of ORV. Latte gets a trade back, but Axis are just making headway with how they are going for this push. Cookie is going to be next on the list, but Axis Esports are already on his tail. Cookie goes down. Neslu is the last one standing. 1 versus 2. 1 versus 1.
One more.
Neslu cannot do it. Vegeta closes out this fight. 6 kills for Axis.
Unfortunate. Shayad, 4 kills so far. Axis Esports on the slow climb to the top. They are quite far away from Geek Fam. 20 points behind them, which means 27 points behind Farang. Picking up 27 points more than these two teams, I think that's asking for a little bit too much. But Axis Esports, they've truly proven exactly what the brand is capable of in a competition of this level. And I feel like for their debut performance here, the brand is going to be very, very happy, Husky.
No, absolutely. We watch Eller on the other hand. making sure that they can just keep themselves in the running to play in the qualified finals of the next major. So starting it off by eliminating the members of Anxiety. Again, a heartbreak for the team that is leading, the Filipino Free Fire scene, at least bearing the flag of the region, but just fell short on their strongest map. And safe to say, their run for that championship title has been ended.
Yeah.
But what they can do is still to try and break into top 3, secure the slot for the next major. But it seems like even that is going to be a fleeting goal.
Yeah, Axis and the players of Anxiety have got the exact same number of points on the overall leaderboard right now. So the exact same conditions for them if they want to pick up the #1 spot. But if it says Fire is picking up the 3rd place, all they need to do is just play the game of survival a little bit longer. Mark drops X-Boys, Eternal Watch and Learn. Finally has got a challenge here, but Pando EWG just driving up behind the players of Bloody Heads and Maske. He should be caught off by Shanks and Karloy here. Beautiful rotation round, cut off the rotation of Maske himself. And as he doubles back down, Mark catches him. Maske has nowhere to run.
And Manchai gets a backstab onto Morgana as well. EWG, they need a miracle, but it all starts with taking all those proactive actions. And Mark was able to shut down Watch and Learn. The WNL out in 11th place, Bloody Head, keeping themselves in this game. One of the more underwhelming rounds for Watch and Learn, but that means that EWG right now, they do have that numbers advantage. And this is where we see Bloody Head just rotate further into that safe zone, not taking any risk.
See what they can play with a riskless game here, because Pando EWG still poses quite the threat. But they're not rushing in for the engagement against Bloody Heads, and Bloody Heads just rotating out in the open. Karloy, like you can see, has got 0 glue walls to play around with. So if Bloody Heads does get into an engagement out there in the open fields, this might just be the end for the team. And that will put Orange Esports in a great position. And all Orange Esports need to do is just to perform extremely well. Farang still holding on to a safe play, trying to squeeze into that final zone. But if there's one favor they can do for themselves is to engage with GeekFam at Forest Red. But GeekFam not waiting at all. Wait a minute. As I say that,
I feel like they,
rotating around. I think GeekFam wants to set this up.
They see GeekFam. Oh, they definitely see GeekFam right now.
Oh, yeah.
This is the engagement that we've been waiting for.
One guy's going to launch himself up.
Very tense moment between these two teams. Everything else that's happening around the map feels less significant.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful positioning by Farah.
They're going away. I love this.
Launches themselves over GeekFam. No threat whatsoever. Pure, peaceful play from Farang to get into that final circle. And you just gotta love that, man. I hate it when teams play for placement points, but then they spot a team out in the open and they immediately want to engage because they get greedy for those points. Farang, not that kind of team. Superb play.
Get 4 points for GeekFam to tie up against Farang. So if Farang can get the placement points to offset whatever the GeekFam have gotten themselves off of Todak, then this would become the most triumphant moment. To them, it would feel anticlimactic. There's no explosive ending, but if you are Farang right now, you want to continue what momentum you have from that last World Championship.
Yeah.
It's not the prettiest of result, but they have been there. And they were representing the region alongside Todak, right? And if we're looking at reigning teams that have attended the world stage, at least you have Farang to rely on. Of course, again, GeekFam just gunning for that championship title after more than a year. The last time they were crowned champions of the region, back then before Sri Lanka and Cambodia were in the picture, was March 2021, more than a year ago.
Unfortunately, the team that did secure the championship, kind of isn't the team that we see out here today because of unfortunate circumstances that the players of GeekFam brought upon themselves, resulting in, well, situations that just didn't allow those players to play anymore. So we might be able to see them make a strong comeback though, because I believe those soft bans are coming or nearing their end already. But for all of you guys, please do grab this screenshot for yourselves, because once again, we've hit all 3 of our milestones, the 4K, 7K, as well as that 10K milestone. Thank you so very much for all of your never-ending support for the Free Fire brand throughout these years.
I just want to quickly go back to what Farang did just now. The best part is they did not know that was GeekFam.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you hold the same mindset that any team could be GeekFam. I think that's what Farang is going. And that is what we expected, right? I did point out that I think Farang is just going to go for a more passive approach. And they have been doing that so far. This is probably the least aggressive Farang that we have seen in the considering that what we saw in the second half of the group stage and yesterday. The Axis Esports not so lucky though, getting shot at by Bloody Head from multiple angles.
Oh, nice. Shahid just sneaks away, leaves himself open, but he knows how much of damage he can sustain. But he kind of played that a little too riskily, if you ask me. And they lay out a foundation so that the rest of their team members can rotate around those glue walls already thrown out. And I really like those kind of plays because not all of the players are expanding their glue walls. So just one guy is sacrificing all of his utilities out there on the battlefield, allowing the other players to make that safe rotation into that compound. And Axis now have got the supreme defense, but Neptune, as he gets brought back into the matchup, it's going to be Bloody Heads to end his opportunity in here. And Farang slowly approaching from the back. Axis is going to be in a lot of trouble, but Orange Esports meets Anxiety halfway through. Kanoho traded out by Tom and his Woodpeckers. Solid response after the players of Anxiety tease them with those shots. But if Orange Esports does not start moving now, things will get more dire. Thoda trying to play for survival points out there on the battlefield with Ames kind of rotating outside of the circle. No idea what he's thinking, but clearly there is a strategy there. And Geek Fam very slowly approaching Rivermouth, and they're trying to get into the compound of Axis Esports, but just haven't found an opportunity. And these two teams, it all depends on who goes in for the engagement first. Whether Farang takes on Axis or Geek Fam takes on Axis. Whoever engages, they are the losing ones.
I feel like Farang would just sit and wait.
Yeah.
That's what we've been seeing the entire
But
day.
takes Neptune.
Yeah, but that is long range, right? If we're talking about just frontal engage, I think Farang would sit back.
Hopefully.
I feel like Geek Fam has the same thought, but the disadvantage that Geek Fam has right now is that they need to cross that bridge. So they will always need to make the first move.
Yeah.
And that means that Farang has a clear shot right now. It couldn't have been any more tense than this exact moment. The circle will force these teams to fight. And I feel like Farang are just in the best possible position, at least for another 2 minutes.
Ooh, look at the circle, man. All of these teams trying to play this as safe as possible. Chessman brings out the camouflage out in the open.
He's dead.
Uses the propeller to sustain his angle before dropping to his death. Toby and Barba need to save him, but they do not get there in time. Barba now takes the attack back. This is the wrath of Barba. Once you take out their best sniper, Barba steps up to the plate. Normain almost knocked down onto the ground, but unfortunately for him, he gets sprayed down as well. Mark takes down Normain. Eastern Wolfsgang making front.
Here we go.
But this is the big fight between Geek Fam and Farang. Take it away, Husky.
Orange knocked down by Too Bad. A good start for Farang. They just need to make this clean. And Chris Phoenix spotted out. The Riptide Rhythm doesn't connect. Too Bad. Charge Buster in hand. Orange still there. Man04 tries to break to the back line. Does take down one, but can he survive? Thus far, doing a good job. And the glue wall's helping him out. Man04 still alive. Someone stop this man. Too Bad cannot do it. As Geek Fam, they're going in for the kill. They know that Farang's going to stand between them and victory. Three for Phoenix. 6 HP still standing. Man04 with the bait and switch now comes in. Tag teams out. And Spade, he's on the run. Farang have lost this fight. Geek Fam trying to hunt him down. And can Too Bad crawl to Spade?
Bye-bye, Spade.
And I don't think he can make it though. Farang,
yeah,
so close yet so far. And Geek Fam, they can smell the championship title.
Opportunity.
And it came down to this moment. Too Bad. He's going to get brought back up. Spade helping him out. The blue zone is not going to hurt as much. Geek Fam do not see them.
Too Bad will be left behind, and Phoenix just turning around, making sure he gatekeeps the final player of Farang. Spade has got no opportunities whatsoever. Too Bad taken out of the equation, and one final player on the side of Farang has got nowhere to rotate into. Geek Fam gatekeeping them to perfection. Axis Esports, on the other hand, eliminating the chances of Thoda to make it anywhere up to the top of the leaderboard. Even to the top 6, it's not even possible.
There's a buy point nearby if Spade can get to it. There's a good chance for Farang to still win this if Spade can get to that buy point, but it is looking very, very dire for Farang. It almost feels hopeless.
Eastern Wolfsgang, they've got a good chance as well to continue climbing up the leaderboard. Spade, look at this guy, man, playing the medic meta. He needs to be able to sustain, but he's not running away from this defense. There's no time whatsoever. Goodbye, Spade. It was good knowing you. Unfortunately, Farang, they will not be able to sustain, but the buy point just a little bit too far. Farang, they spent a little bit too much of time outside. Geek Fam
Big win coming through against the players of Farang. And now they're moving through to shut down Axis Esports as well. Once they get this, they should be able to secure that #1 spot. Eastern Wolfsgang taken out of the equation as well. And now Geek Fam, so much of opportunity in here. Axis Esports, like we discussed earlier on, they do not have enough points to continue climbing up. Too much to catch up with Geek Fam. They need 20 solid points to catch up with Geek. And I believe Geek Fam has got this in the bag already.
Yeah, this is Geek Fam making one of the most historical comebacks, at least in terms of, at least for the organization, right? A very rocky journey in the past year.
Yeah.
But of course, you want to make it further just to solidify that. I don't have the numbers right now, but if someone can stop Geek Fam, maybe there's a slight chance that Farang can make it back. And Axis looking to make that happen. Anxiety is out. Geek Fam again, the placement points coming through for them. Shahid is going to go and try to finish off Phoenix. But he's the last man alive, and I think Geek Fam have secured that one for themselves. Victory just needs to stay alive.
Valiant effort here from Bloody Head. They should be able to secure the Booyah here. They've got the numbers. They've got the perfect weapon in hand, that grenade launcher in the hands of Mark as well. Fikri, AWM, Riptide Rhythm, perfection, but the timing's not solid from the side of Bloody Heads. They do not punish Geek Fam. Fikri manages to dart behind a boulder. One quick bump of that grenade launcher will not be enough to catch or tag Fikri. The distance is a little bit too far. The adjustment coming through, but just a waste out of Mark.
Oh boy.
He needs to play this better. Takes that step up. Geek Fam taken out, but they still won the championship, although Bloody Heads pick up the Booyah.
And of course, this Bloody Hit that kills Geek Fam. But legends never die.
Oh yeah.
And this Booyah feels like a slight victory, a small victory for Bloody Hit.
Yeah.
But the trophy doesn't belong to them. They still get to celebrate though.
Absolutely, man. Good job, Bloody Head.
Well,
valiant effort. I mean, sad faces. We understand the sadness. They could have made it up a little bit more, but to their performance in the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2, hats off, Bloody Head. I feel like they have done more than enough to prove themselves as one of the strongest brands out there.
Yeah. Heartbreak for Farang. I mean, it came really close. I believe to the very end.
I mean,
it was very close.
Yeah, some fateful fights.
I told you, man, some curses, they never go away, Husky.
Some fateful fights had to happen.
Some curses, you know, they stick, brother.
And I'm just gonna say, I'm not the one playing. Play better, Farang.
Oh, this guy. Danny, now I agree with you, Danny. He hops off that boat faster than Farang can take a shot against any of those players out there in the battlefield. My God.
You have to understand, I can bet my entire fortune on Farang, but I'm not the one playing the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Well,
but okay, to be fair, hats off to Farang. Nonetheless, it's a very good grand finals from them. I know it's a heartbreak for everyone out there. They didn't win the whole thing, but they pull up a very respectable run.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean if you want to make bets, maybe you know you want to take some tips from me, man. I mean, look at Geek Fam.
I mean, I'm not the basic guy. I don't bet on the strongest team from the get-go.
Hey. They were not the strongest at the grand finals. That's for sure.
Coming into this, AJ was like, I say Orange will win, and look at.
I didn't say Orange will win. I said it'll be fantastic if Orange could win, because that would be crazy. But unfortunately for Orange, they couldn't really sustain their comeback gameplays on the final 2 days of the league stage. We saw that when we started the grand finals. We saw that in a couple of matches, and then they just waned off and they went back to their old ways, which is a little bit disappointing. And the conspiracy theorist in me once again would like to come up with a theory that maybe that conversation was had. And maybe they just showed their management, hey, this is what we're capable of, but since there's no bonus, we're going to take it right back.
Well, realistically speaking, right, I think what really, and this is kind of like a comeback statement from Geek Fam, right? Showing that, yeah, sure, they are basically on the brink of not winning the whole thing.
Yeah.
But we saw the recovery from them. The last 2 rounds were explosive. And I think we also had this foreshadowing where Farang would play it safe, Geek Fam would just double down on their aggression. They had so much confidence in their gunfights, and they did it 2 rounds in a row. And they knew what they had to do. Farang was dodging teams, Geek Fam were running into them. And of course, we talk about how the kill points will offset the lead that Farang has, and it has absolutely happened.
And Geek Fam proving once again, and this is such an insane statement to prove, that Booyahs are not all there is to winning championship, right? Farang manages to nail the record once again, picking up solid numbers of Booyahs, but the overall consistency out of Geek Fam still gets the win at the end of the day. Although,
not as aggressively as one would have expected the OG Geek Fam to be able to rip these away. But you know, going back to that conversation, those players are making their comeback very, very soon. Whether or not it'll be under the Geek Fam banner or under a different team, we don't know. But we can expect the scene of Free Fire to get so much more competitive moving forward.
Hey, Jason, it sounds like you're trying to foreshadow something, you know, a change that no one is anticipating at this point, but
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a year, it's been more than a year since Geek Fam last lifted a trophy.
Correct.
So I think this is something that they can definitely be proud of.
Yeah.
Again, the last time they got a trophy was the very first major, and that was like March 20th last year.
But you know the one organization that I definitely want to see back in the mix in Free Fire? Sem9. I think they're missing out on a lot of this action.
Yeah.
The next competition, the next tournament that we go into, if Tommy Cheng does not produce a Sem9 team out there, he just better buy one of these teams, all right? We've got so much of talent out there on the leaderboard. I'm sure Tommy can have a field day picking from one of these.
Is my math correct here?
Tell me,
Geek Fam may have just beaten Farang by 1 point.
I think so too.
Remember
when we last looked at it?
6.
So,
16,
so
10,
Geek
no,
Fam
3 points.
3 points.
They needed
3
7
points.
to catch
Yeah,
up.
they needed 7.
Yeah, so they beat them by 3. I mean, 1 point, 3 point.
Okay, again,
I mean, it's quick.
Cry me a river.
I mean, again, it came from all those kills, right? I mean, sure, the placement points did play a part.
Yeah.
And it's also props, I believe, to Fikri for surviving until top 2, right? If he got knocked out way before that, then maybe we had this tie. Maybe we have this tie. But because of the kills that we've gotten early on, that's an insurance. And it all started that because Todak didn't finish the job.
Yeah.
And Watch and Learn tried, and they didn't finish the job as well. And of course, Farang, they tried their best to dodge Geek Fam, but Geek Fam says, we are going to take that fight. It's us or you. And the cross for Geek Fam is always them.
Yeah, but I am a little upset that, you know, this had to be the final match where Bloodyhead once again shows us what they're truly capable of, because the focus is not even on them, even though they got a solid booyah, because it's the final round of the competition.
Just to make us a bit happier and the Bloodyhead supporters, right? I want to find out if they make it to top 6, because you still
they definitely do.
get
They did. They were holding 6.
Right, because they directly advance to the next season of FFCS. So that's something that Bloodyhead can be really happy about. And of course, you know, they still slay Geek Fam at the end of the day. So, you know, go back to sleep with a win. I would take that any day.
Oh yeah, man. Geek Fam, on the other hand, this is the map recap, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Yes,
Take a look at this lovely pattern that we're seeing so far in the map recap. You can see there's 2 Farangs on the left-hand side of the screen. Then we've got 2 Eastern Wolves gang.
Are you rubbing in salt to the wounds of Farang not being able to complete this beautiful pattern, Danny?
I was about to say that the Farang bingo card is a bit off.
It was almost there. It was very
Almost
close.
It's okay. It's almost a royal flush.
That's definitely salt. That's like salt and some sulfur in the wound.
Trying to
Rub
You
it
guys
in all
see me
over.
right now.
Danny trying to salt bait her way into this.
Oh, goodness me. Unfortunate, you know, and that's the kind of risk that you run when you've got so many Supreme teams in the competition, all hustling out there, and everybody gave their best. It went down to the final game to decide exactly who's going to be able to take this championship at the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2. And although Geek Fam did not have a mind-blowing, outstanding run all throughout the grand finals, it's more than enough to be the champions of the Free Fire Challenger Series Season 2.
Yep. Came home after more than a year. Geek Fam deservingly the victors.
Amen.
But if there's one takeaway
Yes.
from FFCS Season 2, is that Geek Fam are no longer the solid kings. Sure, they won this one, but look at how close the other teams were to catching up with them, especially Farang.
I disagree, sir. I tell you why.
Well,
I tell you why.
Because back then, they win with massive leads. But
Yeah.
this time, they won with a 3-point lead. And I think that's a good testament.
Back then, one time, bro.
Yeah, but it's a testament of how good Geek Fam is, but also how good the local scene is, right?
Yeah.
Like how we are
Yeah.
building up these teams. And of course,
Yeah.
the top 6 have qualified for Season 3. That's something that Anxiety can be happy about despite that heartbreak in Round 7. Something that Bloodyhead can be happy about
Very
because
happy.
they don't have to play through the qualifiers anymore. They are
Correct.
now directly seeded.
But I hope that even though Bloodyhead does not need to play through qualifiers, they play a lot of those scrims and they continue hopping into any of those competitions available for them, because they need more practice. There's so much of inconsistency in this team, and it is unacceptable because they've shown what they are capable of, and I want to see more. And now they are one of the best. But I want to, you know, shine a spotlight on Orange Esports as well. So close to making it into the top 6.
You say so close, but it's like 41 points.
No, I mean, bro, come on. They were dead last in the league, bro.
Okay, so
Papa Mustachio disappointed in his voice.
I've been holding...
I mean, you want to talk about disappointment, Toda?
I've been holding this in for a long time. I think I want to say this, right? Okay,
Yeah.
they can call me the cursed prophet, whatever, but there's something I want to kind of, find vindication in throughout the whole tournament. I've been saying this, that Geek Fam will always outshine Farang when it comes down to kills. That is what's going to offset these two teams. If you look at the kill points and placement points, that's exactly the case, right? Geek Fam pulling ahead with just a bit more kills compared to Farang. And that has been something that has been foreshadowed. And if there's something that I'm right with, it's the data, and that's something I'm proud of.
I bow down to Pando EWG. Although they are not a name that have shown up, very strongly in the competitions of past, this type of showing 199 points, just 10 points behind the Geek Fam, who managed to grab this championship, is an amazing showing by the brand. And, I've got no doubt whatsoever that we can expect more from EWG, but hopefully we get more consistent plays from them from the early parts of the league as well as the grand finals, rather than the late parts.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it was a bit of a second win for Panda EWG, right? Because they got the majority of their points today. First day, I think they started well, but they sort of petered out. I'm not sure if it's maybe the team sort of ran low on energy or they got figured out, but especially with today's performance, I mean, I didn't expect Panda EWG to finish this high. I was thinking maybe 6th, maybe 5th, but man, they finished in 3rd place. I'm looking forward to seeing this team going into MCP. It's going to be so exciting. But of course, here is our champion. It is Geek Fam managing to claim the crown with just 3 points over Farang, who were so close from snatching this crown away from Geek Fam. Second championship here for Geek Fam. I think this was really a long time coming. We've been waiting for Geek Fam to get their second championship title, and it's finally happened.
Oren needs a race. Fikri needs a raise. Man04 needs
Just
a
give
bonus.
the whole team a raise. What are you talking about?
Phoenix and Raja need to work a little bit harder. I mean,
to be fair,
not everybody
it's like
gets
their
the cake.
first time. Just cut them some slack.
Where's
Come
the
on.
fire extinguisher? We need a bucket of water or something. AJ's on fire over here, but here's the players. I mean, they've got to be so... Look at them. Big smiles.
Look at Oren. The guy is
earlier today,
overjoyed.
we saw them with straight faces. They were not happy earlier today. So
Game
this
face.
is exactly. I mean, this is
They had
so
to
nice.
They had to sweat for this, right? This is the one grand finals where they had to kind of sweat for to even win the whole thing. So of course, I mean, they definitely deserve to be elated of this victory. But it's nothing to kind of brag about and say that we are leaps and bounds ahead of everyone. Because if we look at the entire league, Geek Fam did have moments
ahead of everyone
where they could have not been the champions for, I believe, the 4th time in a row in a major competition.
And the one thing as to why I disagree that this was a good showing by Geek Fam, because this was a fantastic showing, because we in the recent times have seen them dominate the league but bomb out, and I literally mean bomb out at the grand finals, right? They didn't bomb out. This was them bringing in that improvement, bringing in Phoenix as well as the one and only Raja, very quickly and smartly playing them, swapping them in and out depending on which map they play, and with the different approaches to that final circle, be it aggression or those safe plays, it seemed to have been very well thought out by the team.
My hidden MVP is definitely Phoenix. I think he made the biggest difference in the last 2 rounds, where they had this insane, 30 points in round 7. Phoenix was a big part of it. And I'm not taking it away from Raja. I think when you put Phoenix into complement that aggression, that's the result that we get. Geek Fam are just so much more aggressive.
Yeah, and we are going to take a look at the MVP of the tournament in just a second, and it's our grand final MVP. It's actually Jace from EWG. I vote with this. I agree. We have seen this man make some fantastic plays for EWG.
Yes, ma'am. And if you guys are wondering, what? How is he the MVP with just those stats? We saw Kanoho, we saw Chessman with so much more numbers. These numbers are purely from the grand finals alone. So Jay-Z has done so much for the team of Eastern Wolves Gang, right? And if you look at how EWG performed overall, day number 1, day number 2, you've got solid consistency. They pick up about 81 points overall yesterday. Today, they pick up more than 120 points for them to launch themselves up to the top of the leaderboard, somewhat at the very least towards the 3rd place, right? But Jay-Z was an integral part of all of those plays, Danny.
I mean, he contributed to 39 of the team's kills, 33 going to himself, and Panda EWG's total kill score was 84. So by himself, he was already hogging more than 1/3 of the team's kills.
Yeah.
So Jay-Z playing such an integral role for that team landing those kills and being able to assist with that damage output, and the fact that we've just seen him survive so many times when he wasn't supposed to.
Yeah.
Right? I think there were so many situations where he should have died, he could have died, but the guy just doesn't. He doesn't.
Yeah, I mean we can also celebrate EWG being in competitive Free Fire for I think a year already, and this is a huge leap from the first time they were here. First time EWG was just a fleeting thought, right?
Yeah.
They were trying to scrape for
They
scrap.
were just there.
They were just there, but right now
They were like Toda today.
yeah, kind of. Well, really, yeah. Wow, can't deny that.
Okay.
Point is, good growth from the team.
Good growth. I'm so
it's-
utterly disappointed.
Good growth. Excuse me. It's better than
Amazing
good
growth. Fantastic. Astronomical.
Okay, Husky's vocabulary of like very nice things to say about
Hey,
teams
don't
is like
attack
a
my
punch,
boy's
okay?
vocabulary, okay? He's good.
A raindrop of words.
Magnitude
For his third
of growth.
birthday, when he was 3 years old, he got a dictionary, okay? That's
No.
how brilliant this kid was.
Yes, whatever
Alright.
he said.
A fantastic day, right? I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better grand finals. And the kind of terrible grand finals is where you are able to determine exactly who's going to be
Who's
able to
the
sweep it,
champion.
you know.
Yeah.
And with Garena not only extending it to 8 rounds per day, but putting that grand finals, extending it over 2 days,
Yes.
16 rounds, so much of opportunities, so much of comeback capability out there for all of the teams. But there's one thing that GeekFam has proven is they can always serve it up hot. Consistency is key, and although not by a lot, they're still very consistent.
Yeah, a good recovery, right?
Yeah.
It's not how you start, it's how you finish. And they had rounds where they got 0 points.
Oh, yeah.
And that's something
Yes.
that I think a lot of people would overlook when they look at the championship screen. But GeekFam had to really drag their feet
Yes.
through the mud for this.
Correct. I mean, Kalahari was a challenge, but they managed to step it up there as well today.
Yeah, and I think this is very exciting because we've got a lot of teams to watch out for when it
Correct.
comes to the MCP Majors, which is coming up very soon. It's our next major tournament for the region. I'm looking forward to it. Luckily, all three of us are going to be there to watch all the action and see these teams evolve. But we are unfortunately going to have to close it out on here for this broadcast. Any final words, gentlemen, before we say goodbye until the MCP Majors?
I am looking forward to it already, but please go ahead
I
first.
can't believe it's been a month.
Right.
It's been a month.
It
Right.
goodness.
It has.
I'm
But
looking forward to the
what I
major.
want to see at the MCP Majors is more playdays. I know we're not going to get it because I already have the schedule, but
I think we all,
We all
have
have
the
the schedule.
perhaps for future tournaments, just like how they've kind of dragged out the grand finals, I want to drag out the league stage a little bit more as well. I want to see these teams kind of put themselves up to the test of endurance, run maybe each and every single group gets to run 8 matches a day, and overall have more of those numbers to show for before we lead them into the grand finals, right? Of course, it's not going to happen for the MCP Majors, but that's exactly what I'm looking forward to as we continue to make life more difficult for these pro players.
Well,
I
look
mean,
at
the
this
journey
guy.
has just gotten more and more difficult, but they take that journey and prove themselves.
My final thoughts are simple. I want to see the teams that have directly qualified way before play in the majors. Blacklist, hard to get, all these big names. I want to
It's
see
going
them.
to be so stiff,
Yeah.
the competition.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I want to see.
And for all you know, Blacklist International just sweeps right back in and shuts everybody down.
They're just coming with the broom, like, move out of the way, guys. It's our championship title. Thank you, Husky. Thank you, AJ. It's been an
Thank you,
absolute
Dan.
honor being on the broadcast with you.
Likewise.
And to all of our viewers, thank you so much for tuning in. We are going to be coming back very, very soon with the MCP Majors. So make sure you keep up with Garena Free Fire's Facebook page for any updates, for the dates for that. It's going to be so exciting. But that's it for us. We will see you during the MCP Major.
Bye-bye.
Bukan ada yang berpengalaman dan ada yang juga baru bermain untuk Liga. Bagi player yang berpengalaman ialah TP Jiraya, iaitu Farang Pablo yang pernah mewakili Malaysia untuk Free Fire World Series 2022 dan sekarang bermain untuk Team Princess.
Cabaran utama yang kami hadapi adalah mencari chemistry sesama kami kerana kami merupakan tim yang baru ditubuhkan untuk FFCS kali ini.
Cabaran yang saya hadapi ialah ketika bermain di handphone kentang dan lain selalu problem.
Tim yang kita orang akan hapuskan ialah WNL dan Team Princess.
Tim yang kami tak sabar untuk lawan ialah Team X-Men, WNL dan Todak. Bagi kami, tim ni adalah agak mencabar sebab mereka mempunyai potensi masing-masing dalam FFCS kali ni. Pesanan saya untuk tim-tim lawan, good luck dan